Yo, everybody, good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football side alt. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a Live2d Rigging stream. And today is one of those rigging streams. I don't know why Photoshop is open. I picked the wrong one. Let's close that. Where is Live2d? Hold on a minute. We're gonna be rigging the drive emote. Or, not drive emote. The drive animation. Model? Model. That's the word. I don't know. I'm too used to saying drive emote and realize, wait, it's a model now. We're trying to make a model here. So I hope you all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And without further ado, let's get started. So first thing we need to roll on in with. Oh, right. Before I get started with all of that, first, good to see you there, Ryu, Tron, Rena. Hope you're all having a good day. Hope you're all enjoying your week. And I hope you all enjoyed your weekend as well. In the meantime, here's what we're gonna do. We got our Photoshop open, and we're gonna take the drive model that we drew last week. We're just going to select the actual file, just drag and drop it in, and then boom, it pops up. Of course, we still have certain things that we do need to fix, like the lighting effect on our model. We gotta take that, and we gotta turn that into a clipping mask. So how do we turn that thing into a clipping mask? I'm gonna show you right now. What you gotta do is select your layer, go to the inspector tab right over here. Wait, can you see it? Oh, there we go. We gotta select our highlight layer, go to the inspector tab over here, and scroll down till we see clipping ID. Once we find clipping ID, we go to this little box right here, or the one with the 3 lines across it, that weird little box right there, and we scroll on down. Oh, you can't see it from here. Hold on a minute. Let me go to tutorial screen so you can get a better look at this. This will make things a lot easier to work with. You may lose the music though, but you'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to context and all of that. So we go to the clipping ID. On the inspector tab, click on this box over here, and you'll see all the layers on your model. We just have to look for the back of the head, the layer that shows the back of the head, which is this gray circle over here. So go back to the highlight, click on the clipping ID, look for that gray layer that says, oh, it doesn't even say anything, it's just layer 5. You know what? Close enough. Click on layer 5, which is the back of the head, and now the gray stays within the back of the head. Doesn't matter how far we drag it out, it'll always stay within that layer of the head. That is what we need for this model. Hey, Lampy, it's been forever. It has been forever. Welcome on in there, Power Goose. Hope things have been well. All right, now that we got that, the next step we got to do is go to this box up here that shows 3 smaller boxes. Click on that. That's going to go to our texture atlas. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. If you're using the free version, just go with the biggest number that you can, which is around 248 or 2048. If you have the full version, pick whatever number works best for your model. For me personally, I'm going to go with 4096 by 4096. And then we click OK. Oh, there's a layer I forgot to get rid of. Oh, that's the sketch. Okay, hold on a minute. Before we do all of that, there's a couple of layers that we need to remove. I forgot to take the background layer. Delete that because we don't need that one. And we also need to take the sketch layer. One of these is the sketch. I believe it is this one. We delete that because those are not necessary for the model at all whatsoever. So now that we got that, we go back to the texture atlas. We create one of those 40 by 40. Click OK. We don't even need to name the texture atlas. That part's not important. Now that we got all of this, we got these little boxes, or yeah, we got all the layers in there. But as I always like to say, we want to make sure that none of them overlap on top of one another. And the best way to do that is go to automatic layout over here. Click on automatic layout, or go to the top of the newly opened tab. Drag your mouse to the right until you find these 3 tabs over here. You want to go to the one that says automatic layout. Click on that. This box will pop up. And the only thing you really need to do is just look for the margin, put any number that's above 1, or at least above 0. Personally, I like to go with 10. And that's about it. Afterwards, you just put OK. Let it scale automatically. And looking at this, we may not even need 40 by 40. Let's actually make that smaller because we don't need that big of a box. Let's repeat all of this. We're going to go with 20 by 20 because 40 by 40 seems like too much. Click on that, automatic layout, just to be safe, put OK. And we're good. Just put enter. And now all the meshes are set up. And now for the next step is going to be the very, very boring part, which is setting... Well, actually, no, not yet, not yet. We'll get to the next step soon enough. Let me catch up with something. Got a new car with the hand-me-down from my dad. Got a job and trying to get the new one trying to get a new one in the IT field, but struggling to find one. My latest application got rejected before even interviewing me. Probably tossed my resume into an AI to ask if it's a good candidate. Hard to say about that last one, but I will say, getting jobs are tough. Like, doesn't matter what your credentials are. Okay, it kind of matters what your credentials are. But most of the time... How do I put it? Most of the time, from what I've learned when it comes to jobs, you gotta know somebody. Or you gotta put your name out there every possible place you could think of. Toss that job application everywhere, even if you feel like you may not be fit for the role. Toss it out there anyway, you never know. As for the AI stuff, I'm too old to understand how that exactly works. But I wouldn't be surprised, but still hard to say because, like I said, there's a lot of places where, instead of actually hiring someone, they send out, they do the thing. They wait for applications to roll on in, and then someone they know tells them, oh, you're looking for someone for the job? Hey, I know someone who might be able to help you with that. Like, they're looking for a job, they're in this field, how about you hook them up? Like, well, you trust them, I might as well give it a shot. And then they toss all the applications out the window. Like, you know what, we won't need these. That's usually how it goes. Or at least that's how it went back in my day. But yeah. This is why I said, this is why still, just toss it out there every single chance you get. Doesn't matter, just keep tossing them out there. All right, let's see. Next step. What we need to do is that we need to select all the layers. Every single layer that we have. Oh, right. We also need to bring the mouth layers back out. Now we select everything. All the layers. Except for maybe these 2 mouth lines. Let's keep the 2 mouth lines on their own. We do not add anything to the mouth lines. We keep those there. All right. Next step. We click on this button here that says Automatic Mesh Generator. Oh, right. Follow the mouse at the top of the screen. We go to this triangle that says Auto at the bottom or at the bottom corner of that triangle. Click on that. That's going to let us make our meshes. Now, the reason why we make the meshes in the first place is because with the meshes, it makes the model, actually be possible to warp things around. Because if we don't do it that way, then... How do I put it? If we don't let the model warp, then we can't really get the model moving, Hi, Lampy. Yo, Ryu, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Now, let me figure out the rest of this. So we're going to click on that. Our mesh generator tab will pop up. And from there, we're going to have, well, if you use it, chances are you're going to have at least these 3 here. Standard, little, and heavy. And I want to say they're named, well, just to be safe. Standard, usual, yeah, it'll give you a decent amount of dots, vectors, whatever you want to call these things, that let you warp your model however you see fit. If you go with little, usually go for that route if you know it's not really going to shape all that much. Oh, you know what? A perfect example? The tire right here. The tire is probably best to have it on... The tire is probably best to have on little, because it's honestly not gonna move very far or warp like at all. The only thing it's gonna do is turn left to right, so we may not really need to warp it, because if you could turn and your tire, you know, your steering wheel goes with you, something's wrong. Prove me wrong. Tell me otherwise, that the something's not wrong. Just tell me that your car is okay when your steering wheel doesn't turn left to, or turns left to right with you. I feel like something's seriously wrong with the car. All right. Now that we got that, let me see. What other layers should we have that may not need to warp? I want to say these two lines in particular, the head shape. I don't think we're going to be warping the head shape all that much. So let's get the line art and the back of the shadow layer, and we're going to go to that automatic mesh again, and we're going to put those at little. I will say this, though. I will say this. Under most circumstances, just put everything on standard. If you know that you're going to have to do a lot of warping with that model, like, for example, hair, very flowy clothing, stuff like that, then you'd probably want to go with a heavy mesh. If you know it's not even going to move at all, little mesh, or maybe even not use the automatic generator at all. Just keep it as a square. But under most circumstances, you're going to want to go with normal. And there's that very, very, very rare occasion where you're going to want to add the mesh manually. Unless you get into the advanced stages, in which case you're going to use the manual mesh a lot. Funny enough, I've rarely gone into those advanced stages with certain parts of clothing, mostly because that is confusing. But I've seen how it works, and I could see why people do it a lot, and that makes their models look absolutely phenomenal. Yo, Quee and Sherbert, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Quee. And let's give a shout out to Sherbert. Folks, if you haven't checked out Quee, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really fun over there. If you're a fan of Amnesia, that's a good place to go. They've been playing a lot of that stuff, and they've been getting a lot of spooks. And overall, just really cool people over there. Really cool people. And go check out Sherbert. If you're a fan of art and streams, if you're a fan of No Man's Sky, if you're a fan of just very chill and can be, very chill streams, they can also be very, very funny. I highly recommend checking them out when you get the chance. Also, Deathly Hero, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Now, what was I doing again? Oh, yeah. So we were talking about the tutorial tab. Anyway, we just got to add the meshes.
More than half a year now.
Holy cow, it's been over half a year? That's wild. Also, Spock, thank you for the 12 months. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome on in. How you be? Oh, subscribed for 12 months. Thank you for the 7 months. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. I just woke up. You know what? Fair. Fair. Holy cow, that's pretty lit. Yeah, that makes sense, though. That makes sense. Cyborg, alien, poodle, moth. Interesting. Where was the cyborg? Where was the alien? And who told you about poodle? Welcome on in. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's see. Sherbet sounds yummy. Time to go munch on them. No munching on the sherbet. I hope everyone's having a lovely reason to smile today. Same, same. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. And thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. What is why? That's a good question. All right, welcome on in there, EB. Let's also give a shout out to EB. Go check out EB. I highly recommend that you do. They do a lot of arting. They make the adoptables. Go check them out when you get the opportunity. I highly recommend it. All right, let's go with the next step. So, now that we got that, let's get all these other layers. The hand layers, we're probably going to put them at 0, or not 0, little on the... What's the word I'm looking for? Little on the mesh. We're going to put little for the mesh. No, I mean, what are you? And hello, I'm doing all right. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I hope that answered your question. And yo, Blobby, welcome on in. I wonder what percent of Lampies are in the... And I'm skipping that question. Let's go to Blobby. Let's give a shout out to Blobby. Go check out Blobby Dirt. Really chill streams over there. They've been doing a lot of karaoke. And, oh, Signalis. I didn't see that. No, wait, I remember the Signalis. I didn't see too much of it, but yeah, go check out Blobby. Very, very chill streams. They do karaoke. They do video editing. They also got their 3D model not too long ago. I highly recommend checking them out when you get the chance. Oh, you're some type of insect. Yeah. I love seeing Lampy rigging new things. It's always unique. It's always so unique of a concept. Thanks, I'm glad that you like it. Signalis almost made me rage quit like in 2022. Wait, Signalis is that tough? I did not know that part. Oh, right. I gotta go back to the tutorial. We're gonna put little for the auto mesh on the hands because the hands are gonna be connected to the steering wheel, so they're not gonna move very much. We're gonna leave them as is. Steering wheel, those ones don't move. The eyes, let's put those on heavy. Because the eyes are probably going to have to move a lot. Let's see. You have to be a moth because a tarantula doesn't have antennae like the ones your model has. Yeah. I'm also surprised you noticed the antennae behind the giant bird. Well, technically it wouldn't be a giant bird. Okay, well, let me see. I mean, I guess it's a pretty big bird when you realize the moth is the size of a football, which means the bird is also size of a football. Yeah, that's kind of a big bird. That's kind of like a chicken. Yeah, that's probably a chicken right there. Oh, let's see. It was hypothetical and rhetorical anyway. Good, that means I don't have to answer it. All right, let's see. The puzzles are a little hard. Oh, okay, you know what? I can imagine why you would rage quit in a game when the puzzles are difficult. Like, one thing is a tough boss or a spooky enemy, but when the puzzles frustrate you, yeah, that can cause someone to just straight up just fail. There's some species of flea with antennae? I thought all fleas had antennae. Anyway, let's get back to the drawing or the rigging at hand. So now that we got that, let's go back to these model meshes. Okay, so for the mouth mesh, we're actually going to delete those ones. We'll come back to the mouth meshes later. The teeth. Actually, I don't think the teeth move all that much, so we'll put them on little. Mouth inside, we'll put those on standard. Just to be safe, we'll put them on standard. Just to make sure, because chances are they're probably going to move a bit. The body. The body's going to move a lot, so we put that on heavy. Because while they're turning left, while they're turning right, while they're steering, that's going to have a lot of movement there. So since this is the part that has a whole lot of movement, this is going to be the one where we actually put a heavy mesh. So it could be, so the meshes facilitate all the movement that it's going to do. All right. Who's going to be the first little driving guy? Well, first it's going to be the bird, and then I'm going to try to do a giveaway for the first, well, not so much a giveaway, but more so like a, how do I put it? I need to do marketing on this thing as well, so I'm thinking I'm going to try and see who is interested on a bunch of the socials to see who wants to be the first test subject. Or technically the second test subject. Like a raffle? Yeah, I'm going to try to do a raffle. We're going to get a raffle going. We're going to see who is interested. And based off of the people that I believe are people, we're going to toss the raffle in there for that. And I'm going to try to figure out how I could get that done. Because I will say, doing a raffle on socials, that is a lot tougher than doing a marbles game. Because at least with the marbles game, I know people are people. On social media, that becomes a trickier way to figure it all out. Yo, Carmi, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Carmi. If you haven't checked out Carmi, I highly recommend that you do. They also do Live2d Rigging. They also do Arton. And they were going on the, what's the word I'm looking for? They were doing the whole October art, the whole Inktober thing. Holy cow, I commend you for doing all of those. Like I said, when I was in one of your streams, I gave up on day one. Like, I didn't even start, and I already quit. Like, I was thinking to myself, too, like, you know what? A lot of people are talking about this October themes. I should probably get into that. I should probably try. I didn't even start on the first day. I straight up failed on that one, like, off the bat. No luck at all whatsoever. So go check out Carmi. They also make free streaming or VTuber assets. I highly recommend checking them out when you get the chance. A whole lot of shaking going on. Exactly. There's going to be a lot of shaking. I'm not people, I'm Borb. Fair enough. You know what? You go, you crazy Borb. I am a pod? I guess I'm disqualified. Okay, when I say real people, I mean... You know what I mean. You know what I mean. People that aren't computers. Or just... what's the other type of account? Because I know there's two types of accounts. There's the accounts that are just automated computers, and then there are the accounts that share everything to... I don't know why they share everything. But the moment you put giveaway, it is immediately, shared by those accounts. And I don't even mean support accounts. It's like, I'm trying to figure out what the words are. No, I don't know what you mean. Clarify better. Shut up, Reeve. All right, let's see. I'm being a butt. Don't mind me. Fair enough, fair enough. Wait, squids have butts? No, wait, octopi have butts? That's the word I'm looking for. No, wait. No. It said that you said you were... You know what? I just realized the situation, and I realized I could have responded a different way. You may never know. That's true, that's true. Although the topic isn't about whether octopi have butts. It's that the realization that you're a butt and not an octopi. Or maybe you're a mimic octopus trying to mimic a butt. The mysteries of the ocean. Quite the conundrum there. Quite the mystery soup, I must say. Alright. I love messing with Lampy. Why? Oh, that's the rules on Null Void. True. Alright, let's see. Only a sapient being and sentient AIs are not here to spam us and tell us views. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Tron. Tron gets it. Hey, I almost forgot something. Hold on a minute. We got to give a shout out to Imatron. Go check out Imatron. They also do Arton. Really amazing stuff. Really awesome people. Butt-shaped octopus confirmed. You know what? Fair enough. Okay, so now that we got all of that done, the next step we got to do, we are going to... we're going to take the head layer, which means everything that consists of the head, that is what we're going to take. Oh, we missed a spot. Except for the light. We're going to hide the light for this one. We're going to select everything but the light. So, all the eyes, the head mesh, not the light. I cut the lights a little misshapen. Just going to go with that. Just these ones. And now that we got everything for the head mesh, I'm going to show you how we're going to make this model move. We're going to need deformers. What are deformers? Well, there's 3 types of deformers, but we're only going to talk about the first one right now, which is the green box. That is known as a warp deformer. You can create a warp deformer real easily by just going to this box at the top that looks like a fishing net. Click on that fishing net. And then you'll see this tab pop up, and it's going to look very, very intimidating. You're probably going to think, okay, what do all these things mean? What am I supposed to do here? How are you supposed to figure this out? And I'm just going to show you. It is deceptively... How do I put it? It's deceptively simple, meaning it looks complicated, it looks intimidating, and it definitely does look intimidating. I'm just going to tell you right now, it's very, very easy. All you got to do is go to name and name that specific deformer. We're going to call this one head. And then we go all the way to the bottom here. We put create. That is it. That is all. Boom, we got our warp deformer. That is all you have to really do. If you want to just work with a standard model, that is all you really need to do is just go to that little fishing net up there that just says create warp deformer. You click on that, you name it, and then you put create, and then you're done. That is all. Now, granted, some of those other parts, you don't have to worry about that unless you're going into some very, very advanced stuff, and we might talk about that one a little bit later. Well, maybe not a little bit, but way, way further down the road. But for right now, click, name, create, and that's it. All right, let's see. Chat's fascination with butts sure is concerning lately. You're right. First it's the mech butt, now the octopus butt. What's up with you people in butts? Genuine life advice. Never yell at a sieve. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. I see that pun. I saw that pun. I saw you put that in the Discord. Anyway, we're gonna go to this. Now that we got this part, we're gonna go to everything. We're gonna select all the face meshes, all the face parts. Actually, yeah, we're gonna select all the parts for the face. So we're gonna select the eyes, the mouth lines, the lips, the teeth, everything that's within the mouth line and all that stuff, all these shapes. We're going to select all of those. And we're going to make a new mesh. We're going to make a new warp deformer. This one is going to be called face. And then we put create. Simple as that. Easy. Easy peasy. Also, this is going to be the part where it gets really, really boring, by the way. This is going to be the part where we're just organizing things. We're just setting everything up before we actually start working on the actual model. We will get there. We will get there. Soon enough. Soon enough. Also, now that we got all these layers, we're going to go back to head up here. And I'm actually going to show you the other form of the other form of deformer, because I showed you the warp, which allows you to, well, actually, let me show you. This is going to allow us to shape things around, really mess with the stuff, really terrify people when you really think about it. But this will allow us to just move this stuff around. Warp it, as it says. But what if we wanted to just tilt left and right? Would you take a warp deformer? Or yeah, would you just take the warp deformer and rotate it? Technically, yes, but I'm going to show you why you don't do that right quick. Let's move this to the right to show you an example. If we rotate it using a warp deformer, you will notice that it kind of shrinks a bit, and we don't want that. So how do we rotate this without shrinking? How do we make this all go? Yeah, how do we make this all happen without shrinkage? That is when we go to the second deformer, the one next to the fishing net, which is this little circle with a line across it, kind of like an upside down cube. This is called a rotation deformer. We click on that. And same as before, it may look a little intimidating, maybe less intimidating than the last one, but with this, we just name it, again, head Z. So we know it's the Z angle, the one that just literally just tilts. Instead of going up and down or left or right, this just tilts. That's about it. We're going to put create. And this will, as its name says, let us rotate it however we see fit without it actually shrinking or anything like that. But what if we don't, what if we want the head to move a specific way, or, we want to bring this thing down? Because we don't want it just in the dead center, because if we rotate it here, then it's not exactly on the head. It doesn't feel like it's attached to the body. Now, does it? So how do we fix that? You're probably thinking, okay, we just take this circle and we bring it up. It's attached to the circle. What do we do now? How do we get rid of this thing? How do we make it work with the circle? Because this ain't working. How do we make it work with the circle? Very, very easy. You hold the shift key or the equivalent on your PC. Wait, it's the shift key, right? Not the shift key. You hold the control key or the equivalent on your PC or device, and you just drag it down to where you need it to be. Maybe a little bit higher, because we want to give it at least some semblance that there's a neck on this sucker. There we go. Much better. So yeah, if you want to move this thing around, hold the shift key or the equivalent on your device and just move it around wherever you see fit. And now you can move your rotation deformer, or you could place your rotation deformer wherever you want it to go. And there we go. Now that we got that, let's go back to, actually, since we're on warp deformers, let's actually go to the tire and do the exact same thing. Make that warp. We're going to call this wheel. But when we select wheel, we're going to make sure that we have the hand selected on it as well. Click OK, click create. And it's in the center there, so we actually don't even have to do anything. We just let it do its thing. Just vroom vroom and all of that, Now that we got that set up, we got to go back to the head. And for that, we also take this highlight layer. I'm going to show you. Let's say one of your layers is not moving with everything else, but you want it to move with everything else. For example, the head rotate, or, the entire head moves, but that highlight did not move along with it. So, do you just make the entire deformer all over again, but have that highlight in there as well? Not at all. See, here's what we actually got to do. We just got to take this layer. We just got to take this layer and just drag it into our deformer. Because the thing about the deformers is that they're also kind of like folders. If you've ever worked with folders in a computer file, or if you ever worked on folders on your PC, this is pretty much the exact same thing, except you warp it. So you take this, highlight, drag it into any of these folders or deformers that you want. For example, the head deformer, that's the green box. You just drag it in here and drop it. And now whenever you move the head model, or the head layer, the highlight goes along with it. Like so. But we're also going to make a layer for the highlight as well. Or a deformer. So we're going to select that fishing net up there. And I will catch up with the reading soon enough. I apologize there, folks. I just realized a lot of people were typing and I have not gotten the chance to read any of it yet. I kind of got in the zone here. All right, so we're going to make a warp deformer for this one, and we're going to call this Light X. Now, there's a very specific reason why we're going with the names X, and we also need to make a second one. But before we make that second one, we're actually going to call this, or we're going to select the layer itself, not the deformer. Select the layer. We're going to call this Light Y. We need to make these two deformers so the head, so the lighting tilts in specific directions to give that illusion that, the head is actually turning in a specific direction, while in all actuality, this center part is never moving. These two parts, I can't entirely say never moving because, they're never tilting is what I'm trying to say. All right, let me catch up with some reading. Also, let me get some water right quick. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem there, Tron. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Actually, Lampy is the one who mentioned octopus butt this time. To be fair, Sherbert said they were being a butt, and they are also a pod. So, blame Sherbert. Classic streamer defense. Blame it on somebody else. Oh, right. Hold on a minute. I forgot. Give me 1 second. Let me try that again properly. Apologies there, Mooney. Let me do this properly. Hold on a minute. Let me get Crab Rave right quick. Where did I put Crab Rave? Because I ain't trying to scam nobody here, but I also realized that I didn't do that properly. Also, welcome on in there, Mooney. I forgot I put an hour-long timer on that. You know what? I'm just going to refund you on that. But yeah, as I was saying, classic streamer defense. When things go wrong, just blame anyone but yourself. We're just gonna refund Mooney on that one, because, yeah. How do I refund on here? Blame the crabs? Blame the crabs. That is also true. Blame the crabs. Speaking of blaming crabs, go check out Miss Mooney. Go check out Moonlight. Gotta give them a shout out first chance we get. Now, how do I reward request? Crab Rave request. Okay, reject. There we go. All right, you got your points back. I was going to just play it again for you because, yeah, I was just going to play it again for you. But I accidentally realized that I put an hour-long timer on the Crab Rave so nobody spams it. Oh, let's see. Tire? Steering wheel? Oh, steering wheel, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, same thing. I just learned that during my last rigging. Wait, which part? Wait, yeah, which part did you learn? No, why free me? The moment you stop shouting me out, the moment I'll stop. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep shouting you out. It's a never-ending cycle, so no, there is no freedom. Only shoutouts. Folks, did you know Mooney has a throne? Go support Mooney. Go get them hair dye. Yeah. Or ramen. Oh, the deformer is like a folder? Oh, yeah. You know what? That's honestly fair. Yeah. They're definitely like folders the more you look into it. Speaking of, okay, so we got light X and we got light Y for the light, or yeah, for that deformer, so that should be all good. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. I greatly appreciate it. Bark, bark, bark. Fair enough. Hey, I wasn't talking about my throne, I was talking about their throne. You know what? One of these days, I should just replace my throne with Mooney's throne. Like, whenever anyone just clicks throne, it just sends them to Mooney instead. They're probably going to be looking at that like, Lampy has hair dye? Wasn't expecting that, but okay. And then they just buy me hair, or they buy Mooney hair dye, thinking they're buying me hair dye. Although, at the same time, I'm worried about that, because that will honestly... that might lead to a different discussion, because who's to say Mooney won't start putting embarrassing things on their throne for people to go over there thinking it's mine, and then all of a sudden... What do you mean you bought a gift? I see that redeem. Also, I'm surprised it didn't pop up. Do I not have alerts on? No, I know I have alerts on. Either way, I saw that there, Sherbert. What do you mean you bought something? Hey, pink would be your color? Well, I'm not saying that it's not, but still, I'm talking about other things. Like, what if you started putting other stuff on your throne? Like clothing. And then people are going to be assuming that's my style of clothing. Now I'm just sitting there like, well, I done made a horrible, horrible mistake. Like, there's not even, like, I can't even just sit there and just be like, look, I can explain. Like, I don't know about this one. Anyone who says, look, I can explain, usually doesn't end well for them. Lampy has hair? You would not believe how much hair I actually have. Behind this bald bug, the head of hair that goes... How do I explain that one? How long is this hair? I want to say it's almost arm's length if I... Yeah, I want to say if I grab my hair and I reach outwards, I can actually stretch my arm as far as it can go. Unless I turn my head. In which case, yeah. So that's the best way to put it. It's basically arm's length. So, if you've ever seen, like, have you ever seen those metal heads that, how do I put it? Oh, you know what? You know what? Metalhead hair. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you ever seen those metal bands when they're on stage and they start spinning their hair like a helicopter, yeah, I could basically do that. All right, let me catch up with a lot of reading because I missed a lot of stuff. Okay. Deformer like a folder? Indeed, deformer like a folder. Okay, then Mooney started barking. Lampy has hair. By the way, I replayed the last stream. Lampy Mac has an... Really? Really? Okay, did you really have to make... Why did you have to make that a sentence there, Spock? Pink hair could be your color. It could be. You never know. I could be rocking pink hair right now. You don't know. Actually, I will definitely say I'm not rocking any hair dye because that stuff's expensive. And I ain't got the money for that. And even if I did have the money for that, I'm still a cheapskate, so I probably wouldn't go to hair dye. All right. Why in the world would Lampy want an entire Resident Evil live-action movie collection? Maid outfit? See, this is why I can't put Mooney's throne. This is why I can't replace my throne link with Mooney's throne link instead. Because Mooney's gonna do something like that and just put a maid outfit on the throne, and then people are gonna be, you know, going to that one, assuming it's mine, seeing that and thinking, oh, so Lampy's finally accepted it. Like, no. Lampy is invite confirmed. Well, also no, because two things. One, I'm a dude. And two, I don't have black wavy hair. It's more like brown, scruffy hair. I'm giving y'all too much information. Like, if I don't stop myself now, someone's gonna someone's gonna convince me to just draw myself on stream. Like, Lampy face reveal unintentionally. Like, wait, hold on a minute. Also, personally, I feel like I'm in the shape of a football at this point. Let's see. Hair toss head banging tends to make tangles. It does. It does. You're not wrong. Yes. Okay, so we get Lampy hair dye. Don't get Lampy hair dye. I'll probably use it, but you'll never see it. I could totally lighten that hair easy. Wait, lighten what hair? Also, is that a crab? I think that's a crab. Hey, that's a crab. Speaking of which, I do want to make a crab model. I am sorry, Quee, but I want to make a crab model. Oh, your hair? Yeah, probably. I used to know a couple of goths before, and they used to, dye their hair blue and green and purple and stuff. And I saw how much hair dye they used. I'm just looking at that like, I ain't spending all that money. Your antennae is hair, right? I don't think antennae is hair. Is antennae hair? Maybe. Purple? Purple. Yeah, we're talking about purple. Oh yeah, I did say purple hair. But yeah, I also saw that they had to bleach their hair like a lot. They had to go blonde for a minute first before they could actually put the colors in. I'm just thinking, oh yeah, no, I'm not blonding myself. Well, I'm goth and I dye my hair quite a bit. Oh, so then yeah, you know full well about all this stuff. You know full well about the dyeing or bleaching the hair or blonding the hair, and then you put the color in because you need a lighter canvas. Something like that. I also remember that the goth friends that I knew, their dad would call them vampires, and when I had to move in with them for a bit because, tough times, he asked if I was a vampire too. I was like, no. No, I just hang out with them. You ever heard of okay, so, how do I put it? I've heard of this trend, or not so much a trend, but a pattern where you have this goth or metal group. Everybody looks all, everybody looks, gothic, vampire-like, all of that. And then you just have that one dude. Like, you have everybody cladded in black or very dark clothing, zippers and belts all over the place, chains, black lipstick, eyeliner, all of that stuff. And then you just have the regular guy, or the regular person. You got Raven, you got, what other goth names are there? Janos, stuff like that. And then you have Dave. I was Dave. I could definitely tell you that. I was definitely the Dave of the group. Every vampire group has one. That was me. And then there was a lot of drama, so I bailed. Oh my god, I bailed. Like, no. Let's see. But yeah, I don't think antennae are hair, but it's relatively close. It's also very, very delicate, which I'm also having a lot of problem with the 3D printer. I started printing these things out, and the antennae are the biggest struggle now. I despise the blonde part, but it's worth it, and I am quite experienced. You know what? Fair. Understandable. Lampy vamp. I think that would just be called a vampy. Although I will say, during these streaming years, for some reason, I had this funny idea that what if you bite the vampire? What happens to the vampire if you bite them? And so I was convinced, like, to steal the vampire's power, not become a vampire yourself, well, technically become a vampire yourself, but to steal their power and take their, or, steal their vampiric essence, turning them into a regular person, you gotta bite the vampire. Kind of like a reverse werewolf. Instead of you taking on the curse of the original werewolf by being bit by a werewolf, I'm assuming it's the other way around, where if you want to steal their vampiric powers and curse, you gotta bite them. So for a while, there was a moment where every time I heard someone was a vampire, on stream, of course, I was like, vampire? Target sighted. Come here. Hold on a minute. Like, target sighted. I found the vampire. Alright. It's time to steal that vampiric power. Time to change these bug wings into bat wings. Come here a minute. Whoops. Wrong button. There we go. Whew. You do kind of have to bite vampires to turn you... Oh, You do kind of have to bite vampires to turn you to drink their blood. Oh, so you have to drink the vampire. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part in Interview with a Vampire. I forgot that happened in that movie. I have 0 negative blood. I get the strangest stares from vampire streamers when I get raided in. That's because you got that rare blood. And I think it might be cold. Who doesn't like a good cold drink? Unless it's hot cocoa, in which case, if you get cold hot cocoa, then you just have chocolate milk, in which case, you may be a little disappointed in that. But I've yammered on long enough. It's time to get back to the drawing, or the rigging at hand. So, we got the rigging for the steering wheel. We got the rigging for the, we got the head tilt for the head. Now what we need to do is go back to the rigging for the face. Because the face layer itself, that's just going to be Y. Now we need to make the X angles. And how we're going to do that is just by taking these 2 sets of eyes. Click on that. Or we're going to select the 2 eyes. Go to the mesh top here, which you cannot see again. Hold on a minute. You know what? We're just going to hide this thing for a moment. I don't know what I'm trying to hide. Oh, this. No, not that. You know what? We'll figure it out later. Oh, here we are. There we go. So we're going to go to this mesh up top here. Click on, not mesh. We're going to go to the Create Warp Deformer here. Click on that. We call this eyes. Click Create. And this is going to be what we use to turn the head left to right. I know it's bobbing up and down a bit, but do not worry. We'll have that fixed up later. Next step. We go to the entire mouth shape. All of these parts here. We make a new warp deformer. We're also going to go to tutorial page for this. And we just call this mouth. Then we put create. Now we're going to have to work on some other things, but we'll get to that part when we get there. Actually, we could go to this section. Just select everything on the inside of the mouth. Let's hide these layers so you can see. And I know that looks like a white mustache, and now they just look like a happy old man driving into that Denny's. Directly into the building. But trust me, that's supposed to be teeth. Anyway, we're going to take these 3 parts, all 3 of these layers, the mouth, the tongue, the inside of the mouth, or the mouth, the tongue, and the teeth. And we're going to call this mouth inside. And we put create there. And let's make this layer. All right, we're going to select the tongue. Call that one tongue. Put create. And last but not least, just to be safe, I don't know if we're going to use this deformer, but you never know. Just to be 100% certain, we're going to make a deformer for teeth. There we go. Now we put create. Thank you for the save. Did I give a shout out to Brina? I might have. But just to be safe, I don't remember if I did, so let's give a shout out. Just in case. You make a very good point. Just in case, because I'm not certain. Go check out Brina. They play a good variety of games, really fun stuff, really hilarious streams. And if you're a fan of spooky games, that's a good place to go. They play a lot of spooky games. Like, whether it be intentional or not, but there's a lot of spooky games there. I meant the save part. Oh, you know what? 2 birds. All right, so now that we have all the parts for the mouth layer, we're going to have to do something else next, which is we're going to need to go to the top lips and all of these parts. We're going to need to bring these back. Because this is the part where we actually start making manual meshes. But let's start with this one in particular. Let's start with the top lip line. Because this is going to be very, very important. Thank you, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. No, thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. All right, so I've already shown you how to make an automatic mesh. We're not going down that road this time. For this part, hold on a minute. For this part of the mouth, we're going to need to be very, very specific. Also, can I do this on just this? Can I do this here? We're going to find out. We need to click on, instead of the triangle that says auto up top here, we need to click on this triangle that shows that tiny little ink pen. We need to click on that one. That one is the manual mesh. When we click on this, oh, perfect. We can do this we can do this on this side of the screen. I'm gonna need to shrink some of these down a bit though, so you could actually see it. There we go. That should be good. Let's move it over here. Now, for the manual mesh, you will see that we have 4 squares. Depending on if you made the automatic one or not, you'll see all these squares. We don't need any of these squares, so we're gonna hit Control A or the equivalent. We're gonna select all the dots. Also, ads start in a minute. We're gonna delete those. Actually, you know what? Because of this, we're gonna snooze the ads because I want this part to be explained first. So, while we are here, we remove the dots that we had, the vertexes, vertices, whatever you want to call them. We got rid of the dots. And we make this manually. Now, how do we do that? Very, very, well, it's going to be a little tedious, but I'm going to show you what we do. What we need to do is make sure that we look at our tool details, make sure that it shows a plus sign with a little pen on it. If it's there, then we're good. We could just get started. And what we need to do is just start making a bunch of dots all the way across the mouth shape. We need to make a bunch of little ones. The more meshes it has, the better this will work. The less meshes it has, the more blocky it's gonna look. Just like how old classic video games work. The more polygoned it's gonna look. That's. So let's click all these spots. Just put a bunch of dots across the line, across the way, as many as we possibly can, and make sure that we have at least 2 dots on each side sticking outside of the actual line. We don't want it to stop. Yeah, we don't want the shape to stop right in the center. Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you why we don't do it that way. I want you to look at the shape right now. Look at that. We got the rounded end there. Now let's say we made the shape like this. And we're just going to simplify over here and just click there, click here, click there. And you know what? This will actually be a perfect example. As you can see, it stopped just before, yeah, it stopped a little bit within the corner. And we didn't even finish off the second half. So it's only the mesh that we currently have. One, it's a little botched, and that's okay. The second part I want to bring up is that it doesn't even go over the bottom half. And now I'm going to show you why that is a very, very, very big problem. Because once I hit this check mark and I hide the bottom lip, you will see that this is what the top lip looks like. Because the mesh also shows everything that it only shows the parts of the layer that are contained within the mesh. If you went too far, or if you didn't go far enough, you'll see some choppy points like this, where it did not quite mesh properly. We don't want that. Now, if we reverse this back into the square, obviously it's going to show everything that's within it. So, this is why whenever we're making meshes, we want it to be around the actual layer. We don't want it to be exactly on the layer edges, or else you'll get something, you'll get something like this, and we don't want that. So, let's put that back in reverse. Let's go back to manual mesh again. Let's zoom out a little bit, select everything, delete it. Make sure it's on plus sign. It is on plus sign. Also, let me catch up some things. Does making the base rig for your YCHs save a lot of time? Does making base rigs for your YCHs save a lot of time? What are the pros and cons of making a base like this? Does it ever cause limitations depending on the design you apply it to? Okay, let's start with question number 1, because that is a lot of questions. Let me break these ones down to more digestible answers. All right. Does making base rigs for your YCH save a lot of time? Yes, because, for example, mouth rigs take a lot of time, but if you make a YCH, you don't have to make that mouth rig multiple times. You don't have to rig this part over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You have the rig done. You have most of it set. All you got to do is just tweak it a little bit, because you will have to adjust a few things. For example, let's say one character has a specific type of hair, the other one has a different type of hair, the other one has no hair, the other one has horns. You'll have to adjust the rig based off of those. Also, ads start in a minute. So it does save a lot of time. It's not an easy fix, but it saves you a lot of time. What are the pros and cons of making a base like this? I would say the pros and the cons are... Okay, so the pros. Again, time saver. 2, because it's a time saver, it's also a lot cheaper, which means more people are more likely to commission you for one. Because if it's a lot more affordable, and it's a funny little design, and the other plus is that it's a funny little design that they could have on the side. It's not their main model, which means they don't have to overly commit to it. And they could just pick one up, toss it there, have it as a redeem, stuff like that. And you know, again, it's a funny little design, so anyone and everyone could get a hold of one. Now for the cons. Well, I guess this goes into the limitations part as well. It can be a bit limiting because, how do I put it? The cons of it would be that, okay, how do I put this? There's a few different types of cons that you could consider. Not everyone is going to consider this a con, but depends. If it's a YCH, that means it's not custom made. It's not your specific, well, not entirely not your specific design, because some YCHs can be, you know, custom designed, but it won't be a one of a kind. That's the other word. Now, that could be considered a flaw, that could be considered a feature, that could be considered a benefit. If you're not the only one who has it, that means you could find other people who have one, and who knows, maybe you could connect in that sort of way. I don't know. But I would say that would be a funny collab. Like, if you know other people who have those models, try rounding everybody up, see if you click. I don't know. Worth a shot. It's worth a try. The other limitation is that some people may not want YCHs. Said nobody ever. I take that back. Well, okay. Some people might not want that, but you'll probably not see those people anyway because, you know, they don't want it. But most of the time, again, like I said, the pro is that a lot of people would go for one because it's cheaper, it's easier, it's a funny little thing. I have seen a lot of I've seen a lot of, not even seen it, I've also experienced this myself, where I've seen a lot of people pick up YCH models because, hey, cool, I like the design, now let me put my character's face on it. And the reason why I said I experienced this too is because a lot of people have, or a lot of the commissions I usually get when it comes to Live2d Rigging is usually the YCHs. Because, like I said, one, people like little funny gimmicks where you get to customize your own thing. I think this is why we also get video games where you get to customize your own character instead of just the standard character that they give you. Sometimes customization can really it can really sell whatever it is that you're trying to sell. So I would only say the only real con to this is when you make the standard design, it might not always be that simple. Because you will get a few people where their design is a little... what's the word I'm looking for? Their design is a little unconventional. And that can either make the job a whole lot easier, or can make it a lot more difficult. Now, it depends on how you want to go about it. Some people will say, if it does not fit the model, we cannot make it for you, I apologize. And then you have other people where they say, no problem, I will figure this out, I can make this happen. And then you have other people where they kind of meet in the middle, like, okay, I'm gonna level with you. The model is a little unconventional, but because of that, either A, if it's a simpler design and it makes the job easier, we're gonna lower the price. Or if it's a little more complex design and we have to add features to this model that normally wouldn't be there, or even re-rig certain parts. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not that, you know, how do I put it? Okay, so when it comes to YCHs, how do I put that part? When it comes to YCHs, sometimes the model will fit, or how do I put it? Sometimes you have to adjust, well, you always have to adjust the model to fit the design. But you also have to fit the design to fit the model as well, because, again, for YCHs, if your character has fangs or something, and the model rig doesn't facilitate fangs, the fangs might not be there. Or they might be under the mouth or something like that. Stuff like that. Anyway, you gotta get the design and put it onto the template, which makes things a little bit trickier. For example, like if the model has a mouth rig and the design has a beak, you can see where the difficulty comes in. Because of the difficulty and adding more work than would normally be needed, sometimes they may charge you more for that extra feature. So those are the three possibilities, which is they don't do the job at all, they have to charge you for the extra work that needs to be done to facilitate the model, or they bring the price down because your model made it a whole lot easier to actually work with and they barely have to do anything. Case in point, the Sherbert model, or the Sherbert drive emote over there. I actually charged them less because I didn't have to adjust the body, I didn't have to make hair, I didn't have to really do anything except lap it onto the thing. Well, obviously I still had to draw the actual features, but after the features were drawn on, I was just like, okay, all we gotta do is just toss it onto the template and boom, we're done. So sometimes when the job is easier, sometimes they may lower the price. I know I like to do that, but maybe not every place will do that, but some places like to do that. And they'll let you know up front. Ooh. Does it ever cause limitations depending on the design you apply it to? Yes. I went through the whole talk earlier, but to answer that question, since I already explained it, yes. Like, I did see a couple of, okay, these weren't part of the, these parts weren't part of the commissions, but I did see some designs where I looked at that and I thought, how do I put it? I've had some situations where I've seen designs and I thought to myself, I don't know how I would manage to set that up on your character here. Because there are some very, very unique and great designs out there. I want to emphasize, they are unique, they are great. But when you try to make that design fit with your character here that is conventionally standard, I'm going to consider this conventionally standard over here. When that happens, it makes things a little trickier. Like, I'm trying to give a good example. Okay, one example, plushie model. When I did a plushie model giveaway a long, long time ago, I saw a lot of designs that popped up that wanted to be a part of the plushie giveaway, and I was just thinking to myself, okay, one person has a mermaid tail. Another person has multiple arms with claws on them. And another person, I believe they were more animalistic. Or a furry. And I was thinking about all those designs and thinking, that's gonna be a tricky one. That is gonna be very, very tricky to pull on. It'll be doable, but that is gonna be very, very tricky to pull off. Especially for the plushie model. Like I said, again, it's doable, but very, very tricky. And if those were commissions, I would have to say, like, those ones would be the type of commissions where I tell them, I can have this done, but based off of the design, I'm gonna have to charge extra, because we gotta add in a lot of extra, you know, deformers and stuff for the rigs. Speaking of, let's go back to the mouth rigging. Let me show you how we're gonna make this mesh. I've rambled on long enough. So here's what we gotta do. We create the dots, and we make sure that the dot is just a little bit outside of the actual line. And then we click one, or it is actually on the line. And then we just keep on making more dots. More and more dots along the path. All the way across. All the way. From one end to the other. Like nobody's business. The more dots, the more complicated, but the more dots, the better quality. Well, also, if the lines aren't exactly straightened, that's okay. You can still work with that, but it might take a little more time. Or you can still work with that, you can still adjust it. Now, I will say this. Well, actually, I'll explain that part after. Now that we got that part, it's time to make a triangle. Let's make that triangle right there. We're also going to make the triangle on both ends. So we got this whole arrow on one side. We could actually do the same thing over here. Click on this end and make that arrow. Like so. Now that we got that, we're going to make some more triangles. So, drag this up, drop it down, drag it up, drop it down. Keep on going like that. And yes, this is going to look a little bugged for a minute. We could always adjust the placement later. But yeah, just keep on making those arrows, keep on making those lines, go all the way across from one end to the other. Just keep on going, keep on rolling. More triangles, make all them little teeth. We're basically making reverse teeth. One triangle after the other, 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 and boom. Now that we got that, we do the same thing on the other side. Triangle, 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 triangle. All the triangles, every single triangle you can make. If you can make a triangle, you place that triangle. Just keep on moving. Just keep on going. Triangle after triangle after triangle. Keep on making those triangles like it's making you money. Well, technically, if you're doing Live2d rigging, most of the time those triangles are making you money. So keep on making them triangles as if they're making you money. I also just realized, let's get rid of this part and that part because we don't want those parts. We're going to delete that and there and there and there. Now that we got all of that, what we need to do, drop another dot over here. There we go. And from there, that's when we make this triangle again. Because we need to make sure we got triangles and not a whole diamond. Now that we got all of that, we connect all the parts and the pieces. Let's see. Gonna look like a little bug? Well, a bug did make it. Okay. Okay. Alright, I see. Alright. Anyway, so, what we need to do, now that we got all of that done, we're going to go back to the top of this triangle, and we're just going to connect the dots. Connect the top of the teeth, and this is the perfect opportunity to line everything up as well. Let's actually bring all of this down, because I realized it is way too close up top. So we want to make sure that it's over it, but we don't want it to go that high up. Let's actually bring these down as we connect them all. Connect from one end to the other, like so. Just keep on going. Keep on rolling. Just connect it from one end, or from one triangle, connect it to the next triangle, bring it down to where it's just a little bit around it. Let's zoom in on this. You could actually see these dots as well. So what we're currently doing, click on the next one, adjust a little bit, click on the next and adjust it. And we just keep on going like this. We just keep on going, we keep on rolling. Make sure everything's all set up and even. Just keep on going like that. This one's a little too high. Let's bring this down a bit. There we go. Bring that and that. And this is why Live2d takes forever. And I haven't even gotten to the part where things actually get rigged yet. Buggy stream is buggy. Okay. Alright. This is what I get for reading. See, this is why I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Has taught me well. Don't read. Alright, now that we got that, I'm gonna go to the bottom half and do the exact same thing all over again. Hooray. And we just keep on going. One after the other after the other. Time after time and again. And if this is helping you figure out how to do Live2d rigging, I hope so. And if this is also steering you away from Live2d rigging and never wanting to do it again, but you still want a Live2d model, I take Live2d commissions. Yeah, I take Live2d commissions. You can find out all the information by either contacting me directly or going to the vgen page. Just put exclamation point vgen. And this is how we segue into shameless shilling. All right. Back to the project at hand. And, oh, that also leads me on to something else that I forgot that I wanted to talk about. So, I do want to set up, I want to make other videos while I wait for the editing of the, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to make other video tutorials, like other smaller, well, how do I put it? Now that I think about it, I started brainstorming this in my own head just right now. I wanted to make other videos while I wait for the final edits of the Live2d tutorial. For the Live2d tutorial, it's a bit of a ways away, because the person who's working on that, they got to deal with a lot of life stuff, which isn't bad. We talked about this one, and it's completely understandable. And while I wait for that, I got to figure out what else I got to do, or what I can do in the meantime. And I want to make other videos. And I was thinking maybe smaller videos of Live2d stuff, because I know I do get a lot of questions about certain Live2d things. And maybe I could talk about the smaller stuff, but at the same time I was thinking, should I talk about the smaller stuff now, or should I wait for the big tutorial so when I talk about the smaller stuff, all of that makes sense? And that's the thing I'm looking at. Like, I feel like I should just wait for that one. But in the meantime, I want to work on something else, though. What should I work on while I wait for the tutorial to be edited? Maybe drawing tutorials? Streaming tutorial? I don't know. I'll figure something out. Also, the music stopped. Let me get that back right quick. Get that, Moth? I mean, I wanted to put it in those words, but yes. If you need Live2d rigging, you know where to find me. Let's get that music back. Because I also do kind of need, what's it called? That's the word I'm looking for. Well, I don't need more commissions, but it is definitely something that I need to look into promoting more. And that's also kind of why I wanted to make the YouTube tutorials as well. Or more of the tutorials. While I put that, or yeah, while I wait, make other videos, get more marketing strategies. Get that stuff out there. I don't know, like I said, I'm just trying to shoot stuff while I can. Okay, I got a burst of inspiration with the pink dye Lampy. With the pink dye Lampy talk, so I drew a sketch of Lampy having fallen in a jar of pink dye. Okay, you know what you should do? Now that you mentioned it like that, Lampy just falling into a jar of pink dye. Have you ever seen Batman the Killing Joke? The comic, not the movie? Have you ever seen the comic of Batman the Killing Joke? When Joker falls into that vat of acid? Or chemicals? No, not acid, chemicals. When they fall into that vat of chemicals and they just, they fall out of the drainage and they're just in that puddle. I posted the art in the channel. Oh, so it's already too late. That's fair. Let me go see. Let me go see this stuff right quick. Okay, for some reason I can't help but see ice cream. Like I feel like I know it's supposed to be dye, but I can't help but see like Lampy just fell into a tub of ice cream. Also, thank you, Sherbert. Do you mind if I show it on stream? I always like to ask that before I do so because I don't want to just take the art and just be like, hey folks, check this out. I always want to double check with everybody before I do something. That is fair. But yeah, you'll let me know. Melted strawberry ice cream. Yeah, I don't mind at all. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to open up Photoshop. I'm going to go snag this image. I'm going to save this and put this in the whatchamacallit. I'm going to save this, toss it into the fan art page, because I always like to take these arts and toss them in the fan art page. Or, not page, folder. That's the word, folder. Now we're going to snag this image, toss it onto the Photoshop. Alright, so this is what Sherbert made earlier today. And not gonna lie, like I said, it reminded me of ice cream for a minute, but it cracks me up. Thank you there, Sherbert. I greatly appreciate this. And for a sketch, too. That's actually phenomenal. Melted strawberry ice cream? Indeed, that's melted strawberry ice cream. You know what? You know what? It's now my headcanon that I believe that Lampy didn't read and assumed that was a tub of ice cream. And just dived into it. Only to unfortunately find out, like, it doesn't taste like ice cream at all. Like, what is this stuff? And that's when you see at the bottom, that's when you see the hair dye. Maybe 15 minutes? That's actually pretty swift for 15 minutes. Would have taken me forever. Well, thank you there, Sherbert. I greatly appreciate that. I want ice cream now? Me too. Well, it's still open, but I'm streaming right now, and by the time I'm done streaming, that ice cream place is going to be closed. I'm going to have to wait for several hours later. Oh well. Well, he did learn from Yu-Gi-Oh! Not to read. Exactly. So it all comes full circle. Like, if I've... Like, 30 minutes earlier, if I've learned one thing from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's to not read. 5 minutes later, this is what happens when... This is where not... Yeah, this is where... How's it go? Oh, yeah. This is where not learning to read gets you. Love that so much? Yeah. Now I'm craving a Choco Taco. Me too. R.I.P. Choco Taco. I still need to go to that one place. Go get that ice cream. We will be here when you get back. Nah, it's fine. I'll get the ice cream tomorrow morning. Besides, I need to go to the supermarket and pick up shampoo anyway. I just ran out. I need to go buy shampoo, so Yeah, we'll get back to that later. Thank you for the art, Sherbert. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you for dropping the bird emo right there. Speaking of, I just realized something funny. So I was looking at so I stumbled upon this on Twitch. I was looking at things. I was watching that, or yeah, every time I try to set up a channel thingy, I usually have to go to the, I forgot what it's called, something dashboard. I forgot the exact word. But it basically shows me what's, it shows me a lot of statistics of what's going on the stream, what's going on the channel, what emotes everybody is using. Take a wild guess. What's the most used emote on this channel as of recently? You may not believe it. Some of you might be thinking, oh, it's the gun. Others might be thinking it might be the flamethrower. Some of you might be thinking it's the crazy lampy emote. Or maybe it's the drive emote. Take a wild guess. You know, you might also assume that it would be the cult emote too, I suppose. Y'all talking about ice cream and Quee over here shivering. You know what helps with the shivers? Ice cream. No, it doesn't. Don't believe me on that one, folks. I'm lying. Also, we are done with the mesh. It's not perfect. It's a little wonky, but this should be more than fine. We don't need it to be perfectly lined up. This should be perfectly fine as is. Now that we got all of that done, let's make sure that everything's in line, everything's in shape. Let's stretch this out a little bit more. Bring this a little bit further out. There we go. Now let's look back on the other side. Yeah, that one's just fine as is. Now that we got all of that done, let us put OK. Let's put that check mark and click, and boom, it is there. It is fine. And now we got to do the same thing for the bottom one. Or do we? Blankets? You would also think the blankets, but here's the funny thing. The one that is seeing the most use as of recently is one of the ones that Spock put right there. And it turned out to be the cheese. The cheese is the one most used as of recently. I don't know why. Thank you for the hydrate there, Lil. But before we hydrate, let's give a shout out to Lil because they outed themselves. So we gotta get them like they normally do to us because they always do that. Lil, Mooney, Bambi, Jira, Grimp, they all get me like that. Especially if they're doing a collab. God forbid they're doing a collab. If they're doing a collab, they all immediately like, Lampy's there. Get him, get him, get him. Like a raid boss or something. I know I said that last time, but that's usually how it goes. Also, let me see how to pronounce this name. I don't know. Oh. Aya. Aya is fine. Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you for the follow there, Aya. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Wait, did I give a shout out to Lil? I did not give a shout out yet. Hold on a minute. Oh no, I tried, but I failed. Let's try that again. Boom, there we go. Get him. Speaking of get him, welcome on in there, Jira. Give a shout out to Shadow Jira as well. You're saying get him, but you outed yourself too. Take that, Jira. Go check out Jira. Go check out Lil. Both of them very funny streams. I'm happy to be here. Yo, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad that you decided to stop by. Let's see. I'm trying to get a little macro for shoutouts. Fair. You should do that. It's always helpful. I need to get one of those set up too. But yeah, go check out Lil. Very funny streams, very chill times, very insane. I say that in the best way possible. Also, go check out Jiro. Jiro plays good variety games. Usually plays with their friends. It's a really hilarious time over there. Really great stuff. I highly recommend checking out them both. By the way, did you know that Jira has a shadow tax? Go pay the shadow tax. Turn them into a shadow wizard of the money gang. Okay, they're just a shadow, but give them enough money, maybe they'll buy a cloak. You never know. You never know. You never know. Pay the shadow tax. It's a fight on site? Yeah, exactly. Lil just immediately, like, sees me say or do anything in the chat. Like, Lampy's here. Them's fighting words. Moth tax? There's no moth. Well, there is a moth tax. Let me see. Another moth. Another moth. Oh, you know what? You know what? Have y'all ever heard of this moth? I don't know if y'all ever heard of this moth. There's a moth out there. They're called a Juniper atticus. Yeah. Very small up-and-coming streamer. You should totally go over there and pay moth tax over there. Totally
No
small
shadow
enough.
tax, but there is Limpi moth tax.
Okay, yeah, sure. Interrupt my joke like that. Thank you for the bits here. I greatly appreciate that. Also, Mattias, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Yeah. Yeah. Let me also get water right quick. And also, let's give a shout out to Mattias. Really funny streams over there. Really hilarious people. Go check them out when you get the opportunity. And also, can't wait for Risk of Rain 2 tomorrow. Alright, realign that spine. Good point, good point. Alright, so, now that we got the mesh for the top, we gotta, like I said, we gotta do the exact same thing for the bottom. But let's say you're lazy, and you see this, you're lazy like myself, and you see this, and you're like, God, no, I'm not doing this all over again. I already did it once. That was a lot of work. That took me forever. What makes you think I want to do that again? What if I told you that we don't have to? I'm going to show you what we could do. We're going to take this bottom layer. Well, first let's hide the top layer so you can see. We're going to take this bottom layer, delete it. It's gone. No more. We're going to go back over here. We're going to go to this top layer, and we're going to just copy it. And so you could actually see it on screen. We're going to click on copy. And we're going to right click again. We're just going to go to paste. And then boom. It made a second copy. Granted, it's called top. But it made a second copy. And it has everything set up. We don't have to worry about that no more. It's all done. Interrupting jokes goes burr. Jokes goes burr indeed. And welcome on in there, Mattias. You do your, oh yeah, save. Good idea. And welcome on in there, Glass Shark. And Sylvie, Sable Wing. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Sable, or Sylvie. What were you up to? What were you playing? Hope things were going well. I cannot spell to save my life today. There we go. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. How was Tales of the Abyss? Go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. And everybody stopping by from Sylvie Sable Wing stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Rigging streams, not drawing. Today is one of those rigging streams. We are currently working on... We're currently rigging a Your Character Here template. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Football-sized moth, love it. Yo, I'm glad that you like it. Welcome on in. Sylvie Flock Raiding. Yo, welcome on in. Hope things were well. Hope things were good. Game was fun. Nice, nice, nice. Oh my god. Moth? Yes, love it. Yo, I'm glad that you like them all. I drew and rigged myself. And everything you see here on the screen has been drawn and rigged by yours truly. Also, check it out. If you like the Moth model now, hold on a minute. Where's the button? Where is the button? Here's the button. Yeah, it comes with its own wings. It also comes with its own gun. I don't know, I just love showing off the gun. And I have yet to do that today. So, I had to take the opportunity while I had it. Whoops. Also, Arion Snow. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Whew. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm glad that you like all this stuff. Whoa, whoa, indeed. Oh no? Yeah, we're also gonna hide the gun. And Sylvie, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. You too are a lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Speaking of which, let me do the same. Hold on right quick. Boom. There we go. Gotta support the homies. But yeah. I hope you find all the shiny lamps. Indeed. I mean, we found one. Close enough. Here, you want it? Here you go. But yeah, what is Tales of the Abyss? If you don't mind me asking. Also, I always like to say, if I ever ask anything that's too personal, never feel obligated to answer any question that I say, or that I ask. Because nothing's obligated here other than respecting the chat, or yeah, respecting the streamer, respecting each other, and I will do the same to respect you as well. Makes things look fuzzy? Good. That means it's working. I mean, what? Well, I mean, don't worry about that. Just enjoy being a lampy. It's a JRPG on the PS2. Oh, wait. Okay, I think I remember the game. I just don't think I've ever played it, but I think I remember a lot of friends talking about that game. No, wait, I'm thinking of a different one. I don't remember what the other game was that I was thinking of, but it started with Tales of. And I think the main character was some dude with long hair and a katana. As opposed to how Final Fantasy was, where the main villain was some dude with long hair and a katana. It was something along those lines. But yeah, now that we got to that part, it's time, or yeah, we're gonna get back to the rigging at hand, and here's what we got. Okay, so we copied the top layer that we just rigged everything. There's a lot of Tales games. Oh. Did the guy, or yeah, let's see. Did the character have purple hair and a dog? I think there was a dog. Although I can't help but think, okay, I know the purple hair was definitely a thing. And I think he had a rival with blonde hair that was a knight. There might have been a dog. A blue dog to be specific. Okay, yes. I definitely remember there was a blue dog. Tales of Vesperia. That's the one. I think the dude's name was Yuri or something like that. That's all I really remember about the game. I remember seeing a friend play that game a really, really long time ago. Oh, so it is that one. Okay, so we figured out the game. Oh, right. Going back to it. So we got to go back to this top layer. This new layer that we just made, that one is called... No, wait. Is that the right one? No, this is the new layer. We're going to get this new layer, and we're going to call it... Bot. We put bot for that layer, and we drag this new copy down below. Oh, right. I got to drag it here. That should be good. What the... Yo, Remington and Anime Out of Context. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raids. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Remington. And let's give a shout out to Anime. There it is. Wow, Raidathon? Yeah. That's like 3 raids in less than what, 10 minutes? That's wild today. We got there? We got there indeed. Woohoo, woohoo indeed. Double raid? Oh yeah. Whew. Okay, so that's one raid, or that's one shout out for Remington, and let's give a shout out to Anime. What were y'all up to? What were you playing? Ooh, Split Fiction. How was Split Fiction? I hope you had a lot of fun with that. I hope it went well. And everybody stopping by from Remington and Anime streams. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on the rigging of a Your Character Here drive emote. We already got the wheel turning. Well, kind of. We got the deformers for the wheel turning, the head turning, all of that. We just need to make deformers for the head movement or the face movement, all of that stuff. We're getting there little by little. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you had a lot of fun with the game over there. Alright, let me try to catch up with some things. Also, Daniel the Weeb, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what it means, don't worry about it. We're catching up. We're catching up little by little. What are you doing on stream? Like, what stream is about? Perfect timing. I just answered that question, I believe. We're rigging a Live2d model right quick. It's going to be a Your Character Here, so it's going to be a template that we're putting on the vgen. If you want to know more information on that, just just click !vgen and you'll find all the answers you need. Also, welcome on in there, Karibo Lord. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. We were drawn in by the sweet moth model and the bird. Sylvie loves birds. Oh, fantastic. Then, okay. Funny enough, then, what's the word I'm looking for? Funny enough, we actually just finished off the character sheet for the bird not long ago. We actually put that one all over the place on the socials, so if you want to see more bird, there you go. Or if you ever felt like wanting to draw bird, there you go. Yep, we got bird. I've also been meaning on making a new updated model for this bird, as a matter of fact, because I accidentally drew a raven and not a crow, and I kind of want to redesign it as a crow, although I do kind of like the raven design, mostly because, you know, big bird. We might, I might go for the crow direction, or I might keep it as a raven, I don't know. Or I could just go with the lazy route and just keep drawing more ravens and call it a crow. If anyone asks, a crow. Even if none of the features, or even if all the features scream that it's a raven, it's a crow. Alright, let me catch up with something. We had fun. We aren't quite sure how we're feeling about it yet. Ah, fair. You know what? Give it time. You might make it further into, or yeah, give it time further in the game. You might like it, you might hate it. Who knows? Let's find out. I'm wishing y'all the best of luck regardless with the game. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no problem. No, thank you for stopping by. Burb indeed. Cute. No, I'm glad that you like the burb. Interesting. No, I'm glad to hear that it's interesting in some way, shape, or form. I vote more, or magpie? Magpie. You know what? What's a magpie? Let me look up magpie. I know that's a bird of some sort, but I've never heard of a magpie. Magpie. Oh, that's like a really thin crow. Long-tailed bird. Yeah, long-tailed bird. The crow fit. Oh, that's AI. Let's see. You know what? I don't know if Wikipedia is any better, but you know what? I'm giving Wikipedia a better shot. All right. Magpies are birds of various species of the family of Corvidae. Like other members of the family, they are widely considered to be intelligent creatures. If it's anything like the rest of their kin, they instigate a lot. That's the one thing I've learned about corvids, is that they love to instigate in order to get ahead in life. Like, there's a bunch of birds or a bunch of other animals by a swimming hole or a water pond or stuff like that. they will poke and they will prod until two other animals fight, and then boom, free water right there. That's what I've learned about birds, or especially the corvids, is that #1 instigators, Olympic level, yeah, Olympic medalists of instigating. And that's what makes those birds so funny sometimes. Also, they like to steal all the shiny things. That is also something I've learned about crows and other corvids is if you got something shiny, or if they find a shiny, they're going after it. Which also reminds me of a friend where their design is bat, but they definitely give off a lot of crow energy. They definitely give off crow vibes, and personally, I know they're a bat streamer, but I feel like this bat definitely should have been a bird. Because the moment they see a shiny, they're on it. Like, even if it's a bad idea picking up that shiny, they're gonna pick up the shiny. Oh, let's see. It's still a corvid. I like the raven because the symbolism associated with them. What's the symbolism associated with ravens? It's a black and white corvid. Ah, fair. Trap disturberies. You know what? Fair enough. Wait, is that what the corvids are called? Magpies can speak repeating... Oh. Magpies can speak repeating people. Wait, those ones can speak? I thought it was just a parrot. Can magpies speak? Batburb? I mean, they should be a batburb. Just give them a beak from time to time, because I feel like whenever they go after the shiny, because they will literally just say, ooh, shiny. And literally go after it. Quee as well, apparently, as well. But yeah, as soon as they see the shiny, they don't care. They just book it. No matter how many red flags are saying, don't go after the shiny object. They're like, ooh, shiny. And so I'm just thinking, you know what? They should have a toggle where they just grow a beak. Or just a beak pops up on their face. To show that, yes, they just got into bird... They just got into their bird mode. I think that would be a hilarious thing to do. It's shiny, it's theirs now. Exactly. Like, if they seen it, they now own it. So, hide your shiny objects if you see birds. Specifically, crows, ravens, magpies, apparently. Like any sort of corvid, if you have something shiny, you hide it. Or else it belongs to them. And you just don't know it yet. Let's see. Fun to look up rooks, crows, and ravens in mythology. I'm gonna have to look up these. I'm gonna have to look up and see what's these mythologies they got going on there. Also, now that there's a little bit of time, let's give a shout out to Karibo Lord. They have just gotten into the streaming recently. Really cool people. They also started using the Karibo model, and I greatly appreciate that. Imagine the toggle where the beak is attached via duct tape, or like a party hat. Yeah, that would be a great idea. I like that idea. Just toss some duct tape onto the beak. Should I make a PNG for that? I feel like I should make a PNG for that. Like this way, instead of just, just make a PNG so everyone can have this toggle. Like, if you feel like you're turning into a bird, boom, there's the toggle. Okay, I don't know why, but saying turning into a bird just reminded me of a song that I never looked into the lyrics before, but it was always an odd song. Like, I always question, like, what is this song even about? Good night, Moth. Good night there, Daniel the Weeb. I greatly appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. Typo best? Typo indeed. Okay, so, what was I talking about again? Oh, yeah. Y'all ever heard the song? And I don't know why. I feel like I'm going to get canceled just for singing this song. It was an old song from a long time ago. Where... how do I put it? was an old 80s or 70s, or maybe even, I want to say it was an old 80s or 70s song. So consider the time that it was brought up. But it was that song where the guy is just repeating the chorus saying, I think I'm turning Japanese. Like, it literally goes like this. I think I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. And I really questioned that one day earlier this month in October. I thought to myself, what are the lyrics? Do I even want to know what the lyrics are? I feel like I'm going to regret looking these up. Yeah, no, it was even weirder than I thought because, well, it was nothing bad as I thought it was, because I thought it was just this guy who was catching signs and, like, assuming stereotypes and all of that. I thought it was going down that road. No, it turns out it's this guy who misses his ex. Yeah. Outside of that chorus, it's just this guy that's looking at photos of him and his ex and just reminiscing about the older days and how he's got way too many photos of him and his ex. And then it just immediately just switches to those lyrics. Turning into a burb, you say? Yeah, like what's it called? Getting a PN or drawing a PNG so everyone can just turn into a bird whenever they want with duct tape. But yeah, just hearing that song, I was just like, what on earth? Let's see. I think I'm turning Japanese was a weeaboo anthem in the 90s. Ah. Okay, I could see why they would take that one as an anthem, but when you actually look into the lyrics, you find out has nothing to do with turning Japanese. It's a breakup song. With some really odd lyrics, or not a really odd lyrics, with a really odd chorus. I also looked into it more. What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, from what I last remember, the lyrics is like, I got your picture. I got your picture, something, 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 and I look at it every day. I got your picture. I don't remember the rest of it, but it's like, he's just basically talking about how he's got his ex's picture and he's got a lot of them and he looks at them every day. And then all of a sudden, it just immediately, just out of nowhere, just breaks in a chorus of I think I'm turning Japanese. And I was like, what? Apparently, in an interview with the band that made that song, it's supposed to be about someone losing his marbles. Like, it's supposed to be someone losing his marbles after a breakup or something like that. And I just looked at that. Okay, I did not hear about that part until after I looked at the lyrics, because I was looking at all this stuff like, none of this makes any sense. What am I listening to? What does this have to do with... Okay, what does turning Japanese have to do with the rest of the lyrics? What does the rest of the lyrics have to do with the chorus? What is this? And that's when I looked into it more, like, what do the lyrics mean? What am I reading? What am I reading? What am I listening to? And then it turns out, yeah, no, it's supposed to be a guy. It's a breakup song about a guy who's losing his mind. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, now that we got all of that done, we're gonna go to the top lip and the bottom lip. Now, you're probably looking at these and thinking, okay, why do you have blue lips? And one, they liked a lot of blueberries. Specifically artificial blueberries, because regular blueberries wouldn't make your mouth that blue. Artificial blueberry flavor, that's definitely going to make your face this blue. Now, the other reason why we did this is so we know where the shape is going to be. And I'm going to show you how these two blue shapes are going to hide the mouth, the inside of the mouth, seamlessly. In Live2d, I'm gonna show you. So here's what we're gonna do. we're going to take the mouth, or yeah, we're going to take the inside of the mouth layers. Actually, first, we're going to take the top and the bottom lip. We're going to go to our inspector tab. We're going to drag all the way down to the bottom until we see opacity. And from opacity, we're going to drop this down to 0. Now you're going to see the teeth, which makes it look like an old man mustache. J. Jonah Jameson. Or what's that one guy? Lois's dad from Family Guy? And now we're going to take the inside of the mouth, top teeth. You know what? I should take these top teeth and put them... You know what? We'll work on that later. Anyway, we're going to take these layers. The tongue, the inside of the mouth, and the teeth. And we are going to go to our clipping mask over here. We're going to select the top and the bottom, or yeah, the top and the bottom layer, the blue tops there. Or Omni-Man. Omni-Man, true. Mark, this is good news. We can finally be bees. I like the... Also, welcome on in there, IV. I like the hot dog, not evil, or yeah, not evil? Yeah, I'm glad that you like the... I'm glad that you like the con dog. That was a fun project. Blame both Not Evil and Menexus for making that happen. The reason for the chorus was because he was obsessing through photos, and Japanese tourists were always taking pictures more than buying souvenirs. Oh, fair enough. Still, that one caught me out of the blue. Still, regardless. Okay, so, now that we got the clipping mask... Oh, right, I should probably explain that part. Let's actually go back over here. Now that we got the opacity to the upper lip... Oh, no, we already talked about that part. We're going to take the inside of the mouth, the teeth, and the tongue, and we're going to go back to the inspector tab, but instead, we're going to go to clipping ID, go to this box, click on that, make sure we clicked on the top blue circle, or the top blue shape. Oh, you can't see it from here. Let me go to tutorial screen so you can see it. When we click on the clipping ID, or, you know, click on this little box here on the clipping ID, you will see that blue shape. You will see two blue shapes. We click on both of them, and now we have the clipping mask on that. However, you will already notice that the teeth, or all the layers are still visible. I thought we were supposed to make them invisible. In fact, we just made the opposite effect, where the teeth are only showing so long they are in the shape, you know, the blue shape. That is the only time we actually get to see those teeth. We want the opposite effect, where the teeth are only visible when they're not behind the invisible lips. Now, how do we fix that problem? It's very, very simple. You see where we put that clipping ID? Right below it is something that's called invert mask, which means instead of having it visible within the shape, it does the opposite. It only makes them visible when they're outside of the shape. You see it everywhere else except when it's behind the mouth shapes, when it's behind the lips. So, when we do something like this, let's take the top two layers and just move them up. They start talking. You could see that the mouth are right behind it. Now, this is a very good thing to do when you have rigs, or not so much rigs. This is a very good this is a very solid option that you could go with if you have model arts, like, let's say your character has patterns on their faces. Like, let's say one black or one white, or they have markings or blotches or stuff like that, or even freckles, or just anything. Or maybe they have a lot of gradients on the face. And instead of trying to line up the lips to where they match that shape all the time. Instead, you can go with this route. And you'll never have to worry about lining anything. You'll never have to worry about lining up the lip in that way ever again. Boom. It's done. It's solid. You're good. That and another interesting thing that you can do, because I'm going to show you one other part. Let's say we take these layers. Let's keep them as blue. Let's say when you move the mouth across, you will see that it kind of goes a little too far, and normally you would have to take all these shapes and just stretch them, or, you know, squish them inwards to where you would have to shape it around that to where the mouth actually, where the lips are within the mouth line, in the mouth shape. And that would get pretty difficult to deal with. But because of the reverse clipping mask, right, wrong one. We got to go back to these two. Because of that reverse clipping mask, don't have to worry about it. It's hidden behind those things. So we're good, we're solid. We won't have to worry about that one as much. So it makes things a whole lot easier to work with. I hope that helped, or yeah, if you have ever wanted to get into Live2d rigging, I hope this helps you in some way, shape, or form. Oh, and the best part, you don't even actually have to worry about you won't have to worry about rendering the upper and lower lip, because they'll be invisible anyway. Just put a shape, and boom, you're good. Also, add start in 45 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Add start in 40 seconds. But yeah, going back to the Omni-Man thing, we get to be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. And then I see Ryu put that message. Are you sure? I love the Invincible memes. Most of them, anyway. Drew King DDD. Ooh, nice. King DDD is a real one right there. That's a true king right there. All right. I know you taught... Oh, I know you taught... Wait, what's this? I know you thought Walt Disney. I just don't have enough evidence to prove it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I completely forgot about Walt Disney. Like I said, I think J. Jonah Jameson... I didn't even think of Omni-Man. I kind of want to try Live2d rigging, so this is cool seeing it live. Would be fun, but brain is scuffed. You know what? I don't blame you. Brain is definitely scuffed. Brain is a tough one. Also, what's this badge that Twitch is telling me? Earned the C-class... Let's see. Awarded users have more than... Oh. Yeah, okay, thanks, Twitch. Also, I just realized the music... Okay, well, no one could hear the music on their end, but let's go back to the drawing screen, because I think I got everything. We'll come back from the ads later. Alright, let me see. What was I doing again? Okay, so we got all the mouth rigging part done. So what we need to do... Eyes, top of the head. Oh, blinking. We need to add blinking to this sucker. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, welcome back from the ads there, folks. Also, Jockey, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, yeah, don't blame you there, Sylvie. Live2d rigging, okay, it's two things. One, it's deceptively simple. Because, again, when you first see it, the toughest part about Live2d is learning it. Learning it is very, very tough. But if you can figure out how it works, you've made it past the highest hurdle. Because once you've figured out how it works, that is when you have a lot of abilities on your hands. Because if you ever wanted a model, or if you ever wanted a design, or something came to mind like, oh, you know what? I like this idea. I want to do that. You know what? You don't have to wait for someone to make it for you. You don't have to work with artists. Well, you might still have to work with artists. It depends on you. But you don't have to work with people to rig the stuff for you. It's like, oh, you know what? I got an idea. Let me make this. The only difficult part, I would say, afterwards, the only difficult part is how tedious it becomes. Because again, I haven't even used the parameters yet. This is the part that actually makes the model move afterwards. This is the programming part. Right now, everything you see right now is just setup. I will tell you, even that part, it takes a lot of time, but it's definitely well worth it. And unless you're someone like me, the rigging can go really, really fast. Now, the reason why I say, unless you're someone like me, is because if you go with conventional model designs, if you have a conventional model, if you yourself have a conventional model design, you'll be fine. If you're someone like me who decides to make a full-on mech, flamethrower and everything, then you might have a problem on your hands. Because there's no tutorials that are going to help you with this. Yo, Miyu, welcome on in. Check this out, flashbang. But yeah, if you're someone like me who goes with conventional directions, then the difficult part is brainstorming, how can you make this work? But it's also a lot of fun. It's also a lot of fun. So I would say, give it a shot. I would also recommend the channel. That's the word I'm looking for. I'd also recommend the channel. I'll figure out the name of the channel while we give a shout out to Miyu. Go check out Miyu the Mermaid. And thank you again for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. How was... Wait. I remember. I was watching a bit of the stream earlier today. What was it you were playing? Let me figure this out. I remember watching. I was hiding, lurking in the background. I saw it was you and a couple of friends playing... Dang, what was it? I can't remember. I apologize there, Mew. I remember I was lurking for a bit. Paranormal Cleanup. Okay, I don't think I saw that one. Maybe it was a different game? I was doing demos mostly, but played Fortnite. That was the one I saw. I was gonna say, like, Paranormal Cleanup. Hold on a minute. I know I didn't see that. But yeah, everybody stopping by from Miyu's stream. Well, one, go check out Miyu. They do a lot of drawing. They play a good variety of games. And if you want a stream that goes for hours on end, so you can have something, you know, just hang out or have something to watch while you're taking care of things, this is a good place to go. Because if you ever felt like, I like these streams, but sometimes they go by too quickly and then they drop me off somewhere, go check out Miyu the Mermaid. They go on for hours. That is a good place to go. And like I said, they play a good variety of games. They do streams with a lot of their friends. They do a lot of art. All of it phenomenal. Go check them out when you get the chance. And everybody stopping by from Miyu the Mermaid stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Not drawing streams, rigging streams. We are currently working on a Your Character Here drive template. Going to become a model. We already made a Your Character Here drive emote. You can see one of those in the... Yeah, you can see one of those in my emotes. In the emote section over there. But now we're turning it into a Live2d model because somebody recommended it, and I was like, you know what? That sounds like a genius idea. Let's make a drive template. Or let's make an actual drive model. And also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Alright, let's catch up with a lot of the raiding, because I feel like I missed a lot of stuff. Miyu has come to take some waves. It's the Mermaid Raid. Yo, welcome on in there. How was everything? Because I know you were working a lot, or you were doing a lot of stuff. You were playing a lot of stuff. Lamek. Yeah, this is what I mean by... Sometimes there's unconventional designs, and those ones will take forever. Those ones will be a struggle. But it's not so much a struggle of making it work, but more so a struggle of figuring out how you're going to make it work. Also, Mech, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Myoto, also thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. But, like I said, if you go with conventional designs, speaking of which, I'll show you a conventional design right now. Okay, we're going to upgrade the bird. And because it wasn't redeemed, I'm not going to have the bird steal reuse card, so you win this round there, Ryu. But anyway, I'm going to show you a more conventional design. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. There you go. If it's a more conventional design, then it's a whole lot easier to work with. But because, you know, there's a lot of tutorials that you could use to learn how all of that stuff works. But when you're working on stuff like I do, the only thing you could really rely on is the bare bones minimum, how the basics work, and after that, you gotta figure it out yourself after that point. Also, if you like wings, hold on. The wings was another one where it was like, okay, let me figure this out. Let me figure out how I'm gonna make that work. Alright, there we go. Alright, back to bird. But yeah, I just wanted to show that for a second. Alright, let me see. Did somebody say Mech? Indeed. Welcome on in there, Mech. How you be? So neat. Yeah, I'm glad that you like it. Alright, also, I forgot to drink. How to brainstorm a mech. Setup 1. Be a crazy Essentially, you gotta be a little crazy to go with trying to design stuff like that. And even then, what I've done still ain't nothing compared to what I've seen when it comes to a lot of the showcases in Live2d. They are wild. Some of the most wild things are on some of the simplest of tasks. Like, okay, when I say simplest of tasks, I mean, on paper they sound simple. Like, a full rotation of your Live2d model. On paper that sounds simple, until you realize how many layers that takes and what sort of rigging goes into that, and then you... And I don't even know how they come up with making a full rotation of a Live2d model. At that point, I'm just thinking, why? I mean, congratulations. Holy cow, that is phenomenal work. And yeah, that's one heck of a thing. At the same time, I'm thinking, why not just go 3D? It's easier. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But also, let's give a shout out to Sugar Mutant. And we're going to have to catch up with a lot of the reading because I know there's a lot of stuff going on. We're going to get through it little by little. Whew. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of fun with all those games. I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of fun with the stream. And again, I thank you greatly for the raid. Yeah, I'm going to raid and run for a little lurk. Oh, for a lurk? All right, you do your lurking there, Miyu. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. All right, let's catch up with a lot of things. I thought you already had a YCH for this. I had a YCH for the emote. And you're not wrong, I did have a YCH. That one was for the emote. Now we're making a full-on Live2d model for it. Also, Common Writer, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And Roadkill. Hey, speaking of Live2d rigging, go check out Roadkill. They also do Live2d rigging. They also do a lot of arting. They also play a good variety of games. They also play the Minecrafts, all that good stuff. And they also have a feature on their model that has a very spooky face. I really like that design. I don't know why. This reminds me of the 2005 Flash game Interactive Buddy. I mean, maybe. Well, maybe not maybe, but I could see why it reminds you of that. Maybe, I think. But also, welcome on in there, Myoto. I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Alright, let me see. Emote done before. Model option being rigged now. Yeah, we're doing the model option now. I do have to go sleep. I want to keep watching, but gotta Z. Maybe I'll watch back the VOD. Alright, no worries there, Sylvie, and I thank you for the raid again. I greatly appreciate it. I hope this helps in some way, shape, or form. And if you ever decide to do any Live2d rigging and you have any questions, feel free to ask. I always like to ask it, or I always like to answer any questions when it comes to this sort of stuff. Wings, wings indeed. As you can clearly tell, I like drawing things that have wings. I don't know what it is, I just like wings. But yeah, you take care now there, friend. All right, rigging is hard. Rigging is hard. Thank you for the hydrate there, Spock. But yeah, rigging is definitely tough. It takes a lot of work. And welcome on in there, Common Rider. Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Or do you prefer Kuga? You let me know. I really appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, the one thing, I will always say this, the one part that always gets me when it comes to Live2d rigging is the mouth rig. That one is the toughest one. That's the part that takes the most work. Like that part, like, Oh, and just the entire head. The entire head is the one that takes all of the work, but understandably so. When it comes to streaming, that's the part you're going to see the most, is, you know, the face. So the face has to be, like, on point. Oh, Slime Rancher. I didn't know you played Slime Rancher there, Roadkill. I've been caught. Yeah, indeed been caught. Wait, did I give you a shout out there, Sugar? Oh, I did. Go check out Sugar. They play a good variety of games. They do a lot of art. They also started dabbling in the Live2d. Go check them out when you get the chance. I highly recommend it. I really appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. No, wait, I already read that part. Question. Will this be on the upcoming test? Yes, they will always be on the test. And if you fail that test there, Ryu, then I'm sorry, but you go into the barn. No, wait, why am I facilitating this? You know what? No. Ignore all of that. I hate mouth rigging. I love doing the eyes. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I just like working on anything else but the mouth rigs. Like, if it's the mouth rig, I'm like, yeah, nope. I don't. This is why Lampy doesn't have a mouth. Well, not only that, but the first time I tried to figure this out, I decided, you know what, let me go small. Let me go slow. Let me start small. Let me work on something where I don't have to do the mouth and the eye rigging as normally one would normally do. Let me make my way there first. Okay, free barn visit. You know what? I'm just gonna... You know what? No. You know what? I take it back there, Ryu. I take it back. You're not gonna go see the barn. You're gonna watch Despicable Me 1, 2, maybe 3, and the Minions movie. That's what you're gonna be watching. Yeah, I did it. So much fun. Ah, fair. I haven't gotten to play Slime Rancher 2 yet, mostly because I haven't finished Slime Rancher 1. And I heard that I'm really far away from even getting close to finishing Slime Rancher 1. I need to get back to Slime Rancher one of these days. Understandable? Yeah. In my opinion, Slime Rancher would be more accurately titled Plort Economic Management Simulator. Yes. From what I've seen, from what I've played, yes. Slime Rancher should be called Plort Economics. I mean, I guess that's what you're doing on a ranch. Lampy Souls model win. You know what? You make a good point. Okay, I haven't played Dark Souls yet, so I should make a Lampy Souls model. How would I go about making a Lampy Souls model? I need to write this down first, and then I need to figure out, how do I go about making that type of model? Do I just make Lampy with a helmet? Do I make a zombified Lampy? Do I make a shriveled up, yeah, do I make just a shriveled up Lampy, because that is Dark Souls for you? Like, unless you're playing Sekiro, Elden Ring, or Bloodborne, your character looks like a raisin. Prove me wrong. Basically just Dark Souls. The only one that makes you look like a raisin is Dark Souls. Lampy Souls mod. You know what? I should play Elden Ring this January. I think January is a perfect time to play Elden Ring again. So maybe I can make a Souls model for Lampy and Elden, or yeah, in January. What if Let Me Solar but Lampy? So I just put a jar on my head. Good question. So many ways to go about it. Very, very true. Okay, I don't know how to feel about that one, because on one hand, okay, not so much that idea, because I like that idea, like, there's so many ways to go about it, but something just popped into my mind and made me think, art contest, and then I thought, like, I don't know about art contest, like, that just feels, how do I put it? On one hand, I would like the idea of just having people just throw an idea out there, like, everybody draw a Souls Lampy, let me see what ideas you got. Whatever idea is the best one, that's the model that it's gonna be. But at the same time, I feel bad about that, because that means all the other ideas would not be picked. And I don't know, something just seems bad about that. Not so much bad, but there's just something that I'd feel too guilty about it. That's the word I'm looking for. I'd feel too guilty about the idea of just like, I only pick one out of all these other ones, like the rest of them, like just cool designs, but that's about it. Like, I don't know, I'd feel bad about that, so I don't know about that one. I mean, this is why I'm probably not going to do the art contest idea thing. Plus, I would have to give a prize, and I need to figure out what's a prize, and then I've learned how other prize situation. I already know another bug that tried to do an art contest, and that ended up miserably. Lampyverse? Lampyverse indeed. Why, what are we talking about? Okay, let me see. Dark Souls 2 model. Oh, Dark Souls 2 model might need to rig for the changes of nature options as well. Wait, what do you mean? What do they wear? Just default armor? Oh, just default armor? Oh, just default no armor with weird underwear. Okay, so the dude from, or the Let Me Solar dude, they just have a jar on their head and two katanas. One blood, one frost. The Lampyverse indeed. I mean, we are going down that road. Okay, so also Roadkill. I'm not sure if you were there for that, but there was the idea that, okay, a lot of people have been tossing the Lampyverse idea, mostly because I wanted to make other bug versions of Lampy. I mean, they're technically still Lampies, but there'll be other bugs, like a praying mantis, a scorpion, a tarantula, a rhinoceros beetle. No, stag beetle. Yeah, stag beetle. No, not the stag beetle. Hercules beetle. Yeah, the Hercules beetle. Maybe a dragonfly. The list goes on because there's God knows how many other bugs. But you see what I mean. And because I wanted to make other bugs, people have just been calling it like alternate Lampies from alternate universes. And I'm like, I'm not going to make a Lampyverse. You know, a story goes downhill when they decide, let's make a multiverse or time travel, or a mixture of both. I'm not going down that road. Also, Spooky, thank you for the posture check. I greatly appreciate that. And welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Dark Souls 2. Oh, let's see. Dark Souls 2 has a game feature where your character can be changed mid-game. It's still got proportionate advancement based on your stats. Its nature, aka, has changed because of the feature. Oh, that kind of nature. Gotcha. Oh, I didn't know that. Kind of reminds me of Fable. Like, there was this one game called Fable. I don't know if y'all know about it. Very obscure game. Actually, I don't know how popular or unpopular Fable was, but yeah. So, in the game Fable, you would get this one thing, or your character would change based off of a lot of things. If you built up your archery, you would grow taller. If you built up your strength and health, you would get bigger, bulkier. If you were morally righteous, you would grow a halo. And you would grow a halo and you would glow. You would be absolutely radiant. If you chose all the morally reprehensible directions, which was also questionable sometimes, but yeah, if you chose the morally questionable choices, you would grow horns. There would be a smelly aura coming off of you. I know that it's supposed to be like this dark essence, but it just made it look like you were stinky. Or smoking. Something like that. It looked like you were either burnt or you smell like a garbage dump. That's what the evil aura, I put in quotations, made it look like. It just made it look like you stunk. So yeah, I don't know about that one. POV driving home after the boss told you to re-sweep the store. There was a tiny bead on the ground. Oh god, that's a... Yeah, that does look like the blank stare of... What am I doing with my life? You know what? If I didn't have bills, I would quit this job right now. Let me zoom in on this one so you can look at this expression. Like... They said go in... Yeah, they said get that degree. That degree's gonna get you places. Go to college, they said. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I'm working at a fast food joint. Not even the manager. At least with the manager, I could say I'm doing something with my life. No. Even as a manager, I still feel pretty bad. Then I gotta listen to the regional managers. There's like 50 of those. But I still have to listen to like 4 other managers, and those managers are telling me what those 50 regional managers are. So I don't really know. You know what? Maybe I should just keep driving. Just keep driving until the gas disappears. And then find out where it takes me. Maybe I'll have a spiritual awakening of some sort. But I gotta wake up in the morning tomorrow. I'll just watch the last 3 seasons of Jerry Springer and then call it a night. Maybe life will get better tomorrow. And then that's about it. God, even now, I'm not gonna lie, that story made me feel depressed. Don't let me roll with stories. Don't let me, long story short, don't let me in the kitchen. I'm not gonna cook up anything good. Alright, Fable. Never played it, but I know many who did. I will say this, the first Fable, absolutely amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. That one was a lot of fun. Granted, there were some limitations like armor and weapon. Well, not the weaponry, but the armor was a little limiting. Just a little bit. You couldn't customize it as much. Fable 2, they fixed that part, and they gave you a dog. The downside was, not really a great final boss. And the villain, you don't really get to give him the comeuppance that you really, really wanted to. It was a little lacking at the end. And the fact that there was no reset when you die also kind of made it a little meh. Then Fable 3, they just kind of bare-boned everything. I'm not gonna lie to you, Fable 3 was very much lacking. And don't get me started on the fetch quests. Or, not the fetch quests, what are they called? Escort quests. And you have to escort one person somewhere else. God, those were some of the worst missions in any game imaginable. But somehow they made this one worse. You are forced to hold the character's hand and they slow you down significantly. So you don't even get to run at your regular speed. You literally have a ball and chain. I'm not even talking about metaphorically. You have a ball and chain just attached to you whenever you have to do an escort quest because they literally drag you down. This is Fable 3, by the way. Fable 2, that one's pretty fun. You can still play that one. Even though it's lacking some things, it's still pretty fun. Fable 1, that's the best one in my personal opinion. It's still lacking some things, but that one was absolutely amazing. Alright, so strengthen archery build equals himbo build. Yes. Yes, very much. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so also, now that you mentioned that there, invisible lock. Now that you mentioned that, I forgot. When you build magic in Fable 1. You know what it does? It makes you age. You look old after magic. I forgot about that part. You get older as you learn magic. They literally turn you into a wizard. You could be at a very, very young age, but at the moment you max out wizardry, you get runes all over your face, and then all of a sudden, boom, beard. Like, basically, that's basically the best way to put it. You are, like, young and aged, and as soon as you get that beard, or as soon as you get all the magic in the world, boom, instant beard. Just like that. Instant beard, instant wrinkles. You are now old. Congratulations. You are a grand wizard. There's no such thing as a young grand wizard. Sorry, I had to break it to you like that. Also, Riker, thank you for the crab rave and the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. We're just trying to catch up with a lot of things. 8% of people's first major debt comes from college. Yes, exactly. And sometimes you don't even get the job you wanted after going to that college. I have a friend with a degree in teaching. She got a better paying job as a tour guide. You know what? Not bad. Not bad. Moral of the story, don't go to school. I was actually considering quitting my job today just to screw my manager over. See, so I wasn't wrong. And sometimes those are some of the best feelings in the world, to just say, you know what, I quit. Like, what do you mean? We need you here. Well, too bad. He made to redo the task that took an hour and a half the time. Oh God. Yeah, see, that's when you quit right there. I have a friend who got a degree in teaching and then got their first student teacher position, and a student framed them for a violation, getting them banned from the entire state educational system for employment. Oh, for employment because of their because they use social media. Wait, what? Dude, that sucks so much. Moral of the story, don't go to college, because that might happen. Hi, yo, welcome on in. In Fable 2, I accidentally killed the boss thinking he would monologue at me while I attacked him. I literally spent hours maxing everything before this fight. Fable 2. Wait. When you say you maxed out to kill the boss, are you talking about the last boss or a boss? Just a boss in general, or are you talking about the very, very last one? But the F, I just got off work? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, this is why jobs are tough. This is also why I wouldn't want to be a manager, because I feel like sometimes there's two different types of managers. There's the ones where they're taking full advantage of their job and they don't care. And they just want you to do your job right, even if they're not doing their job right. I've seen those managers. I dealt with those managers. And then you have the managers where they know this is messed up. They know this is gonna suck having to talk to you about it, because in all honesty, they know that you don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear this. Matter of fact, I don't even think they need to talk to you about this, because you ain't doing nothing wrong. And they see it. But their higher ups need them to talk to you about something that probably sounds really, really dumb to the both of you. But because they ain't got else a choice, or else it's their job on the line, and they'll just find someone else to talk to you about it, they have to talk to you about it. And so they gotta look like the bad guy, because some higher-ups are being dumb. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something further up the ladder too. But like I said, there's two different types. There's the ones where they gotta talk to you, unfortunately. I know, this is dumb. I wish I didn't have to talk to you about this, because this is pretty dumb. But I gotta talk to you about it. And then there's the ones that take their job too far. Not even too seriously, just too far. Because, you know, it's like, hey, I made it to where I am. You do better. That's your problem, not mine. Those are the ones that suck. The last boss in that game, Lampy, the last one. Oh. Yeah, I just wanted to make I wanted to make 100% sure that we were talking about the same thing. Deciding what game to play. Night Rain. Or Risk of Rain 2. But yeah, I see what you mean there, Tron. Yeah, like grinding everything just to get ready for that boss, only to find out like, oh, that's it? Oh. Okay. Alright. I see what this game is all about. I see what just happened. Alright. Lampy technically manages... I don't manage anything. The only thing I manage is to not lose my sanity because of you folks. Thank you for the hydrate. Or thank you for the stretch. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, so I think we got everything ready for that part. I think everything is all set. Oh, right. We needed to make... You know what? We'll make those later. So here's what we got to do. Now that we got all that set, it's time to work on actually making this sucker move. Actually getting the rigging done. Let's start with the head. Let's start with angle Z, because that's the easiest one. So, what we need to do is go to that red box over, or that red circle over there. That's our rotation deformer. Click on angle Z. And now we go to this tab over here that says parameter. And you will see that there's a parameter that says angle Z. Make sure that one's highlighted. Make sure that one's clicked and highlighted when you do all of this. Because now we need to make this sucker actually move. So now that we got our rotation deformer, head Z, and our angle Z on the parameter tab selected, we can go to our 3 green dots right over there. We put those 3 green dots. Now, what did that do? Well, if you see, we got a red circle. If we move it to the right, nothing happened. If we move it to the left, still nothing happened. That is because this is the part where we got to do some programming in a way. I know that sounds very intimidating, but trust me, this isn't going to be as bad as actual programming. Or as fun. Or, you know, you see what I mean. Like, depending on the type of person, programming can be absolutely amazing, a lot of fun, or be a lot of pain. Okay, actually, I take it back. For programmers, it could be a lot of fun and a lot of pain. There's no denying that part. But let me just show you how this works. Now that I think about it, let me show you how this works. And before we get started, I always like to say, this is something similar to, imagine a car. Surprisingly appropriate this time. Imagine a car. In its simplest of forms, in its simplest of terms, like just the bare concept of a car. You got 3 things, if we're taking it down to its bare minimum. You got the vehicle itself, you got the tires, and the steering wheel. What do those 3 have to do with anything? Well, the vehicle itself is, you know, the thing you pilot, the thing you drive. That's your model. Like the whole model right here, that is your car. Now the tires, you know, the tires go round and round and all of that. You know the song, The Wheels on the Bus? That's basically how the tires work. They get you moving from point A to point B. They either get you moving forward or they get you moving backward. That would be your deformers right here, your green boxes, all of this stuff. These would be your deformer, or these would be your tires. The ones that you would warp and shape and all of that, those are your tires. Now, obviously the tires move forward and they move backwards, but you got to have something that determines which direction those tires are going to move your car. that would be where the steering wheel comes in. That's where those parameters, or yeah, that's also where the parameters comes in. Because the parameter is basically your steering wheel. Whichever direction the parameter goes, the deformer is going to go that direction. And so is the model. And now I get to show you what I mean. Let's go with wheel over here. We're actually going to make this wheel actually turn. No, wait, we worked on the head. We're going to have the head turn first. And for this, we're going to take this red circle, move it all the way to the right. And when we move this all the way to the right, now what we have to do next is take this red circle, tilt it to the right. And that is basically programmed, or now we just programmed that point of the parameter to tilt this model to the right. So when we take this circle, that's on the right now, move it back to the center, as if nothing happened. It's back to normal. But when we move it to the right, it tilts to the right. If we tilt to the left, absolutely nothing happened. We would have to tilt it in that direction as well. And boom, now we tilt it to the left, moves to the left. Or if we move this to the left, it tilts to the left. We move it back in the center, it's back down in the center. We move it to the right, it tilts to the right. But let's say you don't know if you got this exactly on the spot that you wanted. Let's say you move it to the right here, looks okay. You move it to the left, and it tilts a little too far, so you tried moving it again, and now it doesn't tilt far enough, and you're just trying to find the even spot, but you just can't quite figure it out because you're struggling with it. And let's say this angle thing does not exist. Let's say you can't see this, because sure, we could use the angle, but you're going to have a situation with warp deformers where you end up in a similar spot. Let's say you want it exactly like this. Obviously, we could just add 26 and add it as a negative, or we could go to these three lines over here. We're also going to need to go to the tutorial page so you can see what I'm talking about. We could go to these three lines on our parameter tab, go to that top right corner of said parameter tab, click on that, and you will see all these things pop up, and it's going to look very, very intimidating, very, very confusing. And I'm just going to show you where we need to go. We got all these tabs, this and that, blah, 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 synthesize corners, reflect motion. This is the one we want. Reflect motion. Click on that. And then you're going to see another tab pop up. And that may also look confusing. But I'm just going to show you one simple thing. The only thing you really need to focus on when it comes to this is it reflecting horizontally or is it reflecting vertically? Horizontally would be left to right, vertically would be up and down. So in this case, we need it horizontally. If it says horizontally, that's it. Just click OK. If it didn't say horizontally, click it on horizontally and then put OK. Now, you will see that this lit up a lot more in comparison. Well, that's because it just reflected it perfectly. And as you can see up here, this proves that it reflected perfectly because before, let's actually go back so you can see what number it was beforehand. Originally, it's at 51, which means it's too far. But when we fix that reversal, we reflect it properly, it is now negative 26.3 to the perfect reflection of 26.3. Boom. So we got it going. We got it good. We got it done. We're going to save because I forgot to save. Desktop. I don't have a folder for this, so now we need to make a new folder. We are going to make a new folder, call this Drive Model. Boom, perfect. Gotta use that one, open, save that file right there because I realized this entire stream I forgot to save. Whoops. Literally 3 hours of streaming and I forgot to save this file. Luckily, it is now saved and it is good and we are a-okay. We are in the clear. So, yeah. We're fine now. We're fine now. Okay, so now that we got all of that, what's the next move I'm trying to do? I know what we need to do. We actually need to get face and we need to get light. Oh wait, that's light X. So let's change these names a bit. Let's call this Y. Light Y. Then go to the one underneath. Replace that name to light X. There we go. Oh, I put light X. Why did I put twice? Hold on a minute. Get rid of this first one. And now we're good. That should be all set. That should be all, yeah, that should be all honky-dory. And now that we got those ones, I also realized, for some reason, these ones are kind of blanked out. I honestly don't know why they're blanked out. That's okay. Here's what we do. We save, and we close it, and close the entire program. And then we open it up again. And I'm gonna need to check those Discord messages later. What's the next move I need to do? Right. Live2d. That's the wrong one. Bring the drive emote back. All right, now that the boxes are green, we could actually, you know, use them to warp and stuff. Well, like I said, we're not really going to warp the head. We just need to warp the face and light. So let's start with light. We're going to go to angle Y for this one. We're going to put the 3 green dots over there. Move it to the right. Oh, right. For angle Y is up and down. So, as crazy as this is, if you want your angle to go up, you drag that circle to the right. If you want the angle to go down, you drag it over to the left. So, we're dragging this circle to the right on angle Y in the parameter tab. Making sure that we got light selected. So since it's moved to the right, I gotta drag this circle upward, like so. This will give it the illusion that it's looking up. Now, it doesn't look like that just yet, but that's also because we gotta go to the face next. We gotta select this face deformer, click on the angle, or yeah, click on parameter Y, drag this face upwards, and we also need to take the center part and warp it. Now, the first time you try this out, you're going to try to, yeah, chances are you might have the same issue that I had a long time ago, where I see that little part, that middle point, and I want to select that middle point and pull it upwards. But instead, you just drag the entire thing. And you don't want that. You just want that middle point to be pulled up, not pull the entire deformer upwards. So how do you fix that? Well, if you look at this red square, you will see that little X right there on the side. Clicking that will remove any possibility of moving that square. For now, it's only a temporary change, and you don't have to really do anything to bring it back. It's just gone for this necessary moment. If you want to bring it back, you just deselect and select it again, and boom, the red circles, or the red square is back. But for this case, we want it gone. So I want to take this middle point and pull it upward. I also want to take this part and pull it up. But at the same time, it's also a little too sharp in those angles. We don't want that super sharp angle. We want it a little bit rounded out. So we're going to have to go to this inspector tab one more time, and we're going to have to scroll down until we find the Bezier edit type. This weird little thing. Don't worry about the name too much. Just look for something that says retain control structure or smooth or something along those lines. If you see that, this is going to be the thing that you need to find in order to change how smooth it's going to be when you move everything around. So click on that, and you'll see a bunch of tabs that say smooth, smooth 1, smooth 2, smooth 3, smooth all of that stuff. Retain control structure. Retain control structure basically is what we currently have, where it doesn't really smooth anything out. It doesn't smoothen anything out. It stays wherever you leave it. It warps however you want it. I mean, the other ones warp it however you like too, but you'll see how the difference between retain control structure and smooth 3 would be. Actually, let's show you how smooth 1 works. It still only pulls the center, but it also has the sides get pulled just a little bit more. Just so everything's lined up a little bit. Instead of just pulling the center point. Where with smooth 3, it rounds it out a bit more. It rounds it out just a little bit better. And that's exactly what we were looking for. We wanted to round this stuff out just a little bit. Give it that sense of direction that it's actually looking up. And that's the first part. That it feels like it's looking upward. That is what we want from it. Although this angle is a little off, so here's what we're going to do about that. We're going to take these two middle parts, pull them down a little bit. That should be good right there. Maybe take this point, pull that down. You know what? I think I know what this is. Yeah, no, this should be fine. We also just got to adjust the angles a little bit to where everything's just a little bit smoother. So, mess around with these little dots, mess around with these vertices, however you see fit, or vertexes, however you want to call it. Mess around with them a little bit until you get the shape that you're looking for. Right here should be good. Now, we got to do the same thing for having it look down. Select the whole box. Drag it downward. Then select this X, get rid of it. Yo, Acres, welcome on in. Hey, yo, what we driving? Where we road tripping? That's a good question. Where are we driving? Let's see. Where are we driving? For some reason, I feel like there's a good reference that I could use here. You know what? You know what? I know the perfect reference for this. Where are we driving? Actually, there's a couple of references we could go for this. So I'm going to use like 2 of them. We're either... Yeah, you know what? We're on the highway to hell. And I could go about 500 miles. Then I drive 500 more. Because I don't remember the rest of the song, and I know it was walk 500 miles, but you know what? We got a car. Why walk 500 miles? We could just drive it instead. You're driving to the store to get milk. True. Very, very true. Even though there's a certain bunny out there that probably wouldn't want me to do that, I'm driving to go get milk. They're probably yelling at me right now. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I'm not sneezing, which means nobody's talking smack, which means they didn't hear me yet. Watch, I immediately just get a mad sneezing fit. Like, if I end up with a mad sneezing fit, you know why. Somebody heard me. I could say where we're going. We're going crazy. Nah, Acres. Nah, we're not going crazy. You see, that requires a train. Rest in peace there. But I can tell you, on this car, we're flying high like a free bird. Yeah. That's when the guitar solo goes off. And the red light turns on. And then I absolutely lose my marbles because why are you a red light right now? So yeah. Sneezing? I thought it was ears burning or if someone's talking about you. So it could be that too. Nose itching was for someone coming to visit. Okay, so ears are burning means someone's talking about you. Sneezing fit means someone's talking smack about you. And I guess an itchy nose means someone's coming over. Or a chill down your spine means someone's coming over. It could be a lot of things, but that's what I remember hearing, is that if you get a chill down your spine, someone's coming. It's not good. Lampy Kart Racing when? When they add me... You know what? I should try to mod myself into Bloodborne Kart. Everyone's there. I should be there too. No, I'm kidding. I wasn't even there for the original... Or, okay, I wasn't even there for when it first came out. Like, when Bloodborne first came out, I popped into that game many, many years later, but that's also because I didn't have a PS4. I really wanted that game when it first came out, though, because it looked epic, and I can definitely tell you, it was epic. Also, nuts to the Orphan of Cause. I know a lot of people who would agree with me when they hear the Orphan of Cause, it's like, oh, you stinking fish. I remember you, you god dang fish. I remember what you're all about. And I remembered that, again, a few months back, the hard way. I learned. That fish is no joke. Actually, not even a few months ago. I think it was literally last year. This is actually how I looked this is actually how I look. You see this model right, or you see this drive right here? This is how I look, just thinking about the Orphan of Cause whenever it comes to mind, like, oh yeah. The Orphan of Cause. I love this game. Yeah, I absolutely love this game. It's absolutely a phenomenal game. But when it comes to the Orphan of Cause... I remember that thing. I remember streaming 3 days straight for hours on end trying to beat up that fish. I remember those days. Good times. All right. So now that we got that angle, we're actually not going to change the light angle, because if we did, you know what? I guess this is how I should be looking. Now this is the expression. Because originally it was just this. Hold on a minute. I lost it again. Originally, it was just this. And it turns out that wasn't dreadful enough. Now it's got the expression of dread just thinking about the Orphan of Cause. And if I could, I would take this car, toss it into that game, and I would run that fish over. Oh, Lampy, I got good news. You finally got to be a bee. What's up there, Acres? What is your good news? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I like, as soon as I heard good news. You can be a bee. This is good news. You'll live for 30 years. I love that. I love that meme. This is why I need to make a bee model, just so I could just start saying that joke. Legitimately just become make a Lampy bee version. Just make a bee version of Lampy. So I could just run around and finally say, we could finally be bees. We got approved for a rental house. No more apartment. Puppy gets a backyard. Hey, that's what's up. Glad to hear that there, Acres. Congratulations on the backyard and the house rent. Also, Kaylee Miller. Did I pronounce that right? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out. What were you up to? What were you doing? What were you playing? I hope things are going well. Ooh, Digimon. No, wait, Vintage Story. My bad. I saw a story and immediately thought it was Digimon. I apologize on that. How are things? Hope Vintage Story was good. I hope you had a lot of fun. And welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on. Yeah, welcome on in. everybody stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those rigging streams. We are currently working on a drive, or your character here, drive Live2d model. This is what we currently have at the moment. We got the head, or the angles for the up and down. We got the angles for the left, or for the tilting. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay, and and if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, also, good to see you there, everybody. Good to see you there, Dino Seeker, Charlie Aqua, Savannah. Okay, let me see how you pronounce this one. Savannah. Oh, Savannah Yum Yum. That's the one. And Kaylee. Oh, that's how you pronounce it? Fantastic. I'm glad to hear. And thank you for the clarification. We were recommended for the raid. Oh, you were recommended for the raid by Dino Seeker. Yo, thank you there, Dino Seeker. I greatly appreciate it. I hope to not disappoint. And I apologize. It's going to happen anyway. But yeah, I hope you all enjoy your stay. Yeah, we did some vintage. Great fun. Been super hooked on the game. What is that game, by the way? I don't think I've ever heard of Vintage Story before. Ads? Not right now. Snoozing. I'm to snooze them ads. Not right now. Kind of reminds me of Madness interactive character. What's Madness? Okay, that's not the first time I've heard something like that. Someone mentioned... I think someone also mentioned something similar to that. It's like adult Minecraft? Oh, it's adult Minecraft. Gotcha. You know what? Then that makes much more sense that we got this head tilt. And then if you put the light at a certain angle, and it feels like they're either thinking of something nefarious or they're thinking of something dreadful. It's one of those things. Or are you talking about Vintage Story? Wait, is Vintage Story the one that's more like adult Minecraft? It's like grown-up Minecraft, a lot more complex and difficult. Okay, so then yeah, it is like a... Okay, so it is a Vintage Story. Oh, the start of it is a lot like Terra Firma, or Terra Firma Craft. If you played that... Oh, if you played that. I don't think I've played that one, but makes sense. I gotta look into this one. I gotta look into this game, because it sounds interesting. It sounds like you get to craft and stuff. And it sounds like it's a lot more terrifying than the things that go bump in the night in Minecraft. Because, I mean, the things that go bump in the night in Minecraft, like, sometimes Minecraft could be a horror game. So I'm assuming this is very similar to something like that. All right, yes, Vintage Story. Ah, gotcha. I could send you a link of Madness Interactive on Discord if you like. Yeah, send that one my way if you like. Also, if you're in the Discord, I will let you know. It has, there's something about it where you have to, where I have to manually give you a role, so do not worry about it. If you tried entering the Minecraft, or if you tried entering the Discord server, and it did not work, then that's the reason why. So do not worry, you just let me know if you tried entering the server, and I'll just add you manually. Oh, you already sent? Oh, so this is Madness Interactive. Oh.
35 months.
What's that?
068 cheer moth cold cheer lampime cheer moth dance stiff butt wiggle moth BRR almost 3 years.
Holy cow. Thank you for the 40... Yeah, thank you for the 44-month streak, and thank you for the 45 months. I greatly appreciate that there, Vanilla. Welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Alright, let me try to catch up some things. Also, Savannah, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what it means, don't worry about it. Also, let me see here. It's 20 bucks on their... Oh, it's 20 bucks on their website, so I would highly recommend. Ah, fair. Okay. I'm trying to remember the game again. It was called... Okay, to be fair, a lot of things are going on right now, but I need to remember this. Let me figure this out. It is called Nobody tell me. I'll figure this out. Okay. Adult Minecraft game was called Vintage Story. Okay, I remember. All right. I gotta check out Vintage Story. All right. I will check that out. Okay, so I see the thumbnail of Madness Interactive, and yeah, I could see the resemblance. I didn't realize it until everyone started pointing it out. Like, Madness Interactive, what's that? Oh, gotcha. There's like ages in the game, Stone Age, Metal Age, etc. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to see this game. This actually sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna need to check out the stream later just to see what this game's all about. It's old Newgrounds? Ah, fair enough. I need to check that one out too. Oh yes, you have a mechanic called temporal stability, and if you dip too low in your stability, you start crossing over to the rust dimension. The rust dimension? Oh, I definitely got to see what Vintage Story is all about now. I didn't know there's a rust dimension. Sounds trippy. Also, ads start in a minute. Nailed it. Thank you. Lamp indeed. Oh, speaking of lamp, let me go back over here. I need to get this one back. Put that lamp right back on the table. There we go. Early 2000s animation on Newgrounds. So many episodes. You know what? Yeah, I forgot. Like, Newgrounds had a lot of stuff. And whoever is able to animate over, like... If anyone who's able to animate so many, that is a lot. But yeah, also, I forgot to say, Vanilla, thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good day. I hope you enjoy the stream. And thank you again for all of that. I greatly appreciate it. Holy cow. It's been almost, like, 36 months. That's a lot right there. Also, Zeracheese, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I greatly appreciate that. But alright, I need to go get myself some rest. Alright there, Haley, you go get that rest, you go get that sleep. You do what you gotta do, and I hope it goes well. And I thank you again for the raid, I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Sent a GIF you might appreciate. Alright, let me go check out that GIF right quick. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be a moth pit. Also, you are now in the, by the way there, Savannah, you are now in the Discord server. You got your role? Go wild. Okay, not too wild. Just follow the rules, and yeah, after that, go wild. Alright, and the ads have started, so I don't know what to say. Let's see. How are you, and how are things going? Oh, let's see. And how is the stream going? Stream's going so far, so good. We finally got most of the parts set up. We got a lot of talking done. I talked about a couple of songs. We heard about a couple of games. But overall, it's been pretty fun. How about yourself? But yeah, we also got the first half of the toggles done. Now we need to work on angle X because I have yet to do anything with angle X. And here's how we're going to go back. We go for light. First, let's start with light on the deform path. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. And no, thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so the next step we got to do, we got to go to angle X, click on that, make sure we got left and right. And the next step, we move it over here to, or we move this red circle over here to the right. And now we take this box and move it to the right like so. This will give it that shadow perspective. Like it's moved, like the head is actually tilting in that direction. But that's only one part of the puzzle. Because obviously, the face is still right there. So it doesn't exactly give it that full look yet. But we will get there soon enough. Now, let's go back to the top angle here. Click, reflect motion, put OK. So now we got that light moving left to right. We got all of that set up. We got everything set there. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check and the stretch. And welcome on in there, Toshi. Oh, it's Toshi. I see you. I see you, Toshi. They aren't streaming yet, but in the future, go check them out. We're going to give Toshi a shout out, mostly because Toshi's been shouting me out everywhere they get the chance to do so. They are one of the many people that just bombard me. There are some places where I literally get jumped. Lampy, I'm going to slide some snacks in here, okay? All right, sounds good. Wait. When you say slide some snacks, are you talking about you're going to leave some snacks or you're going to take some snacks? In which case, if you're trying to take some snacks, hold on a minute. But if you're going to leave snacks, okay. So long as they're not fruit. Fruit goes bad. Yes? Okay, alright, I see you. Alright. This bird wants to be funny. I think. I might be taking this the wrong way, but it sounds like this bird's trying to be funny. Okay, I see you. I see you there. I see you, Queen. Shout out Lamp Moth. You know what? Because you're doing that, Ryu, I started to learn a funny little lesson. Shout out Ryu, because I think it's funny. Thank you for the hydrate there, Brina. I greatly appreciate that. Where's my water? I learned that from being in Kiko's stream. You know what? Even if Kiko modded me so I can never leave, it did teach me something very, very valuable. Shouting people out can be used just as much as a weapon as it can be used as a tool. I don't know what this moth is talking about. I'm hilarious. You know what? We're giving Kui a shout out too. Go check out Kui. Go support them. They reached all their goals, but you know what? Go support them anyway. Make them reach more goals. Make them reach so many goals that they ran out of ideas what to do. Yes, follow the non-streamer. Yes, follow Ryu. Make sure they get enough follows that they can become a... What's the word I'm looking for? Follow Ryu. So they get enough follows so they could become affiliate without ever once having to do an actual stream. That's not how it actually works, but still. You goober, you did that earlier? I know. Doesn't mean I can't do it again. Alright, back to the drawing at hand. So, now what we need to do is that we need to go to eyes and mouth, and we need to put the 3 green dots on angle X. Now let's start with the eyes. Move it over, or yeah, move the circle to the right. We're going to drag the eyes over here like so. Now, obviously, you can see that it's a little too far, and that's okay. What we're going to do is take the first 4 rows, just shrink them in, and take the full box again, move it over to the right some more. This way, it gives it this sense that as it's turning, you're seeing more of the right eye, or their left eye, than the right one. And then we're going to take this box, reflect that motion, and now, when it turns to the other side, gives it that sense of perspective that its head is actually turning, or its face is actually tilting. You know what? Let's take this part a little bit more and stretch it in where it's a little bit closer. Right there should be a good spot. And then we reflect the motion again. And now we got right, and we got left. Boom. There we go. Like so. And now for the next part. I mean, we could even take this angle, or, you know, the right side. No, left side. We could even take the left side and squish it in just a little bit. Reflect motion there, put OK, and then we look to the other side, boom. Now it gives it that sense that that part's turning, but the mouth doesn't move. And then we need to work on that part next. Move it over to the right, take this part of the mouth, move it over, and just as before, take the 4 rows on the right side, squish the, actually not the 4 rows on the inside. Let's just take the first 3 rows on the right side. Squish them in. Move the mouth in, or move the mouth to the right a little bit more. And we're also going to want to rotate it just a bit. Rotate it to where the, how do I put it? Rotate it to where the direction that it's aiming towards moves downward. Just a little bit, not by too much, but rotate it towards the right direction. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Then we get that reflect motion again. Move it to the other side. And we could even rotate the eyes just a little bit too. Actually, you know what? Here's what we got to do. Now that we got that done. Well, actually, we won't work on that part of the head just yet. We'll leave that for later. But yeah, we got up. We got down. Wait, where's down? Well, we got to work on down again. Drag this downwards. Click that box. Take this middle part. Pull it a little bit. And there we go. That should be good. Now let's see. There we go. You know what? Let's take these let's take these corners when it's angled down and pull them inward a little bit. Also, for this part, let's actually go back to our edit type and put smooth 1. This way it's a little bit straighter. Instead of a curved angle when we work on all of that. There we go. That should be good. Save there. Move it upwards. And yeah, that part should be fine. Now, there's a reason why we used an angle X and an angle Y instead of just putting everything on the same, or how do I put it? Here's why we made an X deformer and a Y deformer, because we don't want to put everything on the same deformer, because if we did, I'm going to show you what happens. Let's actually make a mock deformer right quick. Let's create one right here. Just going to call this one whatever it is, warp deformer of face. And we're going to delete this for a minute. Actually, not yet. First, let's save. Then we delete all of these for a minute. And then let's delete the eyes and the mouth. So now we don't have any angles going up and down and left or right, because this is where I want to show you this stuff. So, make the Y angle, make it go up. Down angle, make it go down. Left angle, or right angle, make it go right. Left angle, make it go left. Now that we got all of that, we got it going left to right. Oh, right. Hold on a minute. Deformer, make it go right. Now when you put it to the left, make it go left. Now that we got all of that, we got left and right angle. We got up and down angle. But when we put it up, or when we have the face go up, you're probably thinking, okay, so when you move it to the right, it's gonna look really, really wonky. It's gonna go all the way to the right. Nope. But if we move it back to the middle, it immediately goes to the right. And if we try to bring it down, it goes down. But it doesn't go anywhere else. And if we move it back to the center, it'll move left, it'll move right. But the moment we try to make it go up or down, it just stays in that stationary spot. That's because when you link these two, you'll notice we have 4 different angles that were not adjusted. That is why we don't have this, or this is why we don't work with a singular angle for all of that, unless we want a very specific reason for all of that. This is why when we got eyes and mouth for left and right, and we got face for up and down, those two do not conflict with one another. Therefore, you can make it go in all 4 directions, all the angles. However you see fit, they can go everywhere. Because those two do not conflict, and they do not have a set of 9 angles. It is literally just up and down for the face, and left and right for the eyes and mouth. So yeah, this is one way to go about it. Granted, it takes a little more work when setting up your deformers, but it'll save you a lot of time because you don't have to set up those corners. Well, that's a bit of a lie. The one thing you will have to do, because you will also notice one thing. If we move it up, we move it right, you might have certain points that do mess up just a little bit. Just a little bit. And in those cases, we're going to want to go to the eyes and the mouth and just adjust them just a bit. Specifically, let's go for the eyes for this one. And we're going to want to go, instead of angle X, we're going to want to go to angle Y. Now we actually have to set up those corners for the eyes itself. It's not going to be too difficult. Just pull them inwards. Or yeah, we just adjust the face just a bit to where everything lands properly. But this will not, because we had the registration on angle X and angle Y for the eyes, we won't have to worry about it messing everything else up. As you can see, still just fine. Move it to the right, move it to the left. But when we move this down, the eye shape is normal, and it only adjusts when we get to that side. Although, here's another idea we could go with instead. Instead of trying to warp it, let's actually go to angle face instead. Let's go to these angles for the eyes and the mouth. Let's put them back to the center. Oh, it's just for the eye. Yeah, it's just for the eyes on that one. Okay, so let's go to angle Y, delete all of those. We're just going to go to face and put that one on angle X instead. Move it up, move it to the right. And instead of actually warping it, let's just rotate the sucker just a little bit. Then warp it a little. Like so. And then, while on angle X, reflect motion. Then we put OK. Welcome on in there, Narusaw. Let's give you let's give you a shout out. Go check out Narusaw. They love boxes. They also play a good variety of games. Really, really funny streams. And they love boxes. There we go. Okay, so now that we got this, we could actually turn it over. And now we got the reflected. We got the angles for that. But now we need to do the same for the right, or yeah, for this side. So let's reflect these, or reflect this face. Pull that corner in a bit. Okay, maybe pull this corner in a lot until we line it up just right. There we go, that's good. And then we reflect the motion. Oh, we reflected the wrong direction. Bring this back. We're going to go to angle X. Then we reflect the motion. Then put OK. And now, when it moves to the other side, although because it's working like that, let's actually drag this down and see what it does. Let's also remove that so we could actually see. Let's pull this back up a bit. Now let's remove this part of the square and see what happens. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's link them all together and see the corners. We'll figure something out. Looks happy to me. I know, right? Totally happy. Totally not just questioning all their life choices that led them to this moment. Happy speaks facts. Naruto likes boxes. See? There you go. See, I even have a witness. We have confirmation. 2 against 1. And if Shinzo was here, Shinzo would say the same thing. Let's see. She also likes corks too. Oh, I forgot about the corks. Good point. Good point. Corks as well. Also, Talame, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are going well. That's not a happy face? Oh no, that looks pretty happy to me. Yeah, see, Toshi, you see, even Toshi thinks it's a happy face. Yeah, I think this should work. We might need to adjust this a little bit, because I don't know what's going on with this deformer. Because it shouldn't be warping this weirdly, but it might also be the... what's the word I'm looking for? It might just be the... Not the meshes, but it might be the deformer itself. Let's check out one of these boxes here. Might be this box itself. Let's look up here. It warps a bit oddly, so maybe it's that part. Let's snag this corner. All right, let's snag these 3 rows. Pull it down just a little bit. But that doesn't exactly work. Yeah, for some reason it just becomes really, really squared. And I'm trying to figure out why that is. Could it be the mouth deformer? It might be that. Let's try something. We're actually going to go to the Bezier division. Okay, first, let's go to the inspector tab. Let's go to the number of conversion division. Let's bump those up significantly. Let's put them to 10 by 10 each. So when it moves to the right, it looks up, much more smoothly in comparison to where it originally was. We may have just figured out why that got so bugged. It might also be the face. Or not so much the face, but how do I put it? It might also be that the mouth angle is working a little off. So I got an idea what we could do about that mouth angle. We're going to need to redo those ones specifically. So let's go back to angle X. And let's delete all of that. And let's keep face Y where it is. But what I want to do next is go to make a new deformer. We're going to call this face X. Let's try a new idea. 3 green dots, move it to the right. Move this thing over a bit. Right here should be good, but what we're also going to do is take 4 rows, push them in significantly. Then take the full box, push that in significantly. There we go, like so. Reflect the motion. Move it over to the right. Have it move up. All right, so we're going to need to work on that part next. So let's go back to face. Let's go to angle X again. Move it back to the center. Break those ones. Then put those dots again. So when it moves up, moves to the right. This is what we got. What we're going to want to do, take this whole square. Actually, not even take the whole square. Rotate the sucker first. Then take this angle, pull this one inwards. Take the top half here, pull that part inwards. Right there should be good. And then we'll reflect this entire box. Reflect motion. What the? Okay, there we go. Move it over there. That's the face. Move it downward. Move it to the right. Reflect that one inwards. Or rotate it inwards. Take this square, pull it up. Take that square, pull that up. Take this bottom half. Just keep moving this stuff around until we got everything just right. Okay, so that's one face. Reflect that motion. And in case anyone's wondering, yes, we did do this. We explained how we went through this process previously, so do not worry. We've talked about how this went before. Bunch of bullies. Look who's talking. First thing was walked in here, said sup nerds. Wait, what are the words? What were the exact words you said? Hey nerds. Yeah. First thing they said. Smiling on the inside. Now, see? See, even Vanilla sees it. See, everyone knows Nereus happy. Nerds is a compliment. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure, because everybody uses nerds as a compliment. Bunch of nerds. All right, let me see. So we got left, we got right. Let's mix all of these together. Let's see. You know what? Nah, I'm not quite satisfied with that one. We're gonna keep it original. We're gonna keep the original one. We're gonna get rid of face X. We're gonna keep it as is. Let's see. All right, we gotta put that back. Because that felt like it worked a lot better, I think. Let me see. With a couple of exceptions. And I think I know what we could do about this one. Hey nerds, y'all cute. Lies and slander. Not cute though. Yeah, see, there you go. See. Ryu is a liar? Ryu is a liar. I can't deny that part. Totally not saying this because I'm biased. Nope. No bias at all whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. It's totally not coming from another liar. I don't know where you'd get that impression from. I kind of want to take this part, though, and just rotate a little bit. Take that part, rotate it, pull it down a little. Rotate some more. Pull it down just a little. That should be okay. And now that we got the angle fixed up, because that part was bugging me just a little bit, let's reflect that motion. Oh, that was on the wrong one. There we go. Let's go back to angle face. Now we need to figure out what on earth is it that's messing up. Is it because the inside... Oh, okay, I understand what's going on now. I know what's going on now. Because the layers, or because the deformers on the inside are moving around and stuff, it's messing with the angles. Yeah, it's basically just messing with the angles, because the ones that are on the outside won't be affected by... Actually, it's hard to say. Okay, so it's hard to explain, but since the warp deformer moves a little bit out of the main deformer, which is this one, when the main deformer moves, these deformers being on the outside are kind of somewhat unaffected by what's going on in the main one, because they're kind of branching out a little bit. They're kind of branching out from the outside. This is where the main one ends, and this is where these two parts stop. So what we need to do, go back to these ones, add two deformers for the X and Y there. We can snag this part, rotate it a bit, just pull them down. Oh, hold on a minute. I didn't select everything though. Gotta make sure that we select everything for this. Well, it's not even the eyes that are messed up, it's just the mouth. So we just gotta select these points of the mouth. Rotate them a little bit more. Pull them down. Take these angles in particular. Rotate them. Pull it down a little bit. There we go, good. Now we just reflect this motion on angle X. And we're good. Should be all right on the other side. Yep, there we go. We got everything we needed. Now let's just hide that. And there we go. We got the angles we were looking for. Perfect. Now we can save. And now, I just showed you how we get all the angles from X and Y, the angles on Z, and all that good stuff. Lampy, how you doing? Yo, Night Shadow, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Night Shadow. And yeah, so far so good. Just been working on a lot of stuff. We got some of the rigs for the eyes set up. We're going to be working on a little bit more because the body is going to be real easy to work on. That part, relatively simple. You'll see how. Also, let's give a shout out. Go check out Night Shadow. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the other thing. So, I got the antennae set up. So now I can try testing out... Well, okay, so I got the antennae for the 3D print setup. So now I just got to try painting this one all over again. Now that I got better practice with the paints, I just got to use a much better brush. Because the one that I used may have been too big and it picked up too much paint. So we got to try something a little more delicate for these paints. Or for this, for these models. If all else fails, then I just get some of those acrylic pens. You know what? Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should get an acrylic pen. Welcome on in there, chair. I'm doing all right. Feeling better from my cold. So yeah, I did not know you had a cold. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that there, friend. Hopefully hopefully you get better soon. I'm surprised you're shouting me out. To be fair, I shout everybody out. Like if I know they stream and they've been here long enough, or they rated, I try to shout them out because everybody deserves support. Acrylic pens? Yeah, I'm thinking I might need to pick those up because, wait, do I still have any of those images? Because I printed out, or I made a 3D print of a Lampy figure. Lampy figure was made by a Kim. They, yeah. And I started printing those things out recently, and I finally got a successful print not long ago. But I'm not gonna lie, the image of said print, or the painting quality, it could be better. I went over a couple of lines too many times. I'm trying to see if I have an image of it here somewhere. Is that it? That is not it. That's just the image of the gun. Maybe I still have some of the images here. Let me see. Ah, this one. I'm gonna restore this image. Gonna open up Photoshop right quick so I can show y'all folks. The gun came out okay, but the eyes, I feel like it could have done better with the eyes. Like I said, if this was a personal project, it would have been alright. But for, you know, if I'm trying to put these on the market, the quality of the paint needs to be a lot better. That's adorable. Yo, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. But yeah, I feel like I could do better with the paint quality. That's the one thing that's missing before I can, you know, put these on the market and ship them out and all that stuff. Here's how the, I also have another image, and this is the part where I know I really need more work on this is the wing quality. I definitely need to work better on the wing quality. This is why I was looking at all of this stuff like, it looks okay, it looks all right, but yeah, we could definitely do better. We could definitely do better on this. So I'm gonna try to paint it better, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Looks great, but yeah, I see it. Paint looks a little thick. Yeah, I need to thin out the paint a little. Why not selling them naked and let us paint them? That is also the other option I'm going to give. I'm going to have the pre-painted ones, and I'm going to have the blank slates, so people could paint them however they like. Because I know somebody mentioned painting a lampy pink. So I'm like, you know what? We can have the option available where you just paint the lampy whatever color you want. That's going to be there. You paint that lampy however you like. And if you don't feel like painting it and you just want a base color Lampy, we'll have that option there for you as well. Whew. Buy Lampy surveillance. I mean, Lampy figures now, folks. Are you kidding me? I had the money for surveillance cameras. Also, I don't want to know what you people do in your free time. Ew. A little thick on the eyes and too thin on the wing. Yeah, exactly. That's the part I need to fix up a little bit. It would be like those self-painting kits where you can make our personal moths. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna make two options. I'm gonna have the option available where you paint it however you see fit, and if you don't want to paint it, we'll have the pre-painted ones for those situations as well. All right, Lampy, I'm off to work. Have a good stream and have a fun day, night, everyone. All right there, Vanilla. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go take care of that work. I'm wishing you the best of luck, and I hope you have a good night, better tomorrow, and a great week. Don't let work take over. Yeah, don't let work overtake you. Don't let it stress you out too much. I remember when Lampy turned all of us into moths. I mean, that never stopped. When you really think about it, your Lampy now means something. And I never said you turned back. Okay, let's see. Lampy's always watching? Not in this economy. Oh, wait, they're going to work? Yeah, rest well? I mean, rest at work. Why not? Lampster. Yo, Blobby. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are going well. Wait, did I shout you out today, Blobby? You know what? As they always say, just to be safe. Go check out Blobby. Oh, yeah, I remember. Blobby was here. They were talking about how Signalis made the rage quit. Or almost rage quit. I remember the Signalis. Read that wrong? That's okay. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh... Okay, I remember. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh is all about. Yu-Gi-Oh is about not reading. Or reading it incorrectly. And then watching the effect blow up in our faces. Or at least that happens to me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am the... if you ever wanted to see the epitome of a Yu-Gi-Oh player, okay, maybe Lampy wouldn't be the exact wording for it. And I will definitely say, if you ever wanted to see the example of a Yu-Gi-Oh player failing to read, that's me. On a daily basis. It's not even Yu-Gi-Oh either. That's just real life. I've mentioned multiple stories where I ended up buying food, and it turns out it was not the food that I expected it to be, because though it looked very, very similar, I didn't read the label. Prime example, I wanted those, you ever heard of the little pizza pretzels? Or those little cheese pretzels with filling inside? Yeah, I saw one. I thought, okay, cheese pretzel. I like cheese pretzel, let me pick up this one. I buy it, I get to work. Break time rolls on in. I decide to start snacking on these cheese pretzels. And it's a weird flavor because it is oddly sweet for cheese. Is this like contaminated? Is this expired? What's going on with this weird cheese? I look at it. Turns out it's caramel. And I would have known that if I read. If I read the label, I would have known it was caramel. I tried eating another one, but it wasn't the same. Like, I wanted cheese. I didn't want caramel. Caramel's alright, don't get me wrong. It's just that I really wanted cheese. True, or just sitting there wondering, wait, why can't I use this card? Yeah, okay, funny enough, I'd had someone go through that once. Actually, I've had someone go through that multiple times. I've mentioned the snake monster before, Vanamanaga, deity of poisonous snakes. You have any idea how many times someone has had to look at that card whenever I played it? Whenever I get the rare chance to actually play that card, someone's looking at that card like, okay, I activate this card. Mm-hmm. Why isn't it gone? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a funny thing about that. It's unaffected by magic cards. Alright, then I activate my trap card. I'm gonna summon my monster, Torrential Tribute. Now, obviously, this is a long, long time ago. Back in the, or in current day and age, those cards don't work. Or nobody's playing Torrential Tribute. But same thing applies. Nothing. More recently, one of the more recent duels was in Master Duel. I just see someone play Raigeki. And then I see them summon a monster and try to activate something to get rid of it. And then I see them pause for like 30 seconds. And then I see them quit the game. That part was hilarious. Happens more than you would possibly imagine. And like I said, in real life, I summon that monster. They would activate a monster effect, get rid of it, or try to get rid of it, sees that it fails. They're looking at it like, why aren't you getting rid of the card? See, about that. Cards unaffected and cannot be targeted by card effects. They're looking at me like, okay, bull. I show them the card, they read it for a good 30 seconds, they're like, okay, next game. And that's why I love playing that snake card, because it's like literally playing a god card. The moment that thing hits the field, unless they're playing Rainbow Neos, most of the time they got nothing for it. Although, to be fair, like I said, the one balance behind not being able to get rid of that unbeatable or practically unbeatable card is the fact that summoning it is even tougher than trying to get over it. Alright, let me see. Reading? What's that? Exactly. That's how Yu-Gi-Oh! Goes. Ooh, cheese pretzels? Yeah, unfortunately it was caramel. I love those. Yeah, same. That's why I wanted the cheese. Let's see. Caramel pretzels are nice too. Yeah, they're not bad. Like I said, don't get me wrong, I like the caramel pretzels. It's just that I really wanted cheese, and I was very disappointed that day. Never heard of caramel stuffed pretzels? Me either. Like, they weren't bad. It's just that it was a very, very weird experience. Like, expecting to eat a cheese pretzel only for it to come out sweet. Like, what the? Okay. Funniest Yu-Gi-Oh! Moment I had was my duel with a friend, as it was Heroes and Rockets. Oh, Heroes versus Rockets. My friend used Rocket Fusion. Oh, used the Rocket Fusion monster to pop itself and decided out of all the hero monsters, they picked the one that doesn't get destroyed by card effects. Which hero is that? I'm trying to remember. Which elemental hero doesn't get destroyed by card effects? Yu-Gi-Oh! Card of Lampy win. Okay, funny enough, some people have made Yu-Gi-Oh! Memes, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Card memes. They just put Lampy and it just says at the bottom of the card effect, gun. Oh, Malicious Bane. Oh, no. This is why you always have to ask. Can I see the card? Sometimes it doesn't work out, but sometimes you just gotta ask. Can I see the card? But yeah, I wouldn't mind trying to make a Lampy card one of these days. After all these years, you would think I would have made one, but I've just mostly just seen other people make Lampy meme cards, and it's like, shoot the other player, you win the duel. I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with that. Yo, Pilf, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Pilf. Do not worry, folks. I will catch up to the rest of the reading soon enough. Let's give a shout out to Pilf. What were you up to? What were you playing? I hope it went well. And everybody stopping by from Pilf's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we are currently working on... Originally, it was an animated emote, but now we're turning the drive emote into a Live2d model. We got the X and the Y angles, we got the Z angles, and now we're going to start working on the drive tilting and all of that stuff. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Also, welcome on in there, Mitty. Let's give a shout out to Mitty. as well. But yeah, what were you playing there? What were you doing? I hope it went well. Wait, did I give the shout out properly? Yeah. How was the stream? I hope it went well. I hope it was good. And let's catch up with everybody right quick. There we go. And welcome on in there, Fortune. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope things are going well. Sorry to raid and dip. I just did 10 hours of security breach. No worries. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. I completely understand. And like I said, no worries. When it comes to raids, I completely understand. Streams are fun, but they also take a lot of energy. So if you got a raid and run, you do exactly that. And I thank you for considering this place to raid in the first place. I greatly appreciate that. Let me try to catch up some reading, and we're going to get through this little by little, slowly but surely. We're going to get there. Controversial opinion, Yu-Gi-Oh! Needs a reboot of the card game. The current system is too complicated and power-crept that it's insane. That one's a tricky one, because on one hand, I do agree that it needs a revamp, because this game got too complicated. But at the same time, I kind of like certain cards. I don't want to lose certain cards, not to mention if we did a whole reboot, that would make all the cards that were just collected over the years moot, and that kind of kills the collecting feature about it. So it's hard to say. I agree with the reboot, but at the same time, I don't like the idea because that makes all the cards that we just got over the years kind of like... Now, not all of them, but a lot of them. So it's a tricky balance. But I agree. We went too far. We flew too far. Also, Lacey Fern, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Ignore the gun. But yeah, welcome on in there, everybody. Hello, Lampy is... Oh, hello, Lampy. I think you're making Twitch emotes, right? Okay, not today. We already made the Twitch emote, but right now is actually the Live2d model. We're going to turn this into a YCH. So we're getting there, slowly but surely. There was a lot of panicky... Oh, let's see. There was a lot of panicky pilf. You know what? Understandable, considering security breach. Probably going to be running around all over the place. I could probably imagine that. Let's see. Fancy life, nice. Yeah, wait, who's got a fancy life? Lots of animatronic feet. Well, that's a sentence. I came here from a Fortnite Springfield play. Ooh, how did it go? I hope it went well. I thought Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis is the reboot y'all wanted. I believe so. I mean, granted, sucks for Pendulum and Link players, but they got the base game. They can still play. It's just that, you know, now we got a mode for those that don't want to deal with all the links and well, not the pendulums, but the links. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that is a big thing. The collecting aspect didn't consider. Oh, I didn't consider? That's also fair. I mean, maybe for for a video game, it might possibly work. Hi, I'm glad. Oh, let's see. Hi, I'm glad to be here. Night Shadow sent me. Yo, nice. Thank you there. Or I hope you enjoy your stay here there, friend. And thank you for the recommendation there, Shadow. You know what's funny? If I'm correct, I think Shadow was also recommended here. Or Night Shadow was also recommended here. I think Mattias recommended them? Last I remember. So yeah. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, thank y'all for the recommendations. I greatly appreciate that. But yes, I was sent. Fair enough. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Matt showed me your stream after our collab stream. Yo, nice. Yeah, Mattias is good people. And they play Risk of Rain 2. That makes them even better. Love that game. All right. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like what Ryu said, there is Genesis format, and not gonna lie, I really like the idea of Genesis format. Let's see how far it goes. I am hoping, what's it called? I have high hopes for it, because it sounds very, very promising. Because, I mean, come on. Yu-Gi-Oh! That has points that might bring things down a bit, you never know. Also, Night Shadow, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, thank you for subscribing. I greatly appreciate it. Also, since you just subscribed for yourself, I want to let you know there, Night Shadow, the bird actually talks using text-to-speech. So, if you would like the bird to say something, feel free to drop a message in the chat of what you would like the bird to say, and I can have the bird manually say that using the text-to-speech. Now, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I just wanted to let you know you have the opportunity. And Zeal Nexus, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Zeal Nexus. What were you playing? What were you doing? Were you playing some Yu-Gi-Oh? VR chat. I hope it went well. Everybody stopping by from Nexus's stream. My name's Lampus, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those rigging streams. Today we're currently working on a Drive animated Live2d model. I hope y'all enjoy your day. Hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hell yeah, Risk of Rain 2? Yeah, I love that game. Like, I could play that game for hours. I mean, heck, Mattias saw that. I was on their stream last time playing Risk of Rain 2 for like God knows how long. Those were great times. I see the words, and that can be done. Let's add those and put them right over here. And in 3, 2, 1.
Caw.
Okay, that, I didn't realize what it just said. Okay, I don't know if I got pranked or if that just did not turn out the way we all expected. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I hope you enjoyed. All right, let me see. What is the next step? So now that we got all of that, right, we were going to work on the body. But before we get the body turning, here's what we're going to do next. It didn't turn out how we expected. Yeah. I just saw a bird, like, you know, bird squawking, and it turns out, no, they were just talking crap. All right. So here's what we're going to do next. For the body, we're going to make a new deformer, and we're going to call this one body. Also, Night Shadow, thank you for gifting Fern a sub. I greatly appreciate that. Also, I forgot to mention, where is the thingy? There it is. At the end of the month, we're going to tally, or at the end of the day, I'm going to tally up all the support that we got, and we're going to, what's it called? We're going to tally up all the support, and we're going to see how much closer we get to the next Lampy plush giveaway. And at the end of the month, we're going to see how many we got, and that's how many Lampy plushies we give away at the end of the, or on in December. Look forward to that. All right then. Let me see. Usually me gifting these. Yo, nice. And congrats there, Fern. I hope you enjoy your new emotes. Enjoy the drive, enjoy the gun, enjoy all the other explosives and chaos. Or you could go with the more cozier emotes. I don't know. Wait, do I even have cozy emotes? I honestly don't even know anymore. I think it's just a lot of fire. You know what? Close enough. Also, let's get the music back. But yeah. Driving in chaos? Heck yeah. Yeah, there you go. I love the gun. Thank you. That was my favorite emote. Still is my favorite emote to this day. That was actually also my very first emote. Okay, so here's what we got to do next. We're going to get the body. We're going to make a deformer for that. We're going to call this body. Yeah, we're just going to call it body because it only needs to go left and right. Actually, no. We need to make body X and we need to make body Z. And here's how we're going to go about that. So, body X. Put OK there. And then we make body Z. now that we got those ones, now that we got those two deformers, we're actually going to take head Z and put that one into body Z. Now, here's the interesting thing about... How do I put this? Here's the interesting thing about rotation deformers. These red squares right here. Let's also make them visible so you can see it. Not red squares, these red circles. The red circles here, when you have that rotation deformer, you actually cannot warp it the normal way. You can warp the regular deformers, the green boxes, however you see fit. Jesus, that's actually... Okay. Not gonna lie, this turned out a lot more terrifying than I thought it would. It's actually pretty cool, but at the same time, like, whoa. Alright, we're gonna put that back. Also, Guido, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Coincidentally, me and Fern are playing some Valo right now. Perfect with the gun. Hey, that's what's up. I tried, or actually I don't think I've ever tried playing Valorant. I saw how quickly, like, you could get shot down by just, like, a single, like, just by a single glance, and I was like, I know I'm gonna die real quick in that game. Like, give me something like Halo and I'm good. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's like an alien? It is indeed like an alien. Moth? Moth indeed. Welcome on in there. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Oh, when did the switch to stretch panic... Oh, let's see. When did you switch to stretch panic, Lemoy? That's a good question. I mean, this is why you would switch to stretch panic. I don't know. I forgot what I was talking about, but after looking at this, I was just like, okay, yeah, that is Why is there red? That's even more terrifying. Why is there red? Oh, right, the mouth. Yeah, I forgot the mouth exists. Oh, the flicks? Yeah, they're terrifying. Yeah. Oh, it's like an alien. Yeah. Okay, so, now that we got that, we're gonna go back to or like I was saying. Now, if you go to a warp deformer underneath the rotation, then yeah, you can warp it all you like. But if you go for a warp deformer that the rotation deformer is within, then I'm gonna show you something. No matter how much you warp this thing, the head stays exactly the same. Or the rotation deformer stays exactly the same. No matter if you squish everything down, stretch everything out, or like what I showed you earlier, where we just took this entire thing and we just warped it like nobody's business. That rotation deformer keeps that one from warping at all whatsoever. Let's see, if I recall correctly, that's the reason why AIM Labs exists now for something. Wait, what's AIM Labs? Oh, the flicks. Yeah, they're terrifying? Oh, that part, that's what you mean, like, trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? For Valorant, I think I get what you mean. Like, with Valorant, it's like, you get that one shot, that one opportunity, and with that one instant, you gotta make sure you don't let it slip. Or else you end up with mom's spaghetti. Or something like that. Hey, you know what I mean. Oops, Lampy didn't pick up on my typo. No, I saw it. It said Lemoyne. Oh, you didn't pick up on your typo. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. All good, all good. Anyway, going back to it, I wanted to talk about the Genesis format because I really like the idea. Because, one, it's a point system, which means you get to play all the cards. Most of the cards. Two, we don't have to deal with Link monsters. As Link monsters took forever and a half. And 3, because of that point system, people have to rethink their deck strategies, and they can't go too crazy unless you played that Exodia deck before they made the update. Those of you that didn't know, they broke Exodia again. Because of the point system, they made a glaring flaw, which was you can have 3 Pot of Greeds in your deck. And someone took advantage of that, played 3 Pot of Greeds. They played some other cards that were legal that you could do more draw cards with. And they managed to pull off a lot of Exodia nonsense. Again, after a lot of those videos started popping up, they immediately knew, like, okay, we have to shut this down. We gotta hit a lot of these cards. We gotta up their points so they can't just play all of them in the same Exodia deck. Alright, so now that we got this part done, we're actually going to take this box. We're going to go to our Inspector tab, go to our Number division, and bring this up to at least 10 by 10. You know what? Let me just click on it. Or drag it like that. This works better. 10 by 10. The reason why we do that is because we actually just need to warp this entire thing around. Let's see. Hey Lampy, if you could create your own summoning style, kind of like how we have fusions, links, etc., what would you make? That is a very interesting question. I could make my own summoning mechanic. That is a very, very tricky one. Let me see. What mechanic would I go with? A summoning mechanic. All right. Let me see. So we already got synchro, because I was already thinking, like, you know what? Maybe something with levels, and then I realized, no, that's just synchros again. Summoning mechanic. I gotta make sure the summoning mechanic is balanced, but also something that would be really, really fun to try. It also has to be new and very, very fresh. Okay, I got an idea. It's gonna be a little broken, and it's gonna need a lot of work. But I have an interesting idea for a mechanic. Summoning a monster from your extra deck, using other monsters from your extra deck. But you can only do so if you have the specific monster on the field. Okay, you have to have a main deck monster on the field that lets you do this. So it's kind of like synchro summoning, a little bit like fusion summoning, a little bit along those lines, but you have to use the monsters from your extra deck. This way, you can't over-abuse your extra deck in the same way. You can't just start spamming these monsters out of your extra deck. You have to use like a grand total of 5 from said extra deck just to get this one on the field. So you would have to pick the right ones from your extra deck to send to the grave. Now, the reason why I say this can be exploitable is because you know full well the Blue Eyes deck is going to take full-on advantage of this one. The Blue Eyes deck would take full-on advantage of this. I think there would be some other decks that would take advantage of that, because there's a lot of decks that like having their extra decks in the graveyard. Branded might take advantage of this. Oh yeah, I remember, the branded cards have effects where they get to take or activate effects whenever their fusions go to the grave. So yeah, branded would definitely take advantage of this, so I don't know too much about this idea. Unless you said this only worked with cards that weren't fusions, then maybe. Just don't make it where it requires fusions. Make it to where it requires any of the other mechanics. Because fusions really like to take advantage of this. The XYZs, the synchros, not to the same degree. Fusion is just the main one where they really, really like to take advantage of this. So I want to say it needs to be a mechanic where it's an extra deck monster, but it requires your other extra deck monsters to do so. And to balance it out just a little bit more, the effects can only go off if you can activate the effect of the main monster that's on the field. Like, the main monster allows you to fuse or something. I don't know. Reincarnation fusion or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the exact name for it, but I feel like sending monster to the graveyard to create a new monster. I guess that's just tribute summoning, but... Well, I guess they're all considered tribute summons when you think about it. Just not in the technical... Or not in the, you know, in-game term, but more of the technical term. That's not the point. I don't know. It's a tricky one. And this is basically the only thing I've thought of off the top of my head at this very moment, because I've never considered creating a... After all these years, I never really thought about this question before. That is a very interesting question. Folks, if you could come up with a... Yeah, for those of you that play Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you could come up with something, what sort of mechanic would you go with? Or a summoning mechanic would you go with? That's the best I could come up with off the top of my head at the moment. But yeah, I like this question. I like this idea. Like a summoning mechanic, like an extra summoning mechanic. Trying to make an extra summoning mechanic that isn't absolutely broken. That's the trickiest part. I like this idea. That's fair? Yeah. What about you? Have you ever considered this question? Yo, Nazcat, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Nazcat. They do a lot of art and streams. They play a good variety of games. Very fun time over there. Really great people. My words are scrambled up last time we talked. Wait, words were scrambled up? Why? What happened? Whose words were scrambled? Why were words scrambled? What happened? Yo, Kid Cryptic. Holy cow. There's been raids left and right. Welcome on in there, Kid Cryptic. How things be? I hope things are going well. Hope you had a good stream and all of that. And everybody stopping by from Kid Cryptic's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're working on a Drive Live2d model. I hope you all enjoy your day. Hope you all enjoy your stay. If you gotta take care of things, you go take care of those things. Never feel bad about writing and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Whew. Bro, are you a moth with a double barrel? Maybe. I hope y'all are, yeah, welcome on in. I hope things are well. Agreed. I was curious since you definitely know more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Mechanics than I do. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, okay, I will definitely say, I have played this game for a long time, and I've had both, I've seen both the ups and the downs of the game, and that's why I've tried to figure out, like, what could you do in this game that wouldn't be too broken? If we wanted to go full-on broken, we would just play the modern game, or play a Duelist Kingdom style. That's where you add D&D dice involved. It's a dumb way, but it's very fun. Dude, that's metal. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Also, if you like, here you go. You could have a sandwich. There you go, friend. Sandwich. Be careful, it has a kick. I know what I said. Anyway. Let's get back to the drawing at hand. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, well, what was I talking about again? I don't quite remember. Don't worry about it. Let's get back to this part where we get the body. I'm gonna rotate this a bit. Let's also hide the tire now that I think about it. Or not the tire, the steering wheel. Let's hide the hands and the steering wheel for a moment. That's what we need to do. Take this, rotate it a bit. Right there should be good. Oh, right, I forgot. We need to go to angle X on the parameter tab, put the 3 green dots, move it to the right. Select everything except the bottom 3 rows. Then rotate this a bit, move it over here, rotate it, move it to the right. There we go. That should be good for the start. All right. New mechanic, divide and conquer. Extra deck monsters that has built-in swarming ability, so you can have army versus army swarm monsters that can't be used for any other summoning material. okay, so long as you get rid of effect negating and can't be... I like the idea of the swarming effect where they cannot be used for other materials. I like that option. Because if you could use it for more materials, then that would get really, really bad real quick. So the fact that they can't be used for other summoning materials, I like that. I like that option. I like that idea. Because the moment I saw swarming effect, I was like, oh no. I don't know if Ryu's even joking about this one or not. But the moment I also read can't be used as other materials, that's why I was like, okay. This sounds like it may or may not break the game. Because I like the idea of just throwing absolute armies at each other. I've just never been a fan of Omni negates. That's the one thing that I look at, like, okay, if you're gonna negate one effect, just negate one type of monster effect. Don't negate everything. Like, the moment you could do everything, that is when I think there's a problem. Which is ironic, coming from me, who plays that one snake monster that is unaffected by everything. I mean, to be fair, it's unaffected by everything. Doesn't mean you can't play. Just means that a lot of that stuff, you better be very creative about it. Or at least that's how I look at it. I could be wrong, I don't know. Like I say, I like to play castle defense. Also, you better believe I'm playing something like Machine King. I like playing, or I would definitely try to exploit playing Machine King or Insect Queen. I know they're not going to be good. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Because the moment I hear, let's set up armies. Alright, I got to pick a monster that increases its attack for every type of monster on the field. Because I want the swarming mechanic. And I want to summon up an Insect Queen that's like over 5k. If we could do some sort of mechanic where we get to summon like 15 smaller monsters just to start a war, you better believe I'm gonna play the Insect Queen. Just put the Insect Queen in the back of the field, or behind all the other monsters. I'm assuming this sounds like the Orichalcos card, and I like it. Also, not gonna lie, the Orichalcos saga, I must say, that's one of the most interesting filler seasons I have ever seen in anime. Like, just in general, because, you know, we've all seen it. We've all seen filler arcs where it's like, okay, yeah, we know that this is just there just to take up time. And I'm not going to deny, OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Still had a filler arc that we all knew was just there to take up time. That was, well, there was 2 arcs that kind of did that. That was the... Not the virtual world, or... Okay, there was like 2 different virtual worlds. The one with Noah, and the one where they were just playing an adventure game. The one where they played an adventure game. You know full well... Well, I take it back. The one that they played the adventure game... Dungeon Dice Monsters one, I apologize. Dungeon Dice Monsters was a filler arc. There's no getting around that one. Even if it was in the comic, that was a filler arc. But I will say that the Orichalcos saga, that is definitely a filler arc. But that was a very entertaining filler arc. Not gonna deny that. There was a lot of monsters that I really liked. And it's still a shame that we still never got that Psycho armor. Like, out of all the cards that they've gotten out of all these years, we never got the Australian dude's Psycho armor. We never got that yet. Give me the Yu-Gi-Oh card that lets me say that I could punch the other player. That's a joke, by the way, Twitch. That's a joke. For safety reasons, that is a joke. But come on. That was that was a really cool card, because, you know, the dude just basically said, you know what, I am the monster. Isn't there one? No, there's one that says you could shake the other player's hand. And I forgot what the other one was. But yeah, I know that from what I've heard in history is that they... Not so much that they banned the card, but they had to make a rule that says you don't have to actually shake their hand. You just have to accept the handshake. Because people started doing some very nasty things. Like spitting in their own hand before putting the handshake. Or putting their hands down their pants before doing the handshake. Because of that, they had to start making rules like, you could say that you accept it. You don't actually have to do it. Because we can't have fun in this game. Players are going to ruin it. Or some players are going to ruin it. And it's a shame. Because that was pretty funny. Or that was a very interesting card. I remember seeing something like that in the anime. I'm not sure if it was in the anime, but okay, so if we're talking about in the anime, I don't know if there was an actual effect that says punch the other player, but I know the dude had an entire deck where he just ran up on the monsters. He became the monster, ran up on people, and just punched them. Or punched the monsters. And if he attacked a person directly, then he legitimately attacked a person directly. So if I'm correct, I think there was a moment where he attacks Joey directly, and he literally just flies over there and just punches him right in the gut. I think. And as bad as that sounds, it could be worse. It could be the Yugi and Merrick duel, where their monsters were real, and Yugi summoned Obelisk. And Obelisk literally just socked Merrick out so bad that he and his cards flew. That was an epic moment. Mostly because they made a villain that you just wanted to see crumble. And that's what I like about Dark Merrick was that was a villain that was technically irredeemable. Regular Merrick is redeemable. You know, that was the interesting thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! You know how we get those characters where they're just misunderstood, or they, you know, they're redeemable characters or redeemable villains where they've done some abhorrent things, but, you know, you can understand where they're coming from, and you know down the line they're probably gonna be an ally later down the road. And we've seen that way too many times. And then you have characters like Frieza, where you know full well until Dragon Ball Super came around, that they were never gonna be on the good side. They were never gonna get redeemed. The only road that they have is their imminent demise. And those are some of the most fun villains you ever see. Yu-Gi-Oh's found a way. I just realized Yu-Gi-Oh found a way where they gave you both. They let you have your cake and eat it too with Merrick. Where, yeah, he's the bad guy. Yeah, he was the bad guy. Let's just go with that, because I was gonna say he's the bad guy, but he never took it too far. And then I remembered the Yugi and Joey duel. You know what? I take it back. Yeah, he took it too far. And then I remembered everyone else that he kind of killed. So yeah, he took it too far. But anyway, going back to it, he was a redeemable character for some reason, now that I think about all of the stuff that happened before. And then you had the irredeemable character of his, if you thought that was bad, apparently he has a dark half. He has an evil side. If you could believe it. And there we go, we got Dark Merrick, which was the irredeemable character that you know full well he's gonna get it. And when he does, it's gonna be bad. And when did we see that? When Yugi punched him out with a God card. Literally, I wasn't even gonna say, like, socked him right in the jaw, because he socked him right in the, well, everything. That was a really big fist. So yeah, there was a... He just socked him out. Like, for the lack of a better term, just socked him out. With a God hand. Alright, let me catch up something. So they need to use life points to trigger. Oh yeah. Wait. Yeah, I think that was the Psycho Armor. Wait, no, that wasn't the Psycho Armor card. That was something else. But yeah, that does sound familiar now. Needed life points to trigger. Oh, wasn't that a... what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? There was a card that sounds familiar. I think that was, isn't that a red dragon card? Although you couldn't physically punch a person, but it was basically like just a... kind of like a beam struggle between two monsters. And whoever lost more of their life points or wasn't willing to give up those life points, that monster was the one that loses? Something like that. I don't remember. There's a lot of cards. Yeah, there's always someone like that. Yeah. This is why we can't have nice things. There was also COVID era where camera duels couldn't physically handshake anyway. True, true, true. But this card came out way before. This was early days. Early Yu-Gi-Oh days, like early 2000s. So COVID wasn't even considered a thing, but yeah, even then, the card, that's just a cherry on top. Like, that's just piling on top of it to be perfectly fair. It was in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I think since I was rewatching GX recently, though I don't think the card itself literally asks you to punch someone. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX card, you pay life points, punch a person. I will definitely say Yu-Gi-Oh! GX had a lot of outlandish things that cannot be denied. Like a field card that binds down a god card. That is definitely... Wait, what did the card effect do exactly? That's what I gotta ask. What did the card effect do exactly? Also, Shinzo, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Shinzo. How ya be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are going well. Folks, go check out Shinzo. They play a good variety of games. Really, really chill streams over there. Overall, I forgot Crab Rave is back. But yeah, very, very chill streams. Overall, really good times over there. And, yeah, Shinzo also plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, Shinzo, do you still play Yu-Gi-Oh? Also, thank you for the Crab Rave. But yeah, go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. And everybody stopping by from Shinzo's stream. Give me a second. Let me, put these back on the screen here somewhere. They are around here somewhere. There we are. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes the Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams, rigging streams. Today we are currently working on a character sheet. Not character sheet. What am I talking about? Today we're currently working on rigging a Live2d model. Hey, you're a character here. Drive Live2d model. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But besides, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. I booted it up the other day. F by life. First match was Labyrinth. Oh no. Yeah, see, this is why I gave up on playing Master Duel. Like, it looks like a lot of fun. Part of me is kind of like, you know what? Let me try this game again. And then a deck like that pops up and I'm like, you know what? This was a mistake. This is why I just play with friends. Like, whenever friends bring up, like, wait, you play Master Duel? Like, yeah, you want to play? Like, yeah, okay. And then they play... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. They play something like Blue Eyes, and I don't mean the current meta Blue Eyes. I mean, like, they play Blue Eyes like, how they used to play Blue Eyes back in 2010, 2015. And when they start dropping cards like that, I'm like, okay, let me play as carefully as I possibly can, because I don't want them to hate me after this. Okay, I'm gonna summon Karyushin. Okay, I already went down the road that I should not have went down. I didn't know they were gonna play this. I thought I was gonna play like a more advanced... Not so more advanced, but how do I put it? I take it back. I also didn't play Karyushin because I already knew full well I don't want them to hate me, so we're not playing Karyushin. Even though I really like this deck, I don't want them to hate me, so we're now playing Koryushin. Here and there, I still play. No one plays for... no one plays the fun stuff anymore. I mean, I don't blame them for not playing the fun stuff. That's the problem, is that when you want to play the fun stuff and then you run into Snake Eyes or Malice or what other decks are out there that just absolutely shut you down. Every other deck that absolutely shuts you down is like, you know what? Let me come back to this later. This is what I said. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun when you're playing with friends. Because at least you both understand what you're getting into, and when you realize one player isn't having as much fun, you could tone it down a bit. I found it. So the effect is completely different from then. Oh, is completely different than what I thought. Ah, what was the effect? Also, what was the card? But yeah. What was I talking about again? Oh, right. For example, when me and a friend were playing, Yu-Gi-Oh! And I got this new Red Eyes card called Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. I really wanted to try it out because that was a really, really broken card, especially playing against my friend. And then I realized the moment I play that card first turn, the game is over. And so both me and my friend both understood that, yeah, I'm not going to play this card anymore. Because what's the point after that? Like, you know what? Until my friend and I really struggle in the game and it becomes a lot more one-sided in my friend's favor, I'm not going to play Dragoon no more. Not until either A, they ask me to play it, or B, okay, there's only 3 conditions that I would throw Dragoon at my friend at. 1, they ask me to play Dragoon. 2, they get to a point where it's so one-sided that in their favor that I have to play Dragoon if I want a chance to win. Or 3, they talk so much smack before the duel that I have to remind them, like, okay. Telling me that they're gonna best me and that I have no chance of winning and that, I don't know, saying something about, what's another thing that they could say? That I was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. All right, it's time to get Dragoon out. It's time to make them regret their words. Those are the only 3 conditions. Outside of that, I don't play Dragoon again. I didn't play Dragoon against them because where's the fun in that? Time to play some dumb stuff. Let's see. Better with friends, plus it builds comedy. Yes, I agree. Because one thing I could definitely say, when I'm playing with a friend, that is when I could actually play the Egyptian God card deck, because I at least know, 1, I have a chance to actually play these cards, and 2, yeah, I actually have a chance to play these cards and, you know, actually feel like I have a decent shot at playing this game. You bullied my Dragoon every time I summoned it. Yes. Because I knew I could. I knew I could handle that Dragoon. I couldn't handle everything else, but I knew I could handle Dragoon. Oh, what do you mean? Ryu, you're the one who's always playing Super Poly. This is the same thing. You bullied my Gate Guardian. It's no different. Let's see. When this card is activated, increase the life points of both players by 600 points. After a battle between monsters, each player... Oh! That was the Amazon duel. Wait, was it the Amazon duel? I don't think it was... Yeah, it was against the Amazon lady. Oh my god, I just remembered what happened in that duel. With Bastion and that lady, quote unquote, dueling all night. Okay, you only heard that line in the English version, but okay, let me paint the picture for you, because I remember that episode now. It was the episode between, okay, the first time it was the duel between the Amazon lady with the tiger, or turned out to be a tiger, and Bastion. After Bastion lost, she basically kept him. and they dueled non-stop. And in the very next episode, in the English version, by the way, in the very next episode, I don't know if it happened to the same thing in the Japanese version, but in the English version, you just see from the outside, everyone else is camping outside, and they just hear Bastion wailing, and screaming, and moaning, and just all these sounds coming from Bastion. And then you just hear Jaden like, Jesus, they've been dueling all night. And I'm pretty sure we're all thinking like, yes, dueling. That's exactly what they were doing. Anyway, that morning, Bastion walks out exhausted. I'm just looking at that like, yeah, dueling. Absolutely. That's exactly. I'm pretty sure Professor Banners are looking at that like, oh, poor kid. They never learned about the birds and the bees. But I remember that episode. I remember that episode now. The moment I saw the card effect, because I remember that's exactly what she did. Like, they would just run up and punch each other. I remember that duel. And apparently after that, that's when she and Jaden get that duel. And they end up punching each other. And then Bastion's jealous. That's hilarious, dude. I'm just a little guy with a harmless super poly. Sure, stop stealing my Gate Guardian. I just summoned that sucker. Now you know how it feels. You kept stealing my Gate Guardian, I kept tributing your Dragoon. And replacing it with a Kaiju. Oh, let me see. Fair uses of Dragoon, in my opinion. See, exactly. Those are the rare occasions. I don't like to play it just all willy-nilly because, like I said, it got boring. But the moment they agitate me and they poke the bear, it's time to summon the Dragoon. Alright, let's see. You mean to say you realized you were straight up murdering them in Yu-Gi-Oh! Before you found out it wasn't a competitive deck, and the game became how to not murder them, but win with these cards. Okay, kind of. Because like I said, Dragoon, I really had fun with Dragoon. For at least 2 duels. After that, you know, again, you don't want to just absolutely murder a person with a single move every time, because that gets a little boring. You also don't want to absolutely murder them all the time, because that also kind of gets a little boring. You want a little back and forth, or at least I want a little back and forth. That's why, you know, there was a lot of times where I would summon up a really, really big monster, and even if it could negate one of their effects, I was like, you know what, I kind of want to have fun with this game. I'm gonna let it happen. I'm gonna let this monster, as messed up as it sounds, I'm gonna let them kill this monster. Because I could just say, yeah, no, I stopped that effect, I stopped that effect, I'll stop that effect, I activate this, so that didn't work, and I'm just like, you know, I want them to like playing this game. I'm like, okay, you know what? They may not know this, and I could stop this. But where's the fun in that? Okay, the monster dies. And little do they know when they think, oh yeah, alright, I destroyed these monsters, I smack you directly. Now what do you got? Like, oh, little do they know I could just bring this right back. That was the most fun part. Like, congratulations. You just bested you just defeated my strongest monster. Let's see you do it again. And just watching them just freak out like, what do you mean do it again? Alright, I activate this card, it brings this back, I activate that, alright, this monster comes back from my graveyard. Alright, round 2. See, that's what I miss about Yu-Gi-Oh! I miss the back and forth. I used to watch it in sub, but I recently was watching it with my friend, and they wanted to see the dub, so... Oh, fair enough. I will say one thing. I don't know... Okay, it's hard to say, but... When it comes to the dub, They either A, really like to have fun with this, or B, how do I put it? They either really like to have fun with the anime, or at least with the English dub, or B, actually, yeah, I don't really know how to put it. They just really like to have fun with that anime, like, even with the later seasons, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, although, like I said, they lost a lot of a lot of stuff that made it very ominous. Like, again, they kind of did Aki dirty in, what's it called? 5D's English dub, and that's what kind of threw me off on that one. But you can either say they did Jack Atlas dirty, or they made him one of the best characters in that series. Because, don't get me wrong, in the Japanese sub, Jack Atlas is a pretty cool character. He doesn't stand out too much from the rest of the cast, but he's a pretty cool character. And of course, he is one of the mainstays in that one. He got a lot of development in that series. But in the English dub, I don't know, they just kind of made him a little stupid, and it was funny. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, in the what's it called? In the English dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, they made, how do I put it? What are the exact words? They made Jack Atlas very arrogant, full of himself, but out of touch with the world. I mean, I know this was also part of the original series as well, because I remember that episode where he couldn't keep a job to save his life. Like 3 jobs, 1 day, all of them gone within an hour. But the way they put it in the English dub, oh, yeah, so this is what I mean by out of touch. Because in the English dub, serious situation, Yusei's been kidnapped. And they're trying to figure out what on earth, like, where is he? Where is he gone? He's gone missing, and we don't know where to find him. And one dude would like to help them work, or, you know, Crow would like to help them search more, but he's on the job. He's got to make food deliveries. And immediately, Jack Atlas is sidetracked by that part of the conversation. As he's talking about, like, Clucker's Chicken or something like that. I don't remember what the name of the chicken restaurant was. But he's talking about, like, you know, he's on the clock. He's got to do his job. All of a sudden, Jack Atlas is there like, oh yeah, I've had food from there. It's a little greasy, but once you get used to it, and then, you know, they got to reel him back in. Like, focus, back on the job. Where's Yusei? Like, okay, you know what? I think the best wording for... Well, actually, I don't know. What is the terminology for that? Like, what would you call that kind of character? All I know is that he was kind of dumb. And that made him one of the best characters for it. Let's see. Let's try to catch up with some stuff. That's the problem. See? Shinzo gets it. Super Poly is a problem. A problem I would like to keep in the game. Oh yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, that reminds me, they made the Shivers kid in Arc 5 into a German boy stereotype. Jesus Christ. I don't know what to say. You know what? As crazy as it sounds, I think that's an upgrade in comparison to what they originally had, because let's be honest, nobody liked the Shivers kid. The fact that that's all he's known as is the Shivers kid in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. But now they made him the German kid in the English stuff. But yeah, let's be honest, like, The dub is goofy, and they censor quite a lot of things. So some parts is just, wait, what did they say in that moment? Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, one of my friends, Icy, me and them talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! From time to time, and when we do, they bring up some of the crazy things that have been said in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. For example, the character from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the first guy that was using Destiny Hero Blood, or, Destiny Hero Plasma, or Blood D in Japanese version. Now, in the English version, he had a character name, and he was introduced in that flashback, and he just tells young Aster Phoenix, or whatever you want to call him, Edo Phoenix, I think, is in the Japanese one. Anyway, the Destiny Hero kid, he tells him at a younger age, like, that used to be my name. But, how did it go? That used to be my name. You can just call me the D. I swear to God, the Destiny Hero deck itself is just a running innuendo. Because any chance they get, they just put the D in there. D time. I forgot what other Destiny Hero cards had D in it, but one of them was my personal favorite because it cracked me up so much, was literally the Destiny Hero card called Dr. D. Take that one as you will. But yeah, Destiny Heroes, it was just a walking joke. Not context-wise. Like, the Destiny Heroes themselves, they're pretty cool. Last I remember, they were based off of, British superheroes or villains. I know Blood, or Plasma was based off of, what was his name? Dracula or something like that? Hence the whole plasma, the blood, all of that. But a lot of the cards they gave them, stop adding D in their card, and maybe the Destiny Heroes would be taken a little more seriously. With the exception of Destiny Hero something Phoenix Enforcer. That one you definitely gotta take seriously when they hit the field. Destiny Phoenix Enforcer is definitely one of those ones where you gotta take it seriously when it hits the field. Alright, let me catch up with some things. He became a bit of a parody of himself between translations. Yeah. Flanderization is what you're looking for. Yeah, they kind of flanderized Jack Atlas. For the better, for the worse, that one is entirely entirely up to you. I think it was for the better. Because I'm gonna be honest, Jack Atlas seemed a lot more fun. A lot more dumb, but a lot more fun. That cannot be denied. Not gonna lie, I don't remember which one the Shivers kid is. Okay, Night Shadow, do you remember the kid whose deck was solely based off of scribbles of dinosaurs? Like, not even actual dinosaur cards, but just dinosaur or drawings of dinosaurs? It was that one. I think he only had one duel and he lost to Reiji's sibling? Brother? Sister? Can't quite remember. We're just gonna go with the Reiji's sibling. The one with the CCCs. I forgot, what were the CCCs? What does the term CCC stand for? Because I know DDD stood for Different Dimension Demon. I don't know what CCC stood for. I don't even remember what those cards were. I think they were like lenses. Either way. Alright, so we got that angle, but I also wanted to move... Actually, do I want to keep it that way? No. Let me see. Okay, now I think I know what I'm gonna do. Because I want it to turn, but I also want the tire to turn as well. But I also want it to tilt left and right whenever I see fit. So here's what we're gonna do about all of this. We're going to take the Z angle that we just made. We're gonna right click. Oh, right. Let's go to the tutorial screen so you can see all of this. We're gonna right click on this, and this set of three tabs will pop up. And when we go to this arrow, hold on, let me click on this one more time. You will see that arrow. When we hover over the arrow, 4 more tabs will pop up. And what I'm trying to do right now is take we're trying to take the effects that we used on the body from angle X, and I want to take all the effects that we got here and move them to angle Z. So this is how we're going to do it. Right click, go to that arrow, and on that arrow we'll see something that says change. Click on change, and then it'll show us all our current parameters. Those would be the dials over here. And we're going to go to angle Z. We're going to click OK. Now everything that we had for body Z has just been moved to angle Z. Yo, Dead Muse, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Dead Muse. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They are Vampire. They play a good variety of games. They also, if I'm correct, you were teasing a 3D model not long ago. Go check them out. I highly recommend that you do. Really fun streams over there. Also, HKG Bus Lover. That's a crazy name. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And everybody stopping by from Dead Muse's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some Live2d Rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams today. You know what? Let me go to this tab right quick. Let me see if it pops up. There we go. Perfect. Today, we're currently working on making our Drive Live2d model. It's going to be your character here. So if you ever wanted a Drive model, we're going to get there little by little, slowly but surely. But yeah. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome on in there, everybody. Hi. Yes, I'm learning Warudo before I debut her, but I just got her finished late September. Yo, nice. Yeah, I remember seeing a couple of videos on that one. I wasn't sure if you debuted that yet or not. Yo, congrats. How has it been going? Or yeah, how's the process been going, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Also, if I ever ask any questions and they are ever too personal, always know that no one's ever obligated to answer any question if you don't feel like it. If I ask, feel free to just say I don't feel like talking about it, or yeah, just basically that, and I will drop it immediately. So yeah, there you go. Vampire always after. Oh, let's see. Vampire always after me. Oh, always after that blood O negative. Gotcha. Runs to the distance. Run, Tron, run before they take your rare blood. Or like I always say, if a vampire tries to bite you, bite them back. You never know. It might work. It probably won't work, but it's worth a try. Same thing with zombies. If you're in a zombie horde, bite the zombie back. You never know. It might, well, actually, you might end up in two situations. Either A, you bite the zombie, and it might reverse. There's nothing saying that it might or that it won't. Only one way to find out. Or you just infected yourself. In which case, if you were desperate enough to bite the zombie, it's a lose-lose situation anyway. Or, you know, if you bit the zombie back, you're gonna die anyway. You're all race around you. But worth a try. Never know. Might pan out. Just only bite them if you're absolutely desperate. Zombies, I mean. Arudo is so many cool features for 3D, but also makes it... Oh, it also makes it a lot for me to learn. I'm learning to make default animations and throwables for raids and redeemed. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I know at least one other person that uses... Yeah, I think I know one other person that uses Warudo, but I didn't know that you could build things on that. I thought that was... I thought you had to use a different program to build stuff, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Wait, is that like a free program or... Yeah, is that a free program or... Also, thank you for hitting the Discord. And if, let me see. If you're having trouble entering the Discord, let me know. And I can add you to the Oh, yeah, you're already added. Okay, let's see. Just gonna drop that. Boom. Now you have a, what's the words I'm looking for? You should now be in the Discord there, HKG. Well, like you can import animations and assets you like. And Warudo is free. Ah, fair. I'm gonna check that out. 'Cause I've been looking into 3D stuff. It looks pretty cool. I just don't know how any of it works. The only 3D thing that I've tried so far was... Blender? I want to say Blender. Outside of that, I don't know too much about the 3D stuff. But yeah, let me see. Okay, so we got that. So now we got the Z angle. So it moves so it goes left to right. Whenever we're trying to get things rotating. We got up and down. We got left to right. We got the tilt. So now the only thing we need to do left... Should I make the Z angle I'm wondering if I should make the Z angle a physics deformer. Or, not the Z angle, but I'm wondering if I should make the wheel turn a physics deformer or something. Because I think that would be pretty cool. I don't know yet. Maybe I should make that a physics deformer. Let's give that a shot. But yeah, I need to start looking into, what was it called again? Warudo. I need to look into that. Because I want to see what that's all about. Or how that all works. Like I said, I know at least one... Well, now I know two. But before that, I used to know at least one other person that was working on that program. They were called they're called Unholy Requiem. I've been seeing that... that's the only time I've ever heard of that program, is that whenever they talked about it, because they work on that stuff a lot. It looks pretty cool what they got working. But yeah, what was I doing again? Oh, right. I'm gonna try to make this a physics deformer. Let's see. Warudo is still kind of meh. Even their developers say that. Use vgen. Okay, I don't know what that one is either. But yeah, what's wrong with Warudo? But yeah, let me see. What am I doing next? Okay, right. Physics deformer. All right, so what we need to do is that we need to go to the parameter. Go to the bottom here. We need to click this plus sign. To each their own. I'm leaving vgen for Warudo. Ah, fair. Head to bed. Good night, everyone. All right, there, Ryu. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week. It's still basically beta software at this current point. I see. Fair enough. I mean, I can't say anything about any of this because I don't know how any of those programs work. I guess only time will tell. I can't really, voice any opinion on that one because I haven't tried any of them. I will say, free program though. That's still already a plus right there. All right, let me see. I mean, if they're both free, that's already a plus right there. Wish I could say the same thing about Photoshop. I know, that's not in the same category, but let's be honest. Or, yeah, it may not be in the same medium, but still. Why does Photoshop cost so much? Am I right? Now, let me see. All right, we're going to call this one Wheel Turn. And then we're going to put OK. Let's see. It depends on how complicated you want to go. vgen is a great place to start, and Warodo is like if you want to try some experimental crazy stuff. Ah, gotcha. F around, try things, break stuff. Honestly, fair. Try things, break it, see how well that turns out. I agree with that. Just go crazy with programs. See how good or bad that turns out. That's the fun about experimenting with things, am I right? My motto as software dev, basically. Ah, fair enough. I always said I'd be a great game tester. You know what? If I know any games, I'll send them, or yeah, if I know anyone who's looking for game testers, I'll send them your way. And, well, I guess I'll watch the developer cry as things break. Wait, I know someone who's working on a game. Okay, it's not anytime soon, but I know someone who's working on a game. I got an idea. For later. Alright then. What am I doing again? Right, now that we got wheel turn for our physics thing, what we're gonna do, put the 3 green dots, hit our wheel, move it very, very far off to the right, literally have it turn all the way there. Right, I forgot. I'm supposed to move this green dot, or this red dot, all the way to the right side. Then we move it all the way over here. Practically 90-degree angle. 74, technically. You know what? Just for the sake of it, we're going to put it at 75. Because I like 75. Well, I just like 5 at the end of the numbers. It's either got to be 5 or 0. Now that we got that, let's reflect. Reflect motion. Boom, there we go. So we got left and right. And how we're going to do this is now we're going to go to the physics settings. Now, for those that are looking at this, probably going to look pretty bare-boned. Going to be looking like it's lacking a lot of things. And it's also going to look very, very complicated and a little terrifying. I'm going to show you how we're going to do this physics settings thing on the Live2d. What we need to do first is make our group. We got to make our physics group. This one's going to be very, very easy. We just got to go to our group up here, look for the thing that says add, click on that. We also got to go to the tutorial screen right quick because it's going to show some things. It's going to show name, input preset, physics model preset, all of that stuff. And it's going to look complicated and it's going to look a little intimidating. Don't worry about any of that stuff. Just put name for now. And we're going to call this one Wheel Biz. That's it. Now everything else pops up and now it's going to look even more complicated and a lot more terrifying. Don't worry about all that stuff. You're going to see things like name and import and all of that stuff. Leave all of this stuff alone. Not important right now. Especially for like starting out, not important right now. We just need to go to our input preset. Look at where it says there. Just go to add. That is it. That is all. Go to add, click on that. And what we want to do is select a parameter that will cause the wheel to move. Now, what I want for this is angle X and angle Z, because that would be whenever it moves to the right, whenever it looks to the left and right, tilts left and right, that is when the tire will actually start moving. If it looks up and down, nothing. If any of those other things go on, nothing. We just want it to when it looks left to right, and when it tilts left to right, that the tire starts moving as if, you know, they're just steering and all that, leisurely. So we need angle X and angle Z. Click on that. When we get there, we're going to see an effect. We put those effect to 100. Or yeah, since it's angle X and angle Z, they don't share anything. So we don't have to worry about that part. Because they have two different types. Position and angle. So we could put them both at 100%. All the way there. Boom. Now that we got that set up, we scroll down to our model physics settings. Now that we go to that point, we just got to pick something that'll work just fine. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just pick one of these. So it's got a lot of templates that we could use for the model settings. And I'm going to be honest with you. We could use these, but I don't think we need it all that much. Okay, first let me explain. These templates are, you know, for simpler things. Hair, clothing, the chest. Or if you needed something a little more complicated, then it would just give you 10 whole pendulums. We don't really need any of that stuff. So, if we don't need any of that stuff, how do we go about this? Let's just put add. Just add one. One pendulum at the bottom, where it says pendulum settings. Just put add. That is it. That is all. That one right there should be just fine. Yo, Brisket, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Hope things are going well. Give me 1 second. I will read that one soon enough. Oh, yeah. Just give me one moment there. I'm almost done with all of this, and then I will catch up to the reading. Also, ads start in a minute. Okay, so now that we got all of this set up, now we go to the output setting. And this part, gonna be real easy, real quick. Again, it looks a little complicated. It looks a little terrifying. Do not worry. Here's all we really need to do. We go to, at the group, we go to add, click on that. Oh wait, no, not group. In the output setting, down below, you'll see add, delete, all this other stuff. Just click on add. And now, all of our parameters pop up again. And all we really want to do is select the physics deformers that we want affected by moving left to right and tilting left to right and all of that stuff. If you were using hair, you would pick all the hair deform or all the hair deformers that you would want swaying left to right, or you would want to pick all the hair deformers that you want to bounce up and down, or any other physics settings that you have in mind at the time. In this situation, we only have the physics settings for the wheel turn. So we just select wheel turn, and we put OK. Now we got our physics settings there. Now that we have everything set up, and we move it left to right, you can see that it does turn. Just a little bit, not too much though. Kind of a weak turn. And let's say we wanted more than that. Well, the ads are there, so it makes things a little more difficult. We'll get there little by little, slowly but surely. Also, let's give a shout out to AC Brisket. Wait, Brisket, you stream... Right. Everybody's stuck in ads. We'll give it a minute. And a little bit more in 3, 2, 1, and we should be good. What? Yo, Brisket, do you stream? Also, if this is uncomfortable, let me know and I will drop the... I'll drop the subject. Also, would you like a shout out? Right, no one can see me blink. Technically you stream? Fair enough, fair enough. Then that warrants you for a shout out. But it won't be for a while, because I have to find a new place to live. Fair enough, fair enough. By New Year's? Understandable, understandable. Sorry to hear that there, friend. I know that feeling. Having to move sucks. Especially when you have to move. That's one of the worst experiences. I'm wishing you the best of luck there, buddy. You know what? We're going to show you some support nonetheless, because I think you deserve it. It is what it is. That's also very true. It is what it is. I think you still deserve support. Appreciate it? Yeah, no problem. And no, thank you for something by. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, so as you can see, as we turn it left to right, the wheel kind of moves, but not too strongly. It's still lacking a little bit. So how do we fix that? Well, if we go to scale, we can up that number manually, or we could increase the output by clicking this button. It'll ask, do we want to do anything? We click OK. And now, it moves a lot more. Maybe it moves a little too much. Maybe this is okay. Maybe this is too much. I will also say one other thing. When it comes to Live2d, if you're making physics settings and you think that it moves, if you're working on Live2d and you got the physics settings moving exactly how you would like to see them move when the model is in VTube Studio, I'm going to highly recommend that you up those numbers. Because here's the thing about Live2d Studio. Or, not Live2d Studio, VTube Studio. It's never going to go as far as you see the physics go in Live2d. If it looks like it's not enough, it's definitely not enough. If it looks just right, it's not enough. If it looks egregiously overdone, it's still too much. You want it to look like it's a little much. Like it's a little too much. Like if you brought it down a little bit, it would be just right. But if it's looking like it's a little too much in Live2d, just a little too much, then it's perfect. As crazy as that sounds, then it is perfect. Because, like I said, VTube Studio isn't going to go as far. So if you want it to go just right, bump it up a little bit. Just bump it up just a little bit. Or adjust it in VTube Studio, I don't know. For some reason, I've heard many Live2d, I've heard many people in that do Live2d rigging say, don't do that for some reason. And I'm not entirely 100% certain why. I want to say the reason why they say don't do it, just let the person who's rigging the model do it for you, is so you don't break the model and it doesn't reflect badly on the Live2d rigger. I'm assuming that's why they do it. Or why they say don't do it yourself. That's my only assumption. I can't say why they exactly do it, but all I know is that I hear other people say, if you get a Live2d model, just bring it back to the person who rigged it for you. Don't try to adjust it in VTube Studio. And I'm like, on one hand, I think I see your point. I think I see what the reason is, but at the same time, I mean, if you could fix it yourself, I don't know, I think it should be okay. Maybe. Just to be safe, I would say, let them know that, or, let people know that you adjusted it in VTube Studio a bit. Just to better fit your criteria. This way, people don't look at it and say, like, if you overdid it or, someone's thinking, like, this looks like way too much, that it doesn't reflect badly on the person who rigged it. I think. Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so we got this, and I feel like it looks alright. It looks like it might be a little... I feel like... I don't know if it goes far enough. So, let's go back to the scale. We're going to double it. Instead of 11, let's put it at, well, maybe not double it. Let's put it at 15. Let's see what happens if we put it at 15. Oh yeah, that's a lot further out. And I want to say, this might be just what we're looking for. Fixing things on one's own power can be one of the most satisfying things, to be honest. I agree. This is why I say, like, if you want to learn Live2d rigging, give it a shot. Because again, getting a model, I want to say getting a model sounds like it would be pretty awesome. Making it yourself, I want to say it would sound even more awesome. It's hard to say though, because at the same time, I have never, gotten a Live2d rig from another person. So I can't really say, I can't really say which one's better. because I can't afford paying for someone else's model. Or I can't afford buying a model from somebody else. And at the same time, it's also at that situation where it's like, I mean, if I could rig it myself, why pay for a model, am I right? That's how I feel about it. Yo, Augie, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, I greatly appreciate it. How was the Arton? I saw you were drawing a bunny. Hope things went well, hope things were good. Everybody stopping by from Augie's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy. Small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live-2d rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams today. We're currently working on a Your Character Here live-2d model. I made a Your Character Here drive emote a while back, and now we're turning it into a full-on live-2d model. I forgot who recommended it, but we're making it a thing now. We added physics to the tire, so whenever it moves left to right, or it sways left to right, it will now just move the tire on its own. Like they're just casually just driving around and stuff. Hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome on in there, Morty, Augie, Joel, Quee. How y'all be? I hope you're all having a good day. Hi, Lampy. I started some pin-up art. Yeah, I saw that one. Seems to be coming along pretty well. Looks pretty cool. I didn't see how it ended. I gotta check out the rest of the stream to find out what are the results, or if you finished it. Wait, did you finish it yet? I love this emote. Oh yeah. Yo, I'm glad that you like it. Just wait till you see the Live2d model part. We're gonna have this sucker start talking. We're gonna have them blinking. We're going to turn it into an option where people could actually get their own version of this. Gotta be awesome. Now I just need to figure out what other things do I want to add to it, because we could just leave it as just driving around. Or maybe we could add some toggles. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go along the way. Also, let's give a couple of shout outs right quick. Let's give a shout out to Morty. Morty also does Arton. They also do Live2d rigging. I also saw that they're working on a project. They're working on a Live2d project. It's going to be awesome when it comes out. Let's also give a shout out to Quee. Again, go check out Quee. They do a lot of, yeah, they play a good variety of games. They're also currently working on, or they're also currently playing through, what's it called? Amnesia. Really fun stuff. I saw your vgen today, Lampy. You do good work. Lies and slander, I know you. And thank you there, Joel. I greatly appreciate that. I've been bugging Lampy and Augie and Joe. You know what? Fair. Quee's been all over the place. This is what, yeah, Quee is what you call... Well, I was gonna say Mr. Universe, but... Quee, what do you go by? Miss Universe? Them Universe? Maybe still Mr. Universe? You never know. They? Oh, busy. Busy universe. You know what? Busy. You know what? Understandable. Completely fair. World Star. Wait. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can do this right. Yeah. World Star. Because let's be honest, we all know full well, whenever you hear World Star, you can't actually see the fight. You just see this the whole way through. Let's see. I made Joel look at it. Wait, made Joel look at what? Wait, let me see. What did I miss? Okay, Morty also rigs. He's so good at it. Yes, indeed. I saw the work that they've been working on. I saw the model they're currently yeah, I saw the model they're working on. It looks really, really good. What the heck, I'm gonna eat you? Not if I eat you first. Bite them like you bite a vampire. Let's see. Mr. Worldwide. Oh, Mr. Worldwide, that's the one. My bad, I got the wrong name entirely. Give me a white jacket. White jacket or a straight jacket? I'll shave me head and be Pitbull. Wait, what? Okay, I feel like I'm losing a lot of context here. Wait, what am I missing? Wait, Quee, why are you trying to be a Pitbull? Wait, a Pitbull or a person named Pitbull? Wait, which one are we talking about? Oh, you showed Joel the vgen. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Let's see. Wait, you won't? Wait, who is? Oh, I'm shopping for a new duck VTuber model. Oh. Okay, hold on a minute. If you're looking for someone who works on unconventional models that have beaks, I got a surprise for you. Okay, so you see that bird? You see the beak there? That has been drawn and rigged by yours truly. And if you think it's just a beak, Joel, give me a phrase, give me a sentence. I'm gonna regret this, but feel free to give me a sentence and I'll have the bird say it. Pitbull equals Mr. Worldwide. Oh, Pitbull was Mr. Worldwide. He's bald and wears a white jacket. Oh. Yes, give me a straight jacket. Okay, hold on a minute.
Yup, not saying all of that, huh?
There you go. Well, yeah. We even rigged the beak to it, or yeah, we even rigged the bird to talk. Beak and everything. So, if you ever needed a Live2d model that requires a beak, yo. I love that so much. Thank you. I'm glad that you like that. Dang. Yeah, it was worth a try. But I'm not having the bird say all that. Okay. But I thank you for trying, Joel. This is why I suggested you. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. I don't know why my voice cracked for a minute there. I need water. I tried. Indeed you did. And that's all that, or yeah, that's all anyone could ask. Now never cook again. All right, what was I doing again? All right, so now that we got all the effects going on, we got the effect of the tires turning. So we're good there. I want to say the only things that we really need to do left is either, yeah, the only thing we would really need to do left would be, what would be the last thing to do? You know what? I got an idea. The bird also has a human form. Oh yeah, there is that. Well, we redeemed it, and even though Ryu's asleep, before the bird changes into their human form, they're gonna fly off with Ryu's card. All right, let me switch this out right quick. Ryu, get that? Unfortunately, they're asleep, so they can't see it, but it's still pretty funny, and I'm still going to do this nonetheless. There we go. So, if you ever wanted to get a humanoid model as well, that is also an option right there. There's also hair. There's also that. And if you thought, okay, what about the wings, though? Hold on a second. That's right. Even the wings move. Could you also believe they have a sword? Hold on a minute. Where's the sword? There's a sword. I pushed the wrong button. Hold on a minute. How do I switch this? Not that one. Whoops. Not that. Where's the mech? There we go. Wrong one. We're trying to get back to the regular bug again. We're gonna get there little by little. Slowly but surely. I just don't remember. There we go. Now we're good. Bug. Back on track. There we go. I figured out the buttons. It took a minute, but I figured out the buttons. Now, I guess the sword has to stay there because I'm not pushing any more buttons because I don't trust it. I feel like I'm going to make a terrible mistake and push the wrong button. And yet, here I am still trying to push buttons. I'm going to leave it alone. leave it alone. Chances are not gonna work out all that great. Sword stays there, I suppose. Let's see. What the duck? What the duck indeed. I'm glad you like the duck. Or I'm glad you like the bird. Okay, I told you he's cool. See, that's where Kui lied to you. Wait. Wait, are you saying that, wait, are you saying that Joel is cool, or are you saying that I'm cool? Because if you're saying Joel is cool, then yes, I agree. I can see what you're talking about. Joel is a very funny duck. And I saw that absolutely cursed, face that, or, you know, a lot of the cursed duck faces that you've made in many of video games. Specifically when Augie drew an emote for you. Or was it a PNG? I don't quite remember, but I remember seeing that one. And then I saw the reference that was given to make that face. That's gonna haunt me in my nightmares. Yeah, that emote. I saw the reference that created that emote. Jesus Christ, I was not ready for that thing. I already looked at it like, yep, classic cursed Augie art, and then Augie shows the reference, and then it's just like, I could have went my entire life never having to see that, and I wish I did. Josh Lampy, you are too? See, that's where the lies and slander comes in. That's where the lies and slander roll on it. Because, see, Kui thinks I'm cool. I have bad news for everybody. Is it that bad? I don't know what to tell you there, Toshi, but, it's a terrifying sight to behold. I will definitely say that. Is it funny? Absolutely. Is it absolutely... Is it also nightmare fuel? Like you wouldn't believe. Speaking of nightmare fuel, here you go, Toshi. Go check out it, Toshi, everybody. I don't stream yet, but in the future, be ready. Jur was... Oh, yeah. Jur saw her drawing it and went, Jesus Christ, no. Yeah. I think that was the consensus from everybody on that stream. I think we were all looking at that and just thinking, why? Why? Just why? But if you ever wanted anyone to draw you the most cursed art imaginable, definitely Augie and Morty. Because I've seen the model that Morty made for Augie. That was also terrifying. So they make good stuff. They definitely make good stuff. If they can make the art make you think, Jesus Christ, what is that thing? And that is the intent, then you know full well they do their job and they do it well. I can hear Joel howling with laughter from here. That's probably why we haven't heard anything from Joel in a while. They're trying to survive. Also, if you don't see the bird's mouth moving, that's also because that one's also a text-to-speech model. Let's see. That model is gorgeous. No, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Wait, which one are we talking about? The bird, the moth, or the drive? Because I know we're talking about everything but the moth. I'm dying. Oh my god. Why? What happened? Don't die, Kui. All right, let's get back to the rigging at hand. What was I doing again? Don't quite remember. We were going to Live2d. We got everything set up. Yes, those, but also Augie's cursed model. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, Augie's cursed model. That was absolutely phenomenal work right there. That was terrifying, but it was absolutely like just 10 out of 10. Like if the plan was to terrify someone, that's a bang up job. And I saw the art and I heard what they were saying. It was definitely 100% designed to terrify people. Which means it's doing its job. Doing a great job, as a matter of fact. All right. Let me see. The most cursed art I've made was a Squishables PNG for someone as a re-debut gift. I kept having to redraw. Oh, let's see. Having to make for a re-debut gift. I kept having to redraw lines because they weren't bad enough. You know what? Fair. The worse lines, the better. Is one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, the Crazy Berry, the Crazy Berry Augie, I could see why. It was some really good stuff. Anywho, I'm off to bed. It's 3:30 a.m. Yeah, go get that sleep. I completely understand. Where I am. Oh, it's 3:30 a.m. where I am. Good night, Lampy. Good night, chat. All right, there, Joel. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest, and I thank you for stopping by. And yeah, 3 a.m. Yeah, you go get that sleep, and I hope you have a good night or a good morning, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care. You take care there, friend. And shine on, you crazy, crazy duck. All right, now what was I talking about again? Okay, so I think I want to set up another animation as well, because you know how we got the drive emote animation? I kind of want to add that to the Live2d model. I kind of want to just having turn to the right and just swaying left to right while it's turning. But for that to work, we need to make one other thing. So we actually do need to go with something a little crazy, which is we need to go to the wheel. We need to take, actually, you know what? We need to go for here. We need to make another deformer. We need to make that box. And we need to call this one deformer. No, not deformer. Wheel left. Also, how much? It's 12:30 already? Okay, I'm going to call it at 1 o'clock. As soon as it hits 1 a.m., we're calling it here. Because I need to take care of other stuff. I need to work on other projects, and I realized how late it was. And I need to get something to eat. Because I haven't eaten since 6:30. Yeah, it's been over 6 hours. I definitely need to go get food. All right, let me see. Next step. So, wheel left. Because this one is only going to be... Also, where is it? Oh, I didn't make the deformer for that. Gotcha. So, let's make deformer. We're going to call this... Or, not deformer, parameter. Oh, yeah, I could use that emote now. Hey, congratulations there, Tron. Get that drive. Okay, we're going to call this one... Wheel... Animation. There we go. Bad Lampster, not getting snacks. Well, I didn't realize how late it was. You can't blame me for... Well, you can blame me, but don't worry about it. We'll get food later. All right, we're going to move this to the left. We're going to take this tire. We're going to just move it over here. There we go, perfect. And that's about it, because we're not going to move it to the right. We just need it for the left. For when it turns, we just turn it. And then we just have it go left to right like so. But now we need to make... Actually, you know what? We don't even need that, because we have the wheel turn here. Granted, it's for a deformer, but if we go for the animation, we could actually make this turn. We're going to try that right now. This one seems Yu-Gi-Oh! Inspired. Oh yeah, that is most definitely Yu-Gi-Oh! Inspired. Okay, so there's a funny story. Whenever I'm playing Master Duel, for some reason, I always get DD Crow in my hand. It's like another duel spirit for me. Like, I swear to God, DD Crow is like a duel spirit for me at this point. I mean, you can't even cheat. Well, there might be a way you could cheat in Master Duel, but I don't know how, and nor do I care. But somehow, some way, it's just always there. First hand, DD Crow, off the bat. Maybe 2, because I put 3 in the deck. So, one of my... Ryu, the person... Yeah, you know Ryu. Yeah, so Ryu, one of our regulars here, usually tends to call me out and say, I'm stacking my deck because I always have DD Crow on the first turn. And I'm like, not my fault. It's just always there. I really want to see Lampy Moth Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards sometime. You know what? Maybe it's about time, because I've heard a lot of people saying this now. Maybe it's about time that I draw a Yu-Gi-Oh card for... Yeah, maybe it's time I draw a Yu-Gi-Oh card Lampy. I'm going to try to base it off of the old school anime art, or the old school Yu-Gi-Oh art. They used a lot of dark shadows, or a lot of... yeah, they used a lot of black paint, or a black ink to depict shadows and all of that stuff. I kind of want to make something like that. And then I make a card. And then I'm trying to make a fairly balanced effect for that card. Turn 1, add all 5 pieces to your hand. That's totally balanced. Yep. Absolutely balanced. Totally. Make it a level 1 monster too, so I could search it with other cards. Make it under 1500 attack, so other bugs search it out too. Yeah, I got some ideas here. I think I got some solid ideas right here. We're gonna make this deck so dumb. What if it's a card with an animation of him playing his own card? It's none of those infinite loops of any... Or, yeah. Let's see. What if it's a card with an animation of him playing his own card, and it's one of those infinite zoom in kind ones? Oh, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. It's like the card itself is just an image of him right before he plays the card. So when it zooms in on the card, boom, it just zooms in on the previous scene. I think I get what you're talking about. I could make that even an animated emote, maybe. Or like one of those. That's what I need to do. I need to start making what's it called? What are the words I'm looking for? I need to start making animated alerts. I need to make Lampy-based alerts soon. Yo, Carmi, welcome back. How was the streaming? Wait, were you streaming today? Let's give a shout out to Carmi again. Go check out Carmi Blossoms. Oh my gosh, that'd be a trip right there? Yeah, we should make an infinite loop card animation. Now, do I make that an emote, or do I make that a redeem alert? I feel like making it an alert. Animated alert. Whenever things pop up, boom, card. But what would I make the alert for? That's the real question. I'll figure something out. But yeah. Okay, last thing we're gonna do today. I got an idea. Last thing we're gonna do today is make the animation. We're basically gonna remake the previous animation from before. The animated emote animation, but we're gonna make it as a toggle for this model right here. Chat out here just dumping ideas into Lampy's skull. You know what? I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like I said, it's not just a line that I say at the end of every stream. It's something that I legitimately believe. You folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming like this, and just overall just hanging out and just chatting. And as said before, same thing applies to the previous line that the line that pops up after that. Where if people lurk, that's great too. Get the fact that they took the time out of their day to have this bug rambling on is more to me than they could possibly imagine. And if anyone tells them otherwise, they're lying. Never let people tell you otherwise. Now, let me write this one down. What was it called again? All right. Lampy Card Infinite Loop Animation. Lampy Card Loop Animation. And now I will try to remember that one for later. But first, I need to make a... Okay, Qui. Actually, you know what? First, we'll make the horse. Then we'll come back to the other one. Because I apologize, Qui, but there is a Live2d model that I do want to make in the future. And I know you're going to hate me for it. It's not the hippo, luckily. Yeah, I'm going to make a horse. I'm going to make a horse Live2d model. But after that, I'm going to make a crab. But first horse, but unfortunately crab will pop up. Also, Gamer, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate, or not the raid. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. All right. Are you making a mother effing crab? I'm sorry, but yes, I will be making a crab foaming at the mouth. I mean, the crab will be foaming at the mouth, if that makes you feel any better. Gonna go with that whole crabby thing from Pokemon. They just go cookie, and then they just start foaming. I'm so here for the crab. Kill it. I'm sorry there, Quee. If it makes you feel any better, we're also making a horse. We're gonna be making a lot of models. I also want to make crab. I'll still watch the stream. I thank you for your understanding there, Quee. Me when crab. I'm glad to hear. I hope you enjoy the crab. Okay, so the horse model, I think I'm going to add as a Etsy and vgen model, which means it's going to be affordable, but it still had to be paid for. The crab, I think I'm going to make a free model. So long as you don't make golden hippo, we won't have a tussle, or we won't have to tussle. Don't worry. I have no reason to make a golden hippo. Yeah, golden hippo from Elden Ring brisket. Quee hates the hippos because the DLC, I can understand why the DLC would make anyone hate the golden hippo. But yeah, if I was going to make anything Elden Ring related, actually, let me think about this. If I were to make an Elden Ring model, what would I make? I know what I would make. If I was going to make a model based off of something from Elden Ring, I would make the dog Pope. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I would make the dog. Like, make that a Live2d model. And when I say dog, I mean in quotations, dog. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Easy, sentient pest and the rot moth. Oh yeah, I should make a rot moth. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, for the next when I finally start playing Elden Ring stream, I got an idea. Turn Lampy into a rot moth and give the bird the Melania helmet. I think that might work. Maybe. I mean, they got wings just like Melania, so I think that works. Okay, I still haven't beaten the main game, but I've seen the golden hippos, and they terrify me. Not gonna lie, same. I wouldn't be surprised. But I also have to make the dog Pope. I just need to make that big old turtle with a Pope hat. I would also have to make that a Live2d model. But yeah, I don't blame you. Like, the game... Okay, Elden Ring, especially in your first playthrough, that is going to take forever. That's going to take forever and a half. Because there's so much in that game. And when you know where everything is, it might take you even longer. Because there's going to be some things that you want out there. Like, okay, I want that weapon, I want this weapon, I gotta go play this game with that weapon. Where's that Moonlight Greatsword? What do you mean I have to do an entire quest with a doll? What do you mean there's a furry in that quest? What do you mean there are dog fights in that quest? Okay, I don't know about how to feel about this one. I'm a little intrigued, but I also don't know how to feel about that one. For those of you that are wondering what I'm talking about, don't worry. It's not that type of dog fight. Or that type of dog fight. I just remember there's two different types of dog fighting. There's the one in the air and the one that a football player got arrested for. But these are two... I'm just gonna put it this way. It's two furries fighting it out. I'm not gonna explain any further. I'm gonna leave it with that little context. That's about it. That's all I'm gonna leave you with. You figure it out what I'm talking about. Let's see. At least for now. I'm doing New Game Plus 2 off stream. Neither one are Elden Ring related. okay, those two types of dogfights, yeah, neither one of them are Elden Ring related. That's the best way to put it. But yeah, whenever I talk about these things, I also want to be as vague as possible as well. Like I want to talk about some Elden Ring stuff, but we gotta play that one in January first. That is when I'm dedicating Elden Ring streams. January. As soon as we hit January, we're playing Elden Ring again. And I'm just gonna explain everything that goes on in that game. Also, we're playing it solo, so I know that I'm gonna be able to do things. Because that was, like I said, that was the one thing that I realized not so much a mistake, but I realized there's not much I can do here, is when it was a collab, and, how do I put it? It was a collab, and it was the person who was playing it for the first time was the one playing it off screen. So they were not streaming it, I was, but since they were playing it, it was their playthrough. They were leading the way, and I couldn't really do much on my end. So that's why we're playing it solo, so we can how do I put it? So I could go down the road that I need to go down. Or not so much go down the road that I need to, but so I'm not limited in the actions that I can take, is the best way I could put it. There we go. Unless I was the one, like I said, unless I was the one streaming, or not, if I was the one that wasn't streaming, then, the limitation wouldn't be that big of a problem. I could just sit there like, all right, let me know when things get, or yeah, let me know when, what the objective is and when the objective is, and then I'm gonna just, eat a sandwich. All right, let's see. Marks on calendar. I hope you enjoy. We're going to be trying to explain everything to the best of my ability. I will say, Elden Ring is a difficult one to explain because there's a lot left to interpretation, as most of them would be. Holy smokes, Lampster is still alive? Yeah, I'm surprised as you are. Because, I'm not going to lie to you, I thought I would have been gone by now. I was supposed to leave at 1. I'm still supposed to plan to leave at 1, which reminds me. Let's see if we can speed run this animation. Okay, so I want it to be a 3-second animation. Here's what we're going to do. 1, we're going to tilt the head to the right. Too far to the right. A little bit, right there. That should be good. So that's where the animation is going to be. And then we got to turn the wheel to the right, like so. Now we're back on square one. And from here, that's the Z angle, starts in the middle. Move it over here. Yeah, let's go with this. Let's go with the first 0.6 seconds. Turn it to the right. Move it over here. Another 6 seconds. Turn it to the left. And we repeat this process all the way from point A to point B. We just keep on going like that. And then we're going to see how this animation runs. But yeah, I'm going to try to explain it to the best of my ability. But like I said, there's a lot to it be interpreted. Some people say one ending is better than the other. Some people say that one of them is a good ending. Others disagree. The list goes on. So this is what I say. My interpretation might not be the same as yours. You might see one character as a hero. I might see them as one of the many villains. We both might agree that one character's insane. Some people might say, rat. Let's add rat. Okay, well, first, let's let this play out. Okay, I know what I need to do. So, this one turned to this way, so this one needs to be the opposite direction. And while we let this play out, let's go get rat model. Oh, right, let's actually zoom in right quick first. Now, this is almost done. This is almost done. Also true, that is the From Software way. Some people might see it as a good ending, others might see it as a curse, so who knows? Like, for example, I just started now recently hearing that people say that there is no good ending in Bloodborne. Or, not so much that there is no good ending, but Yeah, they say that there is no good ending. Like, even with the one where you turn into a squid, a lot of people are saying, yeah, that's not a good ending. And I'm like, really? You sure about that? That sounds like a good ending in my book. You're a god. Yeah, some people are like, yeah, no, you just lost your own sentience and all of that. Like, are you sure that's how eldritch abominations work? If anything, as far as we know, that could be like, how could they say that we lost our sentience and now we're just a squid in the process of everything else? If, like, you turned into an eldritch abomination, you're beyond human comprehension. Heck, the fact that, you become something that's beyond human comprehension should probably mean that's the best possible ending. Because not even people know what just happened to you, where your life goes from here, what you do with your existence, because we can't comprehend it. The fact that for us to even attempt to comprehend what you become at the end of Bloodborne would usually drive most people mad. Yeah. I think that's the best way to put it. Like, I don't know. Let's see. It's from Soft. There is no good ending. There's no happy ending. Yeah, you're right. Also, thank you for redeeming the rat model there. Hold on. Before we do anything, let's pop back up over here. Rat. Yeah. I'm back. What did I miss? Well, the bird turned into a bigger bird. We got rat model. For some reason, the rat's very mad. I don't know why. But if we make the rat happy again, or, just normal, default, everyone else gets mad. So I don't know why. But the rat's going to be a mad rat. We're also going to turn the rat... No, wait. I can't push that button. I wanted to turn the rat into a chinchilla, but if I did that... Wait, I got an idea. We switch this here, move that there, and then we make the rat a chinchilla, and then we make it wide. Then we can switch this back to the regular bug. And now we got the kingpin. Perfect. Which, by the way, folks, if you like this kingpin rat model that turns in, if you like this rat model that turns into a kingpin chinchilla, you can find this one available on the vgen page and the Etsy page at a very, very affordable price. You can get all these toggles. You can also turn it into a... Which button is it? Was it this one? Yeah, you can even make it go quadrupedal. You can also give it its own rat tail. And yeah, you can even turn it into the kingpin. You got all of these things. You can find it on the vgen page or the Etsy page at a very affordable price. It's only like $10 for a rat. Yeah, rat. So pick up your very own rat model today. Also, oh yeah, we also make free stuff on the vgen page. If you want free Live2d models, free PNGs, for any of that sort of stuff, you can find that on the coffee page. Absolutely free, no charge at all. Take everything. Take everything, use it all for your own streams. Do whatever you want. Whew. But yeah, you're right. It is FromSoft, so hard to say if there's any good endings. Also, if you have a fan favorite character, chances are it's a FromSoft game. Don't get too attached. Might not end well. I have my little Lampy plush on my dash now. Hey, congratulations! I'm wishing you the best of luck. You got this, I believe. You know what that means? You need to promote your throne. Yeah! No, I'm kidding. I mean... you know what I mean. I think? Maybe? I don't even know what I mean. You know what? Don't worry about it. We need to work on one last part here. So here's what we're going to do. After we're done with this animation part, then we could call it a night. So we need to pause this, because it kind of stops at a certain point, and we don't want that. Let's bring it back over here, because it should stop there. Yeah. All right, now let's give it a try. Let's see how it runs. Good. Now for the last part, which is going to be getting that wheel turn. Wheel turn here. Move it there. to here, move it there. Actually, you know what? I think I got an idea. What we could actually do is take everything from here and here, copy it, copy keyframes, drop back down over here to where the wheel turn animation is. No, not wheel turn animation, just the wheel turn. Paste keyframes to selected row. Okay, that didn't work. Huh, thought that would have worked. Hold on a minute, let me try this again. Select this entire thing, select this row, copy keyframe, go to wheel turn animation, paste in selected rows. Oh, I gotta select the entire part. Paste keyframes in selected rows. No, still. Paste keyframes. Nope, that still didn't work. You know what? We'll just do it manually. Oh. Adjust the values, proportions, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know what? Set values to maximum and minimum ranges. Yeah, put this. It'll work. I mean, it kind of worked. Hold on a minute. We just put it in the wrong spot. So let's snag all of these. Let's start from the back end here. Just drag it all the way until it leads to that one spot. And now that should be good. So now let's turn this. There we go. We got the animation. We got things rolling. We got things moving. So this is what it's going to look like with the whole animation. However, it's still not finished. Because as you can see, when you look at the... Well, I don't have any of the emote animations here right now. But most of the animated emotes, they usually have them, you know, with a very gleeful smile on their face while they're crashing into things. So, well, we may not have them crashing into things. We will have the gleeful smile while they're driving. But in order for that to work, we're going to have to rig the mouth. And that will be next Tuesday. Yo, Rune, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Throne, get him? Hey, not my throne. Get your throne. Anyway, welcome on in there, Rune. I apologize. It is 1 o'clock, so we actually have to call it now. But we got a lot of stuff done. Let's also save this so I don't forget. Save. Car? No, wait. Yeah, let's call it just car, drive, and just leave it at that. So we know that's the animation. There's our animation for it. So now we got the Live2d model and we got the drive. Or now that we got the Live2d model and the animation. Low key, getting pissed off by Amazon and high-end gaming company. Why? What did Amazon do this time? 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours. Normally, we usually stream for 3 to 5 hours, but yeah, 6. Yeah, we did a lot today. We did a whole lot today. I mean, granted, we almost got an entire Live2d model rig. We got... Let me show you what we got. For those of you that weren't here, we got the left and the right turns. We got all 4 angles. We got angle Z for both the body and the wheel turning. We also added a certain toggle so where the tire moves to the right. We set up an animation. We also set up some toggle settings for the actual tire turning and all of that. We got a lot of stuff done. And now, the only 2 things that we need left for this animation alone, or for this model alone, is the mouth rigging. If you've been here long enough, you know full well, not a fan of that part. But that is just how things be. Gonna unfortunately have to work on mouth rigging soon. Hooray. So, I hope you enjoy it when we get to that point, because I'm not looking forward to it. Hence the reason why we left that at the very end. But we gotta do what we gotta do. We also gotta work on the eye blinking. And who knows, maybe there's enough time. We'll try working on the first example, the first model template example the first model example for this template, which is going to be the bird up there. So, if we got time, we'll work on that one as well. I'm going to show you how we set up how the setup will work when we work on other people's models for the YCH. Your character here, if you will. All right, we're going to call it here soon. Let me catch up with a couple of things. Also, we also did a lot of chatting. We talked about a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! We talked about a lot of music. We talked about the lyrics behind I Think I'm Turning Japanese. We talked about a lot of things. And yes, you'd be surprised about the lyrics of that song. Turns out it's a breakup story, as I mentioned earlier in the day. We talked about a whole lot of stuff. Okay, a lot of yapping. Indeed, we did a lot of yapping. We also talked about somebody's very cursed bird emote. It was hilarious. All right, let me see. Well, no, it's because they have good desk designs, but bad quality. Wait, what has good desk designs but bad quality? Okay, let's see. But the big gaming companies have good quality but bad design. Like Amazon Desk. Oh, the Amazon Desk, gotcha. I'm scared to add a monitor mount because the monitor shelf feels, oh, it's low quality shelf, gotcha. Also, the spot where my PC should sit is too small, but these high-end companies want me to hang on my $3,000 PC in the air to the desk. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. It's time to refund that desk. If it ain't working for you, send it back. I know easier said than done, but I would highly suggest send it back. Send it back. You don't want that. All right. Let's see who is on at this hour. Who can we drop everybody off on over here? Oh, you know what? Okay, so there's a lot of options. There's honestly a lot of options. But I think I'm going to drop you folks off with a Mothman. Yeah, let's drop you folks off with Mothman. They're currently playing Fallout New Vegas, and as they always say, that's Vegas, baby. Okay, they don't say that, but I saw one video where they repeated that line a lot, and that convinced me to buy New Vegas so I could play it someday. Just so I could just spam that line as much as I possibly can. By the way, folks, look forward to the New Vegas playthrough someday. I don't know when, but probably sometime this year. Hopefully. But first we gotta play Elden Ring and Legacy of Kain. I gotta get through, well, not Legacy of Kain, but Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver 1 and 2. Because I really love the Legacy of Kain series. And I want to yammer on about that one. If you haven't heard of the Legacy of Kain series, I'll just tell you this. Time travel, but good. As crazy as that sounds, I understand. But trust me, this is the only time I've ever seen a story where they had time travel and it actually worked. Kind of. You'll see what I mean when we get there. It's also about vampires, so if you're a fan of vampires, Legacy of Kain. Anyway, we're going to save here. Let's get the raid message going. Here's going to be our raid message for today. We're going to get that drive emote. Rolling. Okay, I know what we're going to do. Alright, so here is our raid message. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. That is our raid message. I will be back on Friday. You know what? I don't think I know what I'm going to draw. So you know what? I think we'll just finish off this model on Friday. I will be back on Friday to finish off this Live2d model. All we got to do left is make the mouth rig, the eye rig, and maybe make the first example piece for this model. So look forward to that. And we're going to drop you folks off with another we're actually going to drop you folks off with another bug, another moth that also does drawing and also does Live2d art, or, you know, Live2d rigs. So it's going to be like nothing ever changed, with the exception of you're free from the gun. All right, then. Let's head on out. Let's roll. So let's drop everybody off with Mothman. We're going to call it here. Also, with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. If you would like to support the channel, holy cow, there's a lot of you. If you would like to support the channel, one good way you could do so is by checking out the link page. We got a lot of different things over there. We got Lampy plushies and affordable models on the Etsy page. We also got free stuff on the Coffee page. We got merch on the Teespring page. And if you or someone you know is looking for Live2d models, both big and small, whether it just be the art or just the rig, or emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, what's it called? Animations, anything 2D related that needs to be drawn or animated, you can either contact me directly or go to the vgen page. Every little bit helps. It helps me keep the roof over my head. And with that being said, thank you all. I hope you all have a good day. Always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams in this... Yeah, you make these streams in this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, all that stuff. And if you lurk, that's great too. But the fact that you took the time of your day to have this bug rambling on and drawing means more to me than you could possibly imagine. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Alright, I'll see you all on Friday to finish off the Live2d model. And I hope you all have a good night, better tomorrow, a great week, and I hope you all take care. Nice try, ads, but we'll be gone by then. Laters.